Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
So there it is, and here I am. So there it is, here I am, and here we go. But this wasn't where we were intended to go. So I'm going to start this session with an explanation because we had anticipated a different session, but for reasons of logistics, we've had to move the session intended for today by 24 hours. Of course, we had said that we'll be entertaining the SDP candidate, Prince Adebayo, who had been invited and had accepted the invitation, but for reasons of logistics, as I said. Sorry, I'm hearing myself back. Hold on, let me just. But yes. So for reasons of logistics, he's not able to join us. His boarding of flight is probably on the air as we're talking now. So he was boarding a flight the last time I contacted him, and the timing was just not something that he could adjust to come and be with us. So he sends his apologies and his assurance that he will join us tomorrow without fail to interact with you. He was actually looking forward to meeting you guys. So he was disappointed, as I'm sure you are. But hold steady for tomorrow. All we've done is to move the session just by one day. So he'll be here tomorrow to take on your questions and get to know you, and you get to know him even better. So that's what happened. So the session intended for today has been shifted by 24 hours. So that's just what's happened. You see, the thing is, when you are dealing with somebody at that end of society, the pressure on their time is really something you have to factor in. And these are some of the factors then, that pressure on their time. So not to worry though, it's just a 24-hour wait, and then we'll get to just josh around with the prince. So we josh around with the prince. I wasn't actually intending to come on. I was just going to move it by one day, and then obviously then just coming with the prince tomorrow. But I felt I owe you an explanation. That's why I've really decided to have a session today. I was just going to, since he gave me notice that the logistics does not facilitate, then so I just decided just to move it by but it'd be rude of me not to come and tell you what's happened. So here I am telling you what's happened. So anybody that's anyway, I think you understand all I'm saying. I don't have to ramble too much. Just wait one day and then you meet the prince. So wait one day and then how many princes do we even have on this platform? Anyway, you meet the prince here every day. Prince Daddy, Babati. Who was the other prince? I think we have about 3 princes that join us fairly regularly. But we have our usual session, which is always a delight anyway. So you don't get to miss a session with One Man Went to More. And an explosive session, as always, it will be an explosive session. So we'll kick it off with this one. This, I'm sure, would... anyway, let me not preempt it. Let me just show you the headline. So we kick it off with this one. United States imposes visa ban on Nigerians who undermined 2023 elections. So there it is. We've had this before. Remember, we had to contend with a similar headline when we were having the Edo State by-election. And I think it was actually the UK then that was threatening. It was Katrina Liang then that was straddling all over the Nigerian space that anybody that tried to undermine that election, not only were they going to travel ban them to the UK, they were going to seize their assets as well. So she did that as a preemptive strike. But what we're getting from the United States now is post the election. But do they name names? You have to wait around to find out. United States imposes a visa ban on Nigerians who undermined 2023 election. So there it is, and there you are. So you can speculate to those names. So now, this now next headline is the story that seized charge of the Nigerian space yesterday, the Nigerian headlines yesterday, and it has refused to leave that space. So it has refused to leave that space. Let me see, where do I want to lead it from? Actually, let me lead it from here. I have a video clip, by the way, that I'm going to play you that just explains everything. But let me lead it from here. So there it is. Nigeria police failed to interrogate Seun Kuti. Nigerian police failed to interrogate musician Seun Kuti, violated law by handcuffing, displaying him for media trial. So this is a lawyer now giving the legal interpretation of what we just saw, or what we're about to see. If you haven't seen it, then I'll play you a clip in a moment, and then you will see it. This is something that a lot of people, especially myself, a lot of people have always had issues with this. So you arrest somebody who you by your own legal definition term as a suspect, and you immediately parade them in front of a fleet of cameras, and you hold a press conference with all these people handcuffed. So that is nothing to do with law and justice, of course. And the lawyer now explains that to us. Nigerian police failed to interrogate musician Seun Kuti, violated law by handcuffing, displaying him for media trial. So this is one thing then that we really need to address as a procedure. But it looks as though the police are clapped back. So the police clap back. The police clap back. It is normal procedure before detention. Police spokesperson CSP Olumuyiwa Adejobi speaks on why Seun was handcuffed. So I suspect that you only handcuff somebody that poses either a flight risk or a danger. But our understanding is that Seun Kuti actually submitted himself to the police. So if you are submitting yourself to the police, then you are neither signaling that you present either a danger or a flight risk. So why then the need to put him in handcuffs? So this is just the thing, is that hangover from colonialism. So this now, something we discussed yesterday, so to the headline that further said, Tinubu's inauguration, Senator Shehu Sani predicts what will happen to Emefiele after Buhari's exit. So the first thing that should and must happen to Emefiele is that he must not be allowed to escape that country. So he must not be allowed to escape that country. So that's what the people want. So that is what the people want. But what the people want, is it what the people have gotten, is the question. It's answered by Gambari. So it's answered by Gambari. Elections over, time to support President-elect Tinubu. So this is the Ibrahim Gambari, the chief of staff to President Buhari. So that position being heavily contended, of course, for the Tinubu administration. There are even suggestions of far-flung and funky names to occupy that chief of staff position. Far-flung and funky names. I'm not going to read this out. I'm just going to give you the headline just as an example of those far-flung and funky names. It will compensate, so there it is. It will compensate North Central. Chief of staff as CSOs ask Tinubu to appoint Simon Lalong as secretary to the government of the Federation. Well, I suppose he can, but is it fit for the purpose? You see, you see, what we find in Nigeria is the marry between competence and then ethnic balancing. That's always been the difficulty that we straddle within the Nigerian space, is the balance between party loyalty and party the need to satiate people you owe within the party. So that's one. And then a regional balance and then competence. So in between trying to balance all those, we always end up with people like Rotimi Amechi and Abubakar Malami handling portfolios beyond their capacity to deliver. So there it is. So there it is. So we'll be contending with those. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join me on the screens, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's ever available. So we go on as we normally do. So I want the room populated. So if you're feeling inclined to join us, then join us now. Let me post that hyperlink again, just so that we start with a bang if we can. So let's start with a bang by you joining us. But as we start with a bang, let me first give you now this. Let's go to the care guides and then we go to the readouts. Let's go to the care guides and then we go to the readouts.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, you go for me, water. Only water, where they see my. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Adeleke. Petro Soduke yẹrẹ ó ti lé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ó lè yọ. Yọ dáadáa.
Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Kuniru Agweche, may death have nothing to do with us. Powerful, potent prayer by the Kegai. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Iku Kuniru Agweche, as guys, I bring you this. US imposes visa ban on Nigerians who undermined 2023 election. So let's find out exactly. Hopefully they do name names. The United States government has imposed visa restrictions on persons deemed to have undermined Nigeria's democracy in its general election held earlier in the year. Today, I am announcing that we have taken steps to impose visa restrictions on specific individuals in Nigeria for undermining the democratic process during Nigeria's 2023 election cycle. A statement by Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said on Monday. So it is quite instructive to note just how high up this statement is coming from. Mr. Blinken, however, stressed that the restrictions only applied to a culpable group of individuals and not directed at the entire Nigerian citizens. The name of affected persons were withheld from the public. These actions are specific to certain individuals and not directed at the Nigerian people or the government of Nigeria as a whole. Persons believed to be masterminds behind voter suppressions during persons believed to be masterminds behind voter suppression through intimidation, harassment, and any form of violence will no longer be able to access the foreign nation per the visa restriction. So I'm not quite sure what that means. But I think the automatic name that you want to go to just from that is MC Oluomo. At least we can identify him as somebody probably culpable within that space. These individuals will be subject to restrictions on visas to the United States under a policy covering those believed to be responsible for or complicit in undermining democracy. These individuals have been involved in intimidation of voters through threats and physical violence, the manipulation of vote results, and other activities that undermine Nigeria's democratic process, the statement said. Foreign observers from the European Union and Chatham House have said that the election result that gave President-elect Bola Tinubu his triumph was flawed and contained irregularities. Their observations will, however, not affect his inauguration slated for May the 29th, when he will take the oath of office. So I think we tire of this space somewhat. And by the way, this is coming from People's Gazette, so you sort of know already the underpinning of that space. I think we tire of this space somewhat. Yes, there were irregularities in that election, and there is no equivocation around that. And there are lessons to be learned for improvements in the future. There is no equivocation about that. But what rankles somewhat is that the efforts has now been made to deliver probably and almost certainly our most improved election in the history of that country. And for reasons, and by the way, a lot of people will tell you that the outcome of that election was a fair reflection of the will of the Nigerian people. At least the majority of the vote of the mass that voted. So that represents their will. This is what a lot of people will tell you, but a lot of people will argue to the contrary, but there it is. Foreign observers from European Union and Chatham House have said the election result that gave President-elect Bola Tinubu his triumph was flawed and contained irregularities. Their observations will, however, not affect his inauguration, slated for May the 29th, when he will take the oath of office. His triumph is currently being contested at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, which began hearing the matter last Monday. The suit was filed by Mr. Tinubu's major rivals, Atiku Abubakar and P. Toby. So there it is right there. There it is right there. So there it is right there. But then really the headline of it all, the travel ban by the United States, they've refused to release, they've refused to release names. But we can speculate from an educated prism just who likely those names likely to be. I'm already putting forward MC Oluomo. So who do you think will be on that travel visa ban list of the United States for reasons of undermining democracy in Nigeria? I think the names, they pop out for themselves. You know, I didn't even have a thought to conclude on MC Oluomo, but certainly they are not going to travel ban Tinubu if that is what you want. They are not going to travel ban Atiku Abubakar, although a lot of people will tell you that he was already travel banned. Remember, we had that cycle in 2019. So I don't think it'll be any of the marquee names that you will wish upon, but certainly there are certain names to conjure with. So which names are you conjuring with in that space? So conjure and come share your thoughts. So actually, let me play you a clip before I read you this now next one. Let me play you a clip before I read you now this now next one. Let me play you this clip. You know where we're going, of course, the story that has seized the Nigerian headlines since yesterday. So here it is.
The police go slap on and go they come Instagram come explain. You know how many police I don't tear slap? They'll say because he be fella pikin. It doesn't matter because Jesus be God pikin if he die for you. You must know who you are before you make your move. So I make my move from where I did because I know who I am. That's how I must make my move. Enyike, we have your time. Me, I have your time.
Mo fẹ́ lọ gba share number tá a fẹ́ fi.
All right, so that was Seun Kuti telling us that he has the right to go around slapping police officers for reasons of being a daddy's boy because his father had a name. And that was then the Nigerian police telling him then with handcuffs on that no, you can't. No, you don't have that right. So no, you don't have that right. But how Seun Kuti was presented by the Nigerian police and how that, and by the way, it wasn't an arrest, though, it was a surrender because he, with his legal team, presented himself to the police. So why was he handcuffed? So this is something that agitates the space. So let's take a legal angle. Nigerian police failed to interrogate musician Seun Kuti, violated law by handcuffing, displaying him for media trial. So this is from the prism of a lawyer. All right, Adeyinka Olumide Fusika, SAN, the lawyer to the Nigerian Afrobeat musician Seun Kuti, has lamented the Nigerian Police Force Lagos State Command for violating the law by handcuffing his client and displaying him for media trial and police harassment. The senior lawyer, in an update on Monday evening, noted that it was wrong and unconstitutional for the police to treat his client disdainfully after willfully honoring the police invitation. Olumide Fasuki, but it's now Fasika, so I don't know him. They say Fasuki, okay, one say Fasuka, Nisale. Olumide Fasika noted that the musician had been moved to the Force Criminal Investigation Unit in Panti, Yaba, where he was currently being held. The lawyer said, Following his encounter with the policeman on the 3rd Mainland Bridge on Saturday, the 13th of May, 2023, my client, Mr. Seun Kuti, reported himself into the office of the police commissioner at the police command, Ikeja, at 8 a.m. today, Monday the 15th, 2023. I accompanied him to Ikeja police station together with another lawyer, Mr. Femi Akinyemi from Falano and Falano Chambers. However, there was no interrogation as it was decided he would be moved to the 1st Criminal Investigation Unit at Panti, Yaba. Before his movement, Mr. Kuti was handcuffed and his photograph taken in the open by the Lagos PPRO, Mr. Benjamin Hundeyin, who coordinated the parade and apparently shared the photograph of his parade to the media. Mr. Kuti is presumed innocent until the contrary is proved by the state. Therefore, the decision by the police to subject him to the media parade violates Section 9 of the Lagos State. And I think actually, if I can just pause there for a moment, I distinctly recall that a law was actually passed, maybe in the course of actually last year, that this was now not to be done within Lagos State, arresting people and then parading them in front of the media. I think there was actually a law passed as early as last year to this effect. Mr. Kuti is presumed innocent until the contrary is proved by the state. Therefore, the decision of the police to subject him to the media parade violates Section 9 of the Lagos State Administration of Criminal Justice Law, which has prohibited any form of parade of criminal suspects in Nigeria in Lagos State. The police is supposed to enforce the law, but prefers to disrespect and break it so casually and randomly. A police institution that has no respect for the law, it exists. A police institution that has no respect for the law, it exists to enforce, is not a good example to alleged lawbreakers. The decision, so it goes on and on. I hope it doesn't go on for too much longer. The decision of the police to handcuff Mr. Kuti is equally illegal as it constitutes a violation of Section 5 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Law. After handcuffing him, the police then drove him in a long convoy of heavily armed personnel from Ikeja to Panti in Lagos, where he was again displayed for viewing to men and officers of that police formation and is currently held. We await the next move of the police on the misdemeanor alleged against Mr. Kuti. So what has been alleged against Seun Kuti, by the way, is not a misdemeanor. What do they call it? Aggravated violence, something or the other. That was we all saw the clip, but that wasn't a misdemeanor. A misdemeanor will be something like littering. That would be a misdemeanor. Not assaulting a policeman violently. That's not a misdemeanor. So let's go on to then how the police explains themselves. It is normal procedure before detention. Police spokesperson CSP Olumuyiwa Adejobi speaks on why Seun Kuti was handcuffed. The spokesperson of Nigeria Police Force CSP Olumuyiwa Adejobi has explained that it is a normal procedure for any suspect to be handcuffed before detention. Recall that some Nigerians queried the police for putting handcuffs on musician Seun Kuti after he turned himself in. Responding to one of such queries, Adejobi explained that it is normal procedure to place a suspect in handcuffs before detention. So this is what he said on Twitter. It seems you are not familiar with detention. Well, good for you that none of us should be familiar with detention. No? It seems you are not familiar with detention with this question. Anyway, it is normal procedure before detention. So that is how he just quickly I'm not sure. There's an argument for it that should actually be procedure because, of course, If it's presented, then they have to ensure that it presents no risk. But really, if he presents himself, I don't know. I don't know. You tell me. I'm a bit conflated just how appropriate that was. But now, to this, Tinubu's inauguration, Senator Seun Kuti predicts what will happen to Emefiele after Buhari's exit. A former lawmaker, Senator Seun Kuti, has predicted that the governor of the central bank CBN, Godwin Emefiele, may not have a smooth relationship with the incoming administration of President-elect Bola Tinubu. According to Sani, in a tweet cited by correspondents, Emefiele's life and activities under the incoming government will be like a zebra in the hands of tigers. So there it is, a zebra in the hands of tigers. Correspondents note that Sani made the statement on his Twitter page a week after the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, declared Tinubu as the winner of the 2023 presidential election. When Baba is gone, Emefiele will be like a zebra in the hands of tigers, as Sani said, and that's the tweet to confirm it. In the build-up to the 2023 presidential election, there were also strong speculations that the CBN governor worked against the presidential bid of President-elect Tinubu. Emefiele was accused of introducing the Naira redesign and cashless policy through the CBN to sabotage Tinubu's presidential bid. It was therefore speculated that the CBN governor may face hard times when Tinubu is sworn in on May the 29th. So this is what people are saying on Twitter. This is Dele Olawande. It is easy. He will tell the new tenants of Aso Rock the full story. They will make up their minds on how to punish him. Another commentator, he should relocate. He wasn't that fantastic. BDC for common Nigerians are higher than those with access. Where does that happen? I don't even know what BDC means anyway, so somebody should explain that to me. This is from Kamar. He will leave the country before the 29th. I think we are all of the surrender that he will leave the country or he will attempt to. But will the DSS stop him? I suspect and I hope that he's already been monitored by the DSS. But will he be able to effect his escape is the thing. He will leave the country before the 29th, most likely, and be in exile till the dust settles. Meanwhile, Achiwaju is a very magnanimous politician. Yes, I think he will go for a cooling off period. I will be flabbergasted if Emefiele was still in Nigeria on the 29th of May. I expect him to be. I expect that he will already be out of that country as we speak now. Meanwhile, the presidency has reacted to a report claiming President Buhari has granted Emefiele study leave. The report had claimed the study leave would give Emefiele the opportunity to flee the country before Buhari leaves office on May the 29th. I wonder if Buhari would run as well. This is the thing. Is he going to flee as well, Buhari? And he should have reasons to flee. So would he flee? Let me bring you this one as the last readout, and then we come into the room to see just to kick off the conversation. So let me bring you this. Let me just pop it here on the screen. Okay. So let's do that. So let me bring you this as the last readout. You see, I'm only really bringing you this story because of the right. Yes, I'm only really bringing you this story because of the caliber and status of people's coming out now to say enough is enough. So we heard it from the Oni of Ife, of course. We've heard it from the Sultan of Sokoto that it's time for all of this to stop. Or Haneze Indigo are telling us that they are going to be attending the inauguration. So now that space of that anti-noise is starting to narrow. And if the nation is saying they want to move on, then who are you seeking to govern? if you get anything in the court, which are not likely to. So I think people are tiring of it, and I think this is what Gambari is telling us as well. Elections over, time to support President-elect Tinubu. This is Ibrahim Gambari, as you know. Ibrahim Gambari, the chief of staff to President Muhammadu Buhari, has urged Nigerians to start building support and provide an enabling environment for President-elect Bola Tinubu's regime to thrive. Mr. Gambari made the call in Benin Kebbi whilst briefing journalists following a visit to Governor Atiku Bagudu and the Emir of Gwandu, Muhammadu Bashar. I am here on a private visit to see the governor and His Highness the Emir of Gwandu, because as we are coming to the end of this administration, I am here to appreciate them for their support, prayers, and also making a point that the elections are now over, stated Mr. Gambari. He added, we should now be building support and enabling environment for the incoming administration so that they could build upon the positive record of President Buhari in all the major priorities his administration are focused on. Let's just say, speaking on the legacy Mr. Buhari will leave behind, Mr. Gambari noted that apart from the free and fair election he conducted, Nigerians will remember him for his fight against corruption. You see, he was doing so well. I mean, just as early as yesterday, we were reading how they were in excess of 400 billion naira in contracts being awarded, 2 weeks left in an administration. This probably the most corrupt we've ever witnessed. They were just stealing in open glare. There's another headline actually that I looked at but did not bring. Yeah, let me actually I'll just show you the headline. Let me finish this readout and I'll show, because it tallies with what this guy is saying. So I'll show you the headline in a moment. Speaking on the legacy Mr. Buhari will leave behind, Mr. Gambari noticed that apart from the free and fair election he conducted, Nigerians will remember him for his fight against corruption. Amongst other legacies, we have diversified the economy from what to what. It's still a monolith economy. You're attempted at what has been there's food crisis in Nigeria, and they said they wanted to run a food economy administration. So for 8 years, that was the main the central theme of the administration. And at the end of those 8 years, the country left in food crisis. So quite where they diversified too. Amongst other legacies, we have diversified the economy. We are now producing what we are eating. Many states across Nigeria now have various crops they have economic advantage upon, and they are producing it abundantly. The president's chief of staff explained. Mr. Gambari added, above all, he supervised a free and fair election, and he congratulated the winners, including states where the ruling party did not win. Yes, so that's the thing then, that he congratulated winners of states that even the ruling party did not win. We first started noticing that rather when Senator Adeleke won his first, remember when he first won the first time round? So we first started noticing it there. But there it is. Let me just show you this then. Let me show you this. When he was talking about Buhari fighting corruption. This is the former Minister of Power, how Maman Saleh and cohorts used forged document signatures to loot over 340 billion from Ministry of Power. So that's the fight against corruption right there. And this is not a unique or peculiar storyline. Go to any ministry within this administration. The figures vary a lot higher in most instances than 340 billion, but it's the same story all the way through. So him telling us that that he fought corruption, it must be having a laugh. So So he must be having a laugh. So now let's not come into the room there and see what is going on. So we see what is going on, and we find out what is going on, kicking it off with we were going to kick it off with Rational Mind, but let's kick it off with Ade, who seems to be joining us for the first time. Ade, good to see you. Ade, on mute. Are you there, Ade? Can anyone hear me? All right, let's kick it off with Rational Mind. Rational Mind, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, how are you?
I am good. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm well. Yeah, we were expecting a big guest today, but we've had to defer till tomorrow because for reasons of logistics. So hopefully tomorrow we'll do that. But what we're doing today, U.S. imposes a visa ban on Nigerians who undermined 2023 elections. So that's the headline, and it's coming from Anthony Blinken, and you don't get more senior within the American structure outside of the presidency than him. So, but they've deliberately left the names of the people who they are travel banning out. So what is your anticipation of this space and this headline, Rational Mind?
Yeah, woman, thank you. Thank you to everybody, our listeners and around the world, our friends, friends of the one man platform. Greetings to everybody. Yeah, so I think I'm trying to kind of look back and think about how the process has been with when they put a visa ban on people. Do they make it a public knowledge? I doubt it. I think usually if you are not on the list, if you're on the no-fly list, I think you only find out when you either you arrive at the airport.
They usually tell us a category of people rather than give us specific names in most instances.
Well, in this instance, woman, I remember too when we were discussing this matter some time back, and I was saying the U.S. has asked this professor, what's his name? What's that professor's name? Utomi. And you and some other people here were saying, what is he going to do? I mean, why would U.S. ask him? This kind of a thing, So, and even I remember when we were talking about this same guy, you call Chinedu from Lagos, the former aspirant for LP. They were compiling lists and you were saying, how can that be? Yeah, U.S. can do it by themselves. I mean, look at what is playing out now. So, well, like just to answer your question, I think usually they would not name names, maybe for some reasons, I don't know. It's only when you get there, you are applying for visa. They will allow you to go through the visa process. When you're standing in front of a consular officer, I think that's when they will just tell you that they just hand you their white slip, their blue slip or whatever slip, to tell you that you've been denied. That I think sometimes they might state it that you're on the no-fly list. You've been asked not. The State Department has asked you not to be granted visa for your whatever role you've played in anything, like maybe in the case of this one, maybe to be the violence and rigging during the election. So for them not to have told us, I think there must have been some reasons behind it, which maybe they might not want to disclose to the public. But I can't remember too well if there has been any list of people mentioned that they were not. I think for their own privacy too, for the privacy of the people, of the individuals involved, they might not want to release it so that not to make create a public embarrassment for them, So that's what I think. They only find out themselves when they apply for the visa and they go in front of a consular officer for the interview, or if they don't even do interview, they will reject it and they will give you a reason why you were rejected. So I think it's you see, we keep saying that
Rational Mind, they give us the parameters which then just gives us an indication as to the sort of persons. It says these individuals will be subjected to restrictions on visas to the United States under a policy covering those believed to be responsible for or complicit in undermining democracy. These individuals have been involved in intimidation of voters through threats and physical violence, the manipulation of vote results, and other activities that undermine Nigeria's democratic processes. So they give us specifics here. So through threats and physical violence, So that already we know the categories of persons that might well be captured there, and then the manipulation of vote results. We know the categories of persons that might be captured there.
Like you said, they give us the category the specifics as to names of the people.
Rational, my sorry to interject. They do give names. How did we know that Oshomole and Yaya Bello and 2 others were banned during Obaseki time? It was published before the election, but you guys forgot. American banned.
I can't remember.
No, they've not given. No, we're not talking. This is for this election, the 2023 February.
That's what I'm saying. During Obaseki time, 3 days before the Obaseki election, American published 4 names that were banned not to come to America due to activities of election, whatever that's going on between Obaseki and Oshomole. Oshomole was the first name, Yabelo was the second name, and 2 others. I forgot 2 others. They gave name now after they gave the ban.
All right, no problem. If they give name, but like I said, I can't have any. I can't remember to. I can't remember if. I know of some people, my friends, who that's a different situation. They only find out when they get there. If you've been involved, they will not publish it. So, but then, I don't know. So let me not say what I don't know much. I can't remember much about. So my point is just that you just only giving us a category, one man, of the type of people that will be classified as not worthy of the U.S. visa, or they won't give them the U.S. visa. So, but as for the specific names, we're not given. But like you said, you speculated at the beginning when you were reading. I heard you were mentioning MC Oluomo. Yeah, I mean, he intimidated now, like you said, in that category. He used intimidation, and that intimidation was carried out by his minions. We saw how they almost blinded somebody's eyes, and the bloodletting and all of that. Even people who was killed. I mean, some of his boys were. I think one of them was shown to be killed. What was killed in the process. His lifeless body was on the ground. We saw during the election, and all that violence. So I mean, that's singling out of an ethnic group in his that's a famous whatever town hall, whatever employee.
Mama Chinedu
and the rest of them, and subsequently he said after that, it shows us that this is hate, this is hatred, this is a kind of phobia, So I would imagine that he's part of the list, and I also imagine think of
Rational Mind. Are you sure? I think MC Oluomo, correct me if wrong, is a green card holder or US citizen.
If a green card, they can ban you. Yeah, they can ban you.
They ban, or they can prosecute directly in the US.
If it comes to the US, they might possibly they can prosecute him, but then.
But they can't. If it's a US citizen, can they restrict access?
No,
if it's
for a US citizen, then you have to go through some process here. You have to go through some legal process because you're a citizen. So you have to go through the legal process here for activities abroad and all that kind of things. But if you're just a green card holder, they can cancel your green card if you violate any of the immigration law or whatever, or you are found to have been involved in terrorist act in a different country. And you're not except if you come down here in person, he's here in the United States, they might if he, even with his green card, even if he flies from Nigeria trying to get entry from here at the border, at the airport. Let me land. At the airport, they might deny him entry. They can deny him entry, and maybe they might arrest him from there and prosecute him from there. I don't know, but what I know is that as a green card holder, the process you will go through might be different from what you as somebody else who is a full citizen will go through. But it's definitely they can cancel your what's it called, your green card. It's possible, but as a citizen, you have to go through the legal means here.
Because personally, I don't think it is that straightforward for a green card holder, because it's like permanent resident now. I don't think the regular annual policy on visa just applies, because the only thing that distinguishes the permanent resident mostly is that they may not be able to work in some federal government agency. They may not be able to get a passport. Other than that, I think they have
all passports. As a green card holder, you don't have access to the US.
That's passport. What I'm saying. I'm just saying the difference may not be that too wide, And for you to even lose your citizenship, then you have to have some certain things described within your law. I don't think it's what is defined within the law of some other countries. Then another loophole I can see here, I'm not sure, is that What about those people that have diplomatic passport in Nigeria that, okay, these people, they've committed this act of election malpractices, and all of a sudden the government include them and they give them they appoint them with something that can grant them some diplomatic immunity. So I don't know how that is going to.
Governors carry diplomatic passport. I would imagine they do. Yeah.
I suspect they do. Yeah, you have every reason to believe that they do.
But then, like what Peace was saying, which I think I remember back then too. I was just trying to have a recollection now. That some people were put on no-fly list. Like they will not get a visa. So,
are you sure it is when Shomole was the governor or after?
No. What it was his role was after it was during the Obaseki matter. Now I think that was when. And then but then for Yaya Bello, he's still a sitting governor, so I would not imagine that he can be banned like that if he carries if he carry a diplomatic passport.
And are they banning him from entering the US?
That's what Wapi said, but I think some people were. I think I remember that time there were threats that were put in place back then that if anybody was involved in anything, we put them in the no visa list. But I don't know if eventually they carried it out or not, because I think there was a picture of. Adam Oshomole with his wife, with his Cape Verdean wife, that they showed when he was here. He came to America with him. There was a picture I saw online of him and the wife. So I don't know if that's true. How true was that? That was why I wouldn't want to say much on that. But one thing I know is yes, there's a no visa ban can be issued, but you can usually find out if you're on the list when you go there. On your day of your interview, or maybe when you apply for the visa and they'll just deny you and just give you the white paper, whatever paper they give to people at the embassy as to the reason why they will quote the section for you and tell you why they can't grant you visa. So yeah. But like you said, I would imagine this guy might be there because he's not a citizen yet. He's just a green card holder. His green card can be cancelled, but he has to go through the process, whatever process it takes for it to be cancelled. But then they can deny him entry. If he lands the shore of America here, and at the port of entry, they might USCIS might deny him entry. So maybe whatever process that he has to go through, maybe call a lawyer, and I don't know, whatever. But then, what I'm just trying to say is that people like Wike too, I hope he will be on that list. People like Yaya Bello should be on that list. I'm saying that so that people can hear whoever is listening from the State Department can be hearing that, because these guys, they were people who were not just only people who threatened other people. They were people who also actively participated in disenfranchising people from voting and exercising their voting right. So and some of those Tinubu attack dogs, like what's his name? This guy.
Baba Akure is saying Femi Adesina should be on that list as well. Well, but it doesn't fall within the.
Femi Adesina is not. I don't think. I mean, he has his. I think one of his kids is studying here in America. So I don't know. I don't think he wasn't. He didn't say anything during the election. So why would his name be on the list? But I know some people wants to have his name on the list because of his role with that, the way he lies about covering up for Tinubu, for Buhari, and all those lies he was just telling about Buhari and insulting our intelligence. So anyway, I would imagine Wike, Yaya Bello, some of Tinubu's minions, Bayo Onanuga.
But are you looking outside of the ruling party for this arrest list?
Wike is also part of outside the ruling party now.
Yeah, but it's somewhat within the ruling party, isn't it? It was somewhat of a covert Tinubu.
So who else again, woman? If I may ask you, who else again?
What about Yusuf Dati Baba?
Well, thank you. I mean, let me just say thank you. I mean, it's good you brought that up too. I mean, Dati never called for violence during the election. It was after the election he said that he should not be sworn in. That's what he said. That Buhari should not swear him in, and the Chief Justice of Nigeria should not also participate in that swearing in of this person. This person is not supposed to be there until the Supreme Court confirms, or whoever court confirms that he is he was validly elected as a president. So I don't know why we want to twist that again. One man, this is not. We're talking about election, disenfranchising people. threatening people that if you come to vote, like we hear people like MC Oluomo saying that these people, if you allow them to take over Lagos, I mean, stoking fear in the minds of people. And we saw how that played out, you know. And we saw the traditionalists who were making incantations, who were casting spell on people who will come out and vote that very day. We saw all of that. So, I mean, these are all the things we're talking about. So people should be free to exercise their voting right. Do not intimidate people. That is intimidation. So if the US and other countries like the EU or United Kingdom, they also do the same thing, I will be happy, because people needs to be. You see, the problem we have in Nigeria, I think I will come to that very soon. That is Fela's son, Seun. You know, people needs to be punished. If we do not punish people for their actions, it gives them more reason for want to do it more, because they feel like if I do it, I mean, I've done it before. I wasn't. Look at what he said. Look at what Seun said. Don't be too down on the slap.
No! Before you go to Seun, like you said, we'll be coming to Seun in a moment. Okay. But somebody has just sent in what purports to be a list of that travel ban in the United States. So I'll just run you through the. No. It's not Linda Ikejo, but there's actually let me yes. There's a copyright something on the face of it. It says copyright at Peter Obi USA. So that's why I'm saying purports to be. So that already gives it a coloration. But let me just run you through the names, and then you give me a yea or nay that if they should be on the list or not. It says at the top of the list, the name you already mentioned, Yemson Wike. Should they be travel banned from the United States?
It should, yeah.
Right, but Opuzodima, I'm not quite sure how his name comes in.
Opuzodima is, I don't know much about his role apart from this. Well, I think that IPOP space, they might have some things against it because of what is happening.
Yeah, it's looking like looking like an IPOP list. So enemies of IPOP is what it reads like. Yahaya Bello, INEC ICT Director, Engineer Paul Omokori, Olufemi Odunbiyi, former Commissioner of Science, Lagos State, etc. Lagos MC Oluomo, of course. Former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayose. So it's an enemy list. So thank you for that, whoever sent that in. But no, that doesn't rhyme with reason. So let me take you to the Kuti space, rational mind. So this is a story that has been agitating the Nigerian space over the last 24, now 48 hours. So I'm sure you'd have seen the clip, of course. But Femi now submits himself to the law. Take it from there. So he, with his lawyers, presented themselves to the police commissioner, wherever in Ikeja, and then they summarily put him in handcuffs. So pick it off from that slap, because we've not gotten your take from that slap, and then run us through rational mind.
Yeah. So I think when your news broke 2 days or 3 days ago, I was like surprised. I was shocked. Like, wow. I mean, I would say I was shocked, but I was like, wow. What's going on? I mean, you see, Seun is a young man. He needs to talk to his head. I mean, that guy. I've listened to him. I won't condemn entirely what he said when he said something online. But I think he's like this thing he smokes is just too much. It's interfering with his mind and his head. I think that's what it is, because there's this anger in him. I see this anger is bottled up in him, whatever it is or it was about.
Even in regular conversations, you hear that anger. Even when it's just on, you can see he's a violent person.
He looks violent. But then it looks like I don't know. So I think he needs to. If he ever gets off this.
Mugari there.
Well. You see one man. I will get to that. Let me just let me not say what he's supposed to do before she will comes after me. Anyway. So let me just say this. You see, like I was saying, he needs to talk to himself. I think he's an artist. He's a good saxophonist. He does play well, good music, Afrobeat in his own way. He's a good young man. I know he's a father now, but I mean, he's a young man to me. Anyway, so yeah. So my point is that I understand whatever feelings. You see, Nigeria is a country whereby they will make you angry. You know, like sometimes we come here, sometimes I have to take a leave. Sometimes from coming here, it's not because my people here, my kids here, my grandkids, they kind of like say, what's going on, grandpa? What's going on? Why you always like you talk angry these days? Like, okay, look, Nigeria matter is something that will get you angry, but sometimes you just need to understand where to draw the line. You don't, the police is a symbol of the state, and the state is a symbol of that. How do I put it? That enforcer of the law. So when you disrespect it, you face the consequence. Whatever the police must have done. I mean, as somebody who I think is an educated person, but like we say, he has this. I think he has anger. I think he has anger issues. I think there's no right whatsoever. If he hits you, at least you came out. You were not having any bruises, anything on you. Not even your kids or your wife or girlfriend with you was injured in any way. You came out. It's just like, okay, can we call the police? And I think it's time we need to start acting civilized. But I know Nigeria is not civil. We're not civilized, but I think Nigeria is a kind of country whereby the country itself it creates in you this anger that you want to unleash the anger on anybody or whoever. But you need to know who to unleash that anger on, no matter who that person is, as long as that person represents the state. But the state here, we're talking about the police, the law enforcer of the state. Now, wearing that uniform alone itself, it shows that it commands that respect from you, whatever that person has done at that moment. It commands that respect from you. So, but then that it would go to that point of coming out. I mean, even when you scream, you like, as you scream, you agitated in front of him. Not to the point that whereby you have to raise your hand and hit, not even when he was shaking the guy first. I know you don't even do that. You don't even shake a man, shake a person who represents the symbol of the state wearing that uniform. I know those people they don't respect that uniform themselves. Those people that wear this uniform. Yeah. But in fact, I was when I saw that video, hold
on. Yeah, carry on. Yeah, carry on. That's Aizon.
One man.
Yeah, are you out in public somewhere?
Yeah, sorry, I was listening. I'm with my son at his martial arts. I know I don't have time to call in, but I just wanted to come and give buttress some of the points Rational Mind is making about this Seun Kuti thing before I jump off. But
okay.
First of all, how's everyone doing?
We're good. It's been a while.
I'm always listening, man. It's just my schedule has been crazy. It's
tell me if I'm okay.
Yeah, but one man, something weird was happening. My posts on your show, like my comments, were being deleted. Very strange.
I don't know why that is. A lot of people have been saying that. I don't know why. Even Rational Mind made that complaint.
Yeah, I'll see what's happening. But no, Rational Mind, you make a very, very valid point. I was just listening and I saw the video. One man, Seun Kuti is very lucky. That cop was within his rights to go ahead and, just destroy him if he wanted to. He could have done anything to him. And if that cop had actually shot Seun Kuti, we'll be hearing the tail end of that story.
Hold on. There's a heavy crackling coming from you. Go to a quieter. Okay, carry on from there.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying like if for instance the cop had shot him, what would be hearing is this officer just killed Seun Kuti.
No, we've lost you. We've lost you wherever you are. All right, pick it up from there, Rational Mind. So what Aizon was saying, I think a lot of people echo what Aizon was saying, that it's the name that saved him anyway. It's not as though the
things, and he makes a lot of valid points, but then you having that reaction, and he just action itself. just discredits it, and it's very disturbing. When I saw the video, I couldn't believe it, because you watch these things, and I was listening to Rufai Hosseini was saying, oh, we shouldn't, side with just the one side of the story, which is one of the few times I've disagreed with him, because it didn't matter whether the cops threatened his family through bad driving. He had no right to come out of the car on Third Mainland Bridge and start assaulting a grown man. That was just absolutely uncalled for. The cops could have shot him and said he was worried about his safety. What would Seun Kuti have said? And another thing is, if Seun Kuti did not have the privilege and the status that he does, would he have put his hands on that police officer? And I seriously doubt it.
If you and I, whatever status we have, let's say we're both senior doctors somewhere, if we had tried that with the Nigerian police officer, we'll be leaving that place in a body bag.
100%. They would have killed us. 100%. Especially in Lagos. They would have killed you now. You gotta start slapping the cop out of, because he was pretty much taking advantage of the privilege and his celebrity status, which in itself discredits his entire argument he has made about people using their status in Nigeria for benefits. That's been his whole mantra.
That's another point too, because
he discredited himself.
Yeah. So.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Go ahead. Woman, I'm listening. I beg. I'm listening in the background.
Before you go, are you disappointed but not surprised? Because that's how I felt when I saw it. I was disappointed but not surprised, because I've always seen that in him.
Yeah, I was disappointed. I was hoping for better. I will be honest with you, part of me was surprised, because I know he has that violent tendency, but I thought he would conduct himself better. I thought that, because I've listened to the speeches and what he stands for, and he champions civil rights, and he tries to stand up for the downtrodden and all these things. So you think that, okay, this is a guy that would, in this situation, he will conduct himself better. If he had come out of the car and he was shouting at the cop, I would have said, okay, he's angry. But he started slapping the guy. And you and I know in Nigeria, for people to walk up and slap police officers means they have a certain status. To just slap police officers or slap their workers, I've seen it. To just beat up grown men in public means they have a certain status and they believe that nothing will happen to them. And that's what I thought.
Hold on, Ola. Sorry, Ola. I was coming in with this question. Has he lost the moral authority to stand on that soapbox that he stands on every day on Instagram to preach this sanctimonious whatever it is that he does, to all these man of the people, do the right thing, the authorities they vest upon? Has he lost that moral authority to stand on that soapbox that he loves standing on so much?
For now, he has. From where I'm standing, because there's what does he want to say tomorrow? They are military, they are NSAS, they came out in Lagos, they started shooting people and police and violence in Nigeria. Everyone knows violence. Well, Seun Kuti, you're a product of that same environment. You're depicting the same attitude that you're criticizing these people for. The credibility factor is everything. So he can't, it's almost like Mahatma Gandhi coming out and you see Gandhi beating up someone on the street, and tomorrow he's telling you, non-violence movement for civil rights. You won't listen to him anymore. The thing is, Seun should have conducted himself better. I know Rational Mind thinks Igbo had something to do. I don't think Igbo had anything to do with it. I just think that privilege. Let's be honest. If that guy wasn't a cop, that guy wasn't a police officer, let's say that guy was a well-dressed Lagosian in a fancy car, Seun won't have slapped him because he doesn't know who he is. You see what I'm saying? Like, he slapped him because he knew you are probably a cop earning a hard salary. I can do this to you, and the possibility of you striking back at me is very slim. That was
so sorry, let me just say this. That clip that he released pre the incident. The echo from you, man. Let me mute you for a moment, just so I don't have to shout. So that clip that he released pre the incident, where he was bragging that he has been slapping policemen for a while. So does that remove any argument then that there was some sort of provocation and he acted out of character? So does that remove that, I thought? On mute. Is on. You're not new here now. On mute.
I think that underscores a pattern on his part. I mean, he has had that pattern of assaulting uniformed men. I mean, who stand for the state. You see, one man. You see, this is what we've said here many times. I don't know if are you still there?
Is with his son, so I think maybe it's with his son at some karate.
This your headphone. Yeah. This your headphone picks a lot of things. We can even tell you where.
No, of course.
Grandma, that was me. My son was. I put my earpiece. I walked to my son when you missed me. Anyway, rational mind. Yeah. I want to ask everybody one question. What came out of the case of that lady? Was it the minister that beat up a hardly with her house help, the policewoman?
No, let's not move from that case. Yeah, let's not move from. Yeah, let's not move from.
I'm not moving from Seun. I just want to ask, what happened to her? Do you hear that case anymore?
Of course, nothing happened to her, swept under the carpet. You know.
We don't know. Okay. We don't know.
Maybe this one too can go under the same because of the name of the Kuti's family.
Because you say that's why it's everywhere. Anyway, we will continue.
Okay, rational mind. Let me ask you a question. Now, it's controversial. If that guy was to be a soldier, probably she would not have slapped.
Oh, very likely. He won't agree.
Okay, let's even assume, like someone said, if that guy was in a Mopo uniform, probably she wouldn't have slapped because definitely maybe Mopo in uniform will be moving with his AK-47. Right. So now the question I still ask, I asked something similar yesterday, but it didn't really escalated. Why would someone have that audacity to just go ahead and slap a police officer? Question one.
Yeah. So
question two. Okay. Question two. When this guy went ahead to submit himself willingly, not as if they went to his house with a force brought and took him to their station willingly. Then the next thing, someone that didn't run away that went to your office, the next thing you put handcuff. Claiming that your department procedure allows that.
Hold on. Stay with question one because we're going to open that question too in a moment. But
yeah. So what was that question again? Sorry, I lost it. Just one mic. Can you recap that question for me?
If she would not have probably slapped a soldier, or a mobile police fully dressed up.
All right. Yeah.
So what would give him the audacity to slap a regular policeman?
Okay. I think you've asked the question. Let me just quickly do this so that for me, you see, we are not there. In fact, I look at the whole thing too. I mean, everything happened in a flash. But how were people? Because they were like, I think I've seen three different videos from different angles. I was like, were people really waiting to capture those moments? That's what I tell you that Nigeria now. Any little thing Nigerians will just bring out their phones, they are videoing. I mean, they are rolling the cameras. I mean, I was like, was it a stage thing? Was it some kind of PR thing that well, don't get me wrong, guys. You know me very well on this platform and our audience. I'm this kind of person that likes to speculate on many things just to widen the whole conversation. Could it be because, I mean, this guy just came out of I didn't know that it was Seun. Nobody knew it was Seun until he came out of the car, and the next thing he was talking to the guy. See what you did. Started, agitating the guy, starting to shake the guy. He was shaking the thing, and then the next thing, poor, and the girlfriend came over with the wife. I mean, that minute, people captured. I think I've seen 3 videos already. Were people waiting, or was it some kind of setup?
No. It's not a setup. Let me just quickly answer that. Rational mind. It's a culture now that we're going to have to live with because this is the culture we live in now. Everybody has a smartphone, and everybody is at the ready to put something on Instagram that will go viral. So it's not just the Seun Kuti thing. You'll see countless clips of all these obscure little things that happen. So when they saw that something is about to kick off, everybody in their cars will whip up their phone to see if they can capture a moment in time that will go viral. So this is how life is now.
Yeah, very likely that's what happened. But I'm just saying that because I'm just looking at how the whole thing was just captured by.
It's unlikely to be a setup. No,
I think our Senate had to pass a law for such event to be prosecuted. Now they don't give help to people again. There was a video that somebody got shot by armed robbers. The guy's stomach was outside. Instead of people to help him, they were recording him.
Oh, Nigerians,
Nigeria is just going crazy.
No, not just Nigeria. I've even seen one that happened in one of the zoos. Let's just leave that. So my point is this: you see,
come on, man.
Sorry. Hold on. Des. That one you saw in the zoo, was it a child that fell in a lion's den? Was it that one?
One man. Let me not go into those goals.
Yes, because I saw that one. It scared me mentally.
There's another one I saw. The guy
all they could do was to film it. Yeah.
It's. Well, man, let me not go into that. I just want to. It's just people are just terrible these days with their wanting to be the first to break the news or whatever. I don't know what it is with people. Anyway, and this guy was shouting, was screaming in pain, and people were still standing. Oh God! I don't want to imagine it. So let's just go to Seun. You see, for me, I think this Seun matter kind of underscores some issues that is some deep-seated issues in that country. I think the Nigerian police needs reform, which most of us we often argue that they need reform. We're seeing how policing is done here, how police treated like you look at them they are well respected here in our society here. If you wear that badge, in fact, the way they comport themselves, if they have to make arrest, the way they approach you and all of that. I think Nigerian police needs to learn all of this. But seeing the whole of craziness in the madness in that country, which no doubt must have been one reason why what led Seun to have done what he did. Because you can see him, this anger bottled in him. And anytime he speaks, he's always talking he's always agitated. He talks with anger. It's like, like he said, nobody I don't slap policeman now. Just kind of, you hear that kind of mind, that kind of language. So one man, let me just wrap it up. You see, I'm not excusing Seun for any of this thing, and I think he has lost his respect. I don't know whoever it was, and don't mind me. I know Nigeria is a place whereby we just forgive and forget and let things go, and then the next thing, this guy will come online and he'll be giving moral lessons on why you should do this, why you should be patriotic, why you should do this. For me, he has lost
rational mind. Do you not? But do you think he has lost that permanently?
For me,
that moral, because I cannot see how he can bounce back from this and be preachy that no, they're against us. We the oppressed. You're not part of the oppressed. You are part of the oppressor.
No,
we saw that player.
There's one oppressing. Yeah. So you see, for me, he has lost that moral voice. That voice that he once had. Even though some of those things he said he was doing behind, was slapping police behind. I don't know. That's an implication. He has even implicated himself more because he could be saying that on record that he has been doing that. So this is a pattern. He has had this pattern over time. So he needs to be given the necessary punishment. People like Showore, and then the way he pounced on the whole matter, he didn't even, the angle that he came from, I was just like, what is wrong with Showore? I know we've been saying that for the past few weeks there. It's like something is wrong with Showore. Could it be that Nigeria too has happened to him? Because that country, there's a way that country has a way of, attacking your psyche, your mental health, and then it just turns you around. But for me, I will refuse to be conditioned. I will refuse to be conditioned in the Nigerian way. I've been there. I lived there most of my life, and I got out of that place. I've seen it. I've seen it for the most part. I'll never be allowed to be conditioned to the way and manner we live in that country. But then I don't think it justifies anything that this guy did by attacking a symbol of the state, which is the police. If he wears that uniform, you better respect it. So if I look at the way the guy even approached him, was even begging him, and was kind of like being it wasn't aggressive towards him. Rational
mind, the story that Seun Kuti is coming up with, it doesn't hang together. It said that the guy wanted to kill him and his family.
That's what
what we saw does not suggest that.
It does not suggest that.
What we saw.
The guy was even begging him. The guy was even begging him. Was even following him.
Rational mind. You have to understand this. I've seen of this police, what they're doing in Nigeria, in Lagos. What happened to Seun. What happened in Asaba just last month here. They would chase flashy cars, or they'll ram their car into flashy cars to stop the car. And when the person is accusing them of bashing their car, taking to station is different scenario. We know all these things happen in Nigeria a lot. Unfortunately for the guy ran me to, because the car Seun was driving that we saw this, we say G boys or Yahoo boys normally drive in Nigeria. So the guy thought it was one of those Yahoo, but to me, my thinking, but on the bridge, anybody will be furious. At high speed for the guy to ram into Seun's car. So
No,
I understand he lost his cool, his temper.
Sorry.
Hold on. Let me finish. Sorry that he lost his temper. He went too far. But we have to look at it on that side. Human beings then lost their control.
No, you cannot
so
justify
happen.
Listen, let's not justify anything here.
You're justifying this.
No, let's not justify anything here.
You've made two statements more justifiable, like as if you're trying to protect him. The way I say this here, if the man or if the police officer were probably chasing you and you didn't stop because you have this pride that you're Seun Kuti or somebody like that you can't stop for a police officer, and maybe an accident happened, maybe the policeman hit you with his car. Now you had to stop and get down. The guy, knowing that it's Seun Kuti or whatever, had to start apologizing because of who you are, and you started slapping him. I understand he put your family in danger, but there is morals to this. There is laws to this. You can't just start slapping an officer wearing a uniform. It's not right, no matter how you see it. Someone like that should learn to control his anger because he's famous and he's seen a lot of trollings and all that stuff. So he should learn how to control his anger. So let's try not to justify and say that the policeman, probably deserve it. No, there's no justification for this. What piece? I'm sorry.
I was sorry. I was not justifying it. I'm just simply saying the guy lost his temper and he went too far.
It sounds like you're justifying it. What piece? It sounds like
No, I'm not justifying. I've been listening to you guys for a very long time. The people I will not take anything from in this situation is the obedient and the labor, whatever support.
Leave that. No, just leave it with this.
I'm not going there, but I'm just saying from the rational view of it. I said the guy lost his temper and he went too far, which is normal in human behavior. But again, what these cops are doing sometimes is appalling. I've seen too much what they get away with.
Yeah,
we have to caution the both sides. So that you don't repeat it. Somebody else died in Asaba. Same situation. They chased the guy. The guy was driving a GLK. The guy passed from assault and the guy died. They ran into his car and they ran. Nobody's talking about that.
We've had ugly incidents like that, and we know Nigerian police. You see, no, you're right. I can understand Seun's reaction, but you see,
let me tell you, one man.
If you did the crime,
Hold on, Rational Man. Sorry. Yeah. Go on now.
Yeah, one man. You know who I'm talking about? That gave me federal protection when I was in Nigeria last time. Do you know what happened when I was somewhere? The policeman had jumped out because my car was tinted. The policeman had jumped out of the car. Full cocked, his gun is full cocked. AK-47. But he didn't know who was driving me is the policeman. Who was the front car was the policeman. And then when the policeman was driving me that got out from the car, his rank and his status was different because mine was federal. And he was just commissioner, because they have different grades of police. They have commissioner boys, AIG squad. Mine was federal presidency. And two of them was going to fighting. This one's having AK-47, they don't have AK-47. How can you conquer, go into a car? You conquer your gun and face this guy on the highway. We are coming at top speed. So these people, they are meta.
Yeah, we know. Well,
all right.
Definitely, I agree with you on that. Let's not overflog this. But then the thing is, I agree with you that Nigerian police, they are complicit in many other crimes too, and I can understand Seun's reaction. But one thing is the thing is this: sometimes it's justifiable when you do certain things, but when you do the crime, if it's considered a crime, if it's criminal, or if it's something that violates the law, you do the time. So for me, if there is any law on assault, Nigeria has that law, which I think they should, on a police officer, a symbol of the state. Well, he should face the music. If he needs to write an apology to the police, let him write the apology and let it tender a public apology to the police. And if he needs to go do some anger management, let him make sure that he go do that anger management. And if he has to go and sweep the streets, like here, if you do that here in America, here in my own part of America here, there are different level level to assault here. If you do it, they might tell you to go do anger management, and you have to complete the course, and you have to show proof of it to the prosecuting attorney or to the city, whoever is prosecuting you. So whatever it is that the Nigerian has as punitive measure for that, we need to start bringing people to book, and that's the reason why that country is just a lawless country, because people don't get punished. People feel because of their status they can do anything and do and undo. So we need to start using people like him as a scapegoat. Well, maybe not him as the only person, but everybody that is caught in violating a crime, violating a law, should be allowed to, should be made to face the music. One man.
Oh, all right. And that space that Ola was opening up just then, the way he was handcuffed, even though he surrendered himself, and then the way he was paraded in front of the media for photographs, this is a habit that the Nigerian police has, but the lawyers are telling us now that that is a violation.
Is it today they've been doing that? I know it's a violation of some sort, but then this is not the first time. Is it because it happens in the case of this one of the Kutis? We've been seeing other people, ordinary people in the street that have been paraded on the camera. And we know I know that Mr. Falana is one of those lawyers that's been advocating for such thing to be abolished in Nigerian system. You've not been found guilty, and you're showing. Was it the mug shot they were doing for him? I think I saw a mug shot of him, and then they were just taking a different position of a mug shot, and I was like, is he been convicted? Oh, fine, he's been booked. They're booking him in. But must you do that in public, make it a public thing? It's embarrassing. Maybe that's what it needs to be. Maybe that's what it needs to experience, so that when it does that, another time another person does that, you're going to put you in the public. But that's, for me, I don't think that's a good punitive measure for that, because it violates his rights. Because number one, he has not been convicted yet. So why would you parade him in the public or make it look as if? See, we need to do away with this colonial mentality of.
Yes, it's very much it's a colonial mentality, as you said, rational mind. But and as you also said that they do this routinely, but this now being highlighted because of the prominence of the person involved. But does this offer us a window to address this now? Because I have issues with it. Imagine then they parade somebody, embarrass him, defame him and all of this. The guy gets to court, they said it's not him, but then how does he recover his reputation and all that?
Okay, that's it. Yeah. So you see, a lot of things needs to be put right in our country. We've been so far too long subjected, conditioned to some ways and manners and way of thinking, way of doing things that we need to change. We need to move along with the international. What is done internationally, because that's why some of us, when we leave that country, we depart that country, we go to that country, it takes us a long time to really fit into that new society. Because I tell you, even like the next country there, close to Nigeria, Benin Republic. Sometimes as a Nigerian, when you go to that country, you find it very, very difficult to fit into their society there, because you you go there, you see go to Benin Republic, look at how their police are dressed. They call them CRS. These guys, they are well kitted up. They have pistols, and the way they control. But back those years when I was there, the way they control traffic, they blow whistles and all of that. Everybody does things. This is a very organized society. But I'm not talking about now. Maybe I think it's a mess right now. That time when I was there, when Kirikou was there, they will blow. Everybody's going on that one bridge there. We all wait until traffic light turns green. Everything is done. People respect their police. When you see a police CRS, then you're like, oh my goodness, these guys, they're well kitted. I sometimes also wonder why is Nigeria so different? They respect police. So that's why some of us, when we go to that kind of country, some Nigerians that come there, they find it very, very difficult to live, to fit into that society. So you see, we need to start living. We need to start doing things right in that country, so that you see, one man. Sometimes I just look at Nigeria problem. It's just too it overwhelms me to even want to discuss sometimes. Yeah, but I think we need to start punishing people for whatever crime or whatever violation of any law, so that we start setting that as an example, warning example to other people that if you do the same thing, you do the time.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Stay there. Let me move the conversation around. I'm still coming to you with other talking points, but let me move the conversation around just to document other voices. Zita joins us, but might not be with us for such a long time. So, gentlemen, let me do ladies first in this instance and take the conversation to Zita. So, Zita, let me open it off. Let me open it off with you. With where I started with Rational Mind. United States imposed visa ban on Nigerians who undermined 2023 elections. So we've been here before, especially during the Edo State elections. So what are you then making then of this travel ban, and who do you think likely to be swept up in it?
Hello, everybody. Woman, can I come in the next 10 minutes, please?
All right. Okay. So yeah. Let's go on to Akim then, who is also with us. Akim, are you ready? All right. Let's go on to Prince Daddy, who's with us. Prince, are you ready? All right. Whoever is ready, indicate, and then we go with you.
I'm here though.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, let's go with you then, Des. So to the headline that I was just with Zeta, United States to impose travel ban on Nigerians who undermined 2023 elections. So how many of the Peter Obi acolytes do you expect to be swept up by this?
All right. Good evening, everybody. Yeah. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, man. It's been a sad day or sad 2 days for me or whatever. I lost my uncle, so I'm still trying to.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's it's what it is.
What was it sudden? Was it sudden or expected?
It wasn't expected, to be honest. I mean, you know him, Seun Kuti, so it was just something that I don't know.
They said he has been sick for some time now.
It's not really. It's more like he was kind of, I would say, emotionally depressed because something has been going on for a while with his wife. And
you're talking about Seun Kuti, Abi?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he has not been active. He has not been doing a movie for some years now.
No, he stopped acting movie for a very long time now. That's obvious. But I mean, I think it's depression. But they said he was sick. That's what killed him. It's just sad, to be honest. But anyway, life goes on. May he so rest in peace. Yeah, one man. Let's get to your topic.
Unfortunately, I don't know who Seun Kuti is. I'll look him up now. But carry on. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Be living under the rock, woman. How can you not know who Seun Kuti is?
If I see the picture, I'll probably take those words back.
Goodness. He's a very popular Nollywood actor many years back. Wow. I think he was in Wheel of Fortune. Is it a Wheel of Fortune?
These are the sort of people that started Nollywood, actually.
Yeah, it was another movie, yeah.
Yes.
Very popular artist back then, yeah. My condolences.
Is he a young man? Is he a young man?
Young? You say young man? No, I mean,
he's in his late 50s.
He should be, yeah. He should be in his 50s, yeah. Yeah, no, he's not a young man.
Thank you.
Hold on. Is it this guy? Is it this guy?
Yeah.
Is this him?
Yeah.
All right. It looks relatively young, but all right. So sorry about your loss. All right.
Yeah. Thank you, woman. Should I continue?
Yeah. Carry on.
Okay. About what United States. I don't know. Is it United States?
Yeah, it's the United States. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. About their visa ban. I think it's a good thing for them to do, because we already know that a lot of our politicians, or most of their life, it's either in Europe or America. Most of whatever they have is out here. So I hope they do their research very well, and those people that we know. I mean, we all know the people that should actually give a ban. The likes of Kayamo, FFK, the likes of them should definitely get a ban. So let's hope that they do their research properly and come out with it that they ban so people. And I mean, Nigeria is going to be better for it if the United States and other European countries take the lead and ban so many people, so that, I mean, we can actually start making our Nigeria better. If these politicians know that they can actually get a ban, they'll start doing the right things. Start, building a nice road, building a nice hospital. So I mean, this thing that happened with what's his name, this Igbo Ekwaramado, wouldn't have happened if the system was working. So I think it's right. And with what one man asks, I don't really think that any obedience have actually done anything wrong in this. I wouldn't say obedience. Obedience have done a lot of wrong things. I'm talking about the Labour Party, not supporters, like the campaign group of the Labour Party of the P2B. I don't think they have actually said anything that should require them to get a visa ban. And even if they do, they don't even. A lot of them don't have much abroad. Yeah, it's good, one man, that United States is trying to be what they should be. The big daddy. It's good they're trying to be that. That's all I can say about it.
All right, brilliant. And take us to the Seun Kuti space, which seems to be what's agitating the political space the most. It's quite a thing that Seun Kuti has now gotten Nigerians to the point that they are backing the Nigerian police force against the Nigerian citizen. I never thought I'll see the day, but there's almost universality that what he did was unacceptable, and he should pay a penalty for that. Are you on board with that sentiment, Des?
Yeah, I'm definitely one man. I mean, definitely. Although Nigerian police can be stupid, in many cases, I mean, the truth is that they're all we got. We don't have any other people but Nigerian police. And if you don't treat them with respect, and what if that thing goes viral, and most Nigerian police, they're not gonna take it lightly, and dealing with civilians, after this event. Do you understand? So it's more like having an enmity between civilians and the force, which is not good. What he did was definitely unacceptable. And if he was in a proper society like here, he's definitely gonna have a sentence, like a year sentence, not even a fine, because it's a very big crime in the United States, But in Nigeria, I don't know what the punishment is gonna be. I mean, definitely, if they're not gonna sentence him to a few years, he's definitely gonna pay a big sum of money, which is all they always do. They tell them to pay money or whatever, but it's really unacceptable, because what I can see that happened in that video, or what I can deduce from it, is I think from the car, the Benz that he was driving, I feel maybe the police people tried to stop him and he didn't want to listen, and he drove without listening to the cops. And maybe the
no. Let me disagree with you a little bit. I'm only disagreeing with you off the back of something that what Peace just said there. That the police in Nigeria, they have this habit of bumping into the back of an exotic car in order to force that car to stop, and then look then to extort from because when Seun Kuti was telling us that they were trying to kill his family, it wouldn't have just stopped in the middle of Third Mainland Bridge, gotten out of his car, and then just ran after the police. So something must have happened that preed out those clips. And what World Peace was suggesting was that they bumped his car with the intention to stop him, thinking he's a Yahoo boy. He came out in anger because we know he has anger issues and weighed in on the officer.
Oh man, anybody that lives in Lagos, that just don't happen. I mean, they don't see a car on, because it's a busy road. I mean, remember, Lagos is like very busy road. You can't just like someone, a lot of people is driving Benz in Lagos. It's just, what kind of Benz was he driving? I forgot, but a lot of people have it. So you can't be chasing all the whole people driving Benz. It's not how Lagos, especially, I think that thing happened in Lekki. It's not how it works.
No, it happened on Third Mainland Bridge.
Third Mainland Bridge. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like
okay.
maybe...
No. Hold on. Starting from here, World Peace. Not World Peace, so Des. Let's start it from here. Let's agree on something. Seun Kuti could not have just been driving casually down the road, and then he spots a police vehicle in his wing mirror. He parks his car, forces the police officer to stop, and then starts to slap him. So that could not have happened. So something must have happened to have provoked what we saw.
Yes, you're right. The thing that happened is that the policeman definitely hit his car. I can see that with the proximity of the police car and the Benz. Definitely hit the car. But what we don't know, if when they were following behind, were they pulling up their siren, in order for him to stop? Because the truth is that police people are afraid because they don't know who that person is, or that person. There's always this cautious when a policeman is trying to pull up a big car. They just don't follow you and bat you. They probably had this signal, pull up a signal for you to stop, and when you don't do it, they are now likely gonna hit you. That is what I feel that happened. Do you understand? So Seun Kuti probably did not listen because I feel like he's being too proud, considering that he has the kind of right to slap a policeman. So I wouldn't push it past him. So if he did that and the policeman hit him and he comes out, the policeman seeing that he's Seun Kuti and is a prominent member of Nigeria will be afraid and be like, okay, I'm gonna get sacked, that kind of thing. That is why you don't see a reaction from the policeman when he was slapping him, because trust me, if any other person would probably fight Seun Kuti, if it's any other person. If it's any other person,
all right. Wait. Let's take it from that point that you agreed to, that the police almost likely bumped his car. So now, when Seun Kuti then got out of his car, was his reaction, was it appropriate to the incident?
No.
What should they have done? What should they have done? I
mean, like we all know, he's a prominent member. He already has a number he can call that can get him to an IG or whatever, for him to solve the issue. But he took that action because he felt like he has the power. So it's what's wrong with Nigeria is what's wrong with him. We have this sense that money is power, and when you see this person that is beneath you, you can trample on that person, whether the person is a police or the person is whatever. You can trample on the person because you have the money and you have the power. It happens. It's just Nigerian mentality. You see a person that maybe your tailor sews a clothes and he didn't get it, because you're richer than your tailor, you call the police for him because you have the power to do whatever you want. So I think that was what went wrong with that situation, and he shouldn't have done it at all. He shouldn't have. And I believe and I hope he faces the penalty.
Yes, that was my next question. Do you think it should be made an example of? Should it be made an example of?
Yes, he should, because he should. I don't think I've seen this happen before. Someone slapping I don't think I've seen it before. And if they don't do anything about it, it's more or less we encourage other people to, to do whatever they want and think they're gonna get away with it. And I hope they persecute him in one way or the other. I don't think they would. I mean, I already bet with my friend that it's not gonna happen. That it's just gonna be let go, you know. But let's see what's gonna happen. One man, it's Nigeria. Everything is possible.
All right, and Seun being paraded in handcuffs and journalists being invited to take photographs. Is that acceptable? Is this something that we need to move away from?
I mean, no. I would say no and yes. It's not acceptable if they're actually going to follow the law and persecute him. But if everything is going to be swept under the carpet, I mean, publicly humiliating him, it's also a sense of punishment. That's just what I would say. It's a yes and no to me. If Nigeria is a country that works, then it's basically unacceptable for, the police to be, parading him when he's not committed a crime. But on the other hand, it's okay if it gives a lot of people that, okay, I don't want to be embarrassed, in the news. I'm just gonna pipe law or whatever. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go with a yes or no to that woman.
All right. Let me take you to this space. Let me take you to. Hold on. Let me take you to. Let me take you to Ibrahim Gambari. Something you are almost certain to disagree with. Elections over, time to support our president-elect Tinubu, says Gambari. And I'm only bringing this headline, because a lot of the voices in Nigeria, they are now singing, they are now speaking the tune of it's time to move on. So today is the 16th. The swearing in is on the 29th. So we're less than 2 weeks now away from the swearing in. And I think people are jaded and fed up of all of the noise. So time to move on is what Gambari is saying. But Gambari would say that because, of course, he has no truck with Peter Obi or Atiku Abubakar. But then the Sultan of Sokoto is also saying it. The Oni of Ife is saying it. The Ohanese of Indigbo, they are saying it. Even Bode George is now starting to change his tune. So the country is ready to move on. So is it just time now for the country to move on?
I mean, the question is, what is their meaning towards moving on? Are they trying to insinuate that Peter Obi or Atiku should just withdraw their case and move on because Nigeria should be, we're trying to form this peaceful country that everybody moves on even when you're angry? I mean, that's not how justice works. I mean, they are saying time to move on. The case is in the court. Everybody should just, allow the court to do their thing. Then, yeah, understandable. But I think the tune they are singing is more like everybody should withdraw their case and, move on with their life. And I don't think so. Because when you were trying to rig and doing that, you said they should go to court. And they did that, and they are telling them to move on. It doesn't make any sense to me. Whatever you sow, you will reap. That's just me. And whatever the court decides, that's when we're going to move on totally from the whole thing happening in Nigerian system. Yeah, I understand that Nigeria should move on and the Tinubu administration should get things kicked off or something like that. He can still do that with the whole thing still. I mean, I don't want them to have an excuse because it's more like they're trying to have this excuse. One man, I'm seeing it like an excuse that is gonna be given. After Tinubu is sworn in, maybe the case lasts for however long. they're going to use it as an excuse to say they didn't perform because this case is in court and we are being distracted. I don't want that to happen. You can always work with the lawyer doing their thing. So we're not moving on one man. Let them just sit back and watch the court do their thing. That's it, one man.
All right. All right. Was there anything else that caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Not really. I haven't really been on the news. I've just been talking to family, all that. I'm still planning to.
Are you going to go home for your uncle something? Are you going to go home?
I don't know, one man. I don't know. I don't think so. My brother will always represent, so I don't think I will. I can't just be traveling. This is the second time. So, yeah, I'm not gonna go, one man.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let me go on from you then and go to Zita, who seems ready for us now. So let's go to Zita then. So this is a space that I'm sure you have thoughts on, Zita. United States to impose ban on Nigerians who undermine 2023 elections. So what is your understanding of that? What's your take on that, Zita?
One man, unfortunately, I don't have the jurisdiction to speak on that space, please.
What's the jurisdiction? You are a Nigerian. It affects your country.
No, I don't have the jurisdiction to speak on it. I pass. I'm not allowed to.
Who's not allowing you? I allow it.
No, I'm not allowed to.
Have you been bullied into submission? Is this what is going on?
No, I can tell you on the private
all right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to speak.
All right. Let me take you to a different.
It's United States now, but I don't have the jurisdiction to comment on their decisions in public forum. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I think I get you. I think I get where you're coming from. All right. Let me then take you to the Seun Kuti space. The spillover from yesterday. He has been arrested, which we were all querying what took them so long to arrest him. So he has been arrested. But the form of that arrest, there's almost universality that Seun Kuti needed to be taught a lesson, and it looks as though that lesson then to be dished out by the Nigerian police. So everybody are okay with him being arrested. But being handcuffed and paraded in front of the media, having surrendered himself to the police, who indicated that they were, was that acceptable? Was that acceptable?
You see, sometimes when it's not right to handcuff him and parade him. He committed a crime, that's true, but he has not been convicted of the crime, if I'm right. Handcuffing somebody who came to surrender himself and parading him, I don't get that. But police all over the world, they do things like that. Maybe they want to embarrass him. That's the way I see it. So that Nigerians will see that he has been arrested, handcuffed, and things like that. Maybe they don't want to make the case very serious. That's why they want to do this public show. And then probably they release him. But I don't even know why that guy behaved the way he behaved. That thing he did is very risky. In as much as it's wrong, it's very risky.
I'm sorry, Madam Zita, it's childhood trauma. Do you think so?
Yeah, I think so. I think he has some kind of bitterness that has not been healed. Yeah. Maybe in those days he used to watch police beat up his dad and then destroy things and the military and so forth. Maybe. But even at that, he shouldn't. I don't know how people do the argument. If police brutalize citizens slap police. So how do we get it right? It turns to a banana republic now. So police will be beating citizens will be beating police. Does it make sense? I thought we are working towards getting it right. So he has been a champion of these police brutality things and all those. And then he went and brutalized police. How does that sound? It doesn't really sound right. Every corner you look at it, what he did was wrong. Not only that it's wrong, it's very risky. He could have, you could get shot doing that, and even having a shouting match with a police officer is even risky. Somebody who has a gun. What if it comes to provocation, he shoots you? What will happen? Person will don't die now. Even if you raise down the whole world, the person will not wake up. So I don't know why he did what he did, but then I'm really saddened by his action, honestly. Honestly, I'm really saddened. But parading him, well, police all over the world, they do that kind of funny things. They will just get you and handcuff you. And then put you in the bar before they ask you, what did you do? I think my friend has experienced it in Florence. So they do it. They just do it. But it's just sad. So who videoed that thing? Because I've seen three clips of that video where people watching him videoing it beat a police officer. Nobody could call him to stop or what, woman. I don't understand. Hello? Hello?
You can hear you. One man has gone to the kitchen or refrigerator.
Oh, okay. So I don't know. It's really unfortunate.
You can go on. I think one man is there, but just go on.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Somebody of that caliber, he shouldn't be. And he comes from a known family. It's some sort of embarrassment to his family, some sort of embarrassment to what he's preaching. And then, I don't know, honestly.
Yeah, Madam Zita. So, yeah, I can't remember how old Seun was when the police or the army rather broke into his father's house. I think killed his grandmother, and destroyed their property and all these things. I think he was pretty young. I don't know, 6 years old or maybe younger. But these are kind of things that create trauma, and see when and how the reaction will come to bear. It's unknown when someone is psychologically damaged or affected. Is so I'm not trying to make excuses for him. I'm not trying to make excuses for Seun at all. But it's what can we say?
What you're talking about is kind of reversed. If he was young and the police officer came and do all this stuff to his dad, it would be a more of scared of the police, not brutalizing the police officer.
No. It goes both ways. It can go either way.
Well, the plain reason for this, because everybody that lives in Nigeria should know that money rules the Nigerian system, not law. Money rules Nigerian system, and when you have that money and that power over the other person, you can do whatever you want. Nothing like a childhood. I tell you, if it's the whole fear of whatever, he would be even more scared that the police officer might shoot him or whatever, shoot his family, than him having that power to beat a police officer and don't even think twice, because he has his family there, right? So I don't think it's more like a reverse case.
Prince Daddy, you see, yeah, you're right. Trauma can go either way. Either makes the person violent or makes the person scared. It can go two ways. But Prince Daddy, there's something I need to tell you. You need to understand about the space in which that thing happened. Actually, we are discussing based on the information we have now. But even with that information, he absolutely have no right to do what he did whatsoever. That being said, in the place we are coming from, Prince Daddy, you will understand that most of the people there are passing through trauma. But because it's a space where those kind of things is not easily dictated, you see somebody going violent. I even heard, was it yesterday, somebody stabbed his friend to death because of 10 naira. You see, such a person must have been passing through some sort of trauma that nobody cared to notice. So that guy might be passing through something because, you know, I think there was a time he was smoking on camera heavily. All those kind of things. But sometimes if you go to consult them to see if they need help, they will come up with this, I am okay. But I think there is actually something wrong with that guy because even his sentences are not really very coordinating sometimes. Sometimes he says a lot and doesn't make sense to me, honestly, sincerely speaking. He needs help. But I don't know. If it's some kind of places, I think he would have needed a therapist. Because I think you're right. That thing that they did to the father, I know it's not once, it's not twice. It was a regular thing. From time to time, the military goes there, the police goes there, and all sorts of things. No, I don't know.
Madam Sita.
Yeah, I agree with you, Madam Sita. Yeah.
Madam Sita, let me disagree with Prince Daddy a little bit. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hear you. I can hear
Oh,
you.
okay. Let me disagree with Prince Daddy a little bit. Seun wasn't the only child that grew up with Fela. His brothers and sister also grew up in the same house, right? And his other siblings too. But I understand that some past trauma, subconsciously will play. But for someone who is already 40 years old, being conscious of the camera around him, and then continue to assault that police officer. See, if that police officer had, a weapon on him, let's say there were like maybe 2 or 3 police officers, he wouldn't do what he did. He was conscious of what was happening. I'm reading it now in the newspaper that he paid that man 12,000 and apologized to that officer. You see, you can only do that with the person you think you can beat up. But can you imagine somebody very huge, macho? Can he do that and he assaults such a big police officer? Probably no. He was conscious of what he was doing. Now, this public parading won't yield anything. Just like what happens to Funke Akindele the last time, you remember when she was arrested for flouting the new curfew rules then during COVID, right?
Yeah.
But she wasn't handcuffed; she was paraded. There was camera on her face and the other guy. But the thing is, nothing will happen after this, because this is more or less this is criminal. This is not civil. This is criminal issue.
Yeah, it's
But
criminal
the fact that,
offense.
but the fact that it was handcuffed is a normal proceeding. But I strongly believe that what he did was he was conscious of his action, but he was acting on impulse simply because he couldn't control his level of anger. He went to that rate, knowing fully well that number one is a celebrity. Number two, cameras are around, and he knows that what goes to social media will not necessarily reflect what happens. But here we are discussing the outcome of his action. He should have been, pay close attention to what happened. You are alive, you are not dead. That alone is enough for you to pump a brake on whatever your reaction. I sometimes occasionally I teach anger management, but and I've seen in some instances where people react based on their past trauma, and the way they react, you could tell. I mean, like for example, as a little kid, when you're fighting in school and your parent asks you what happened, and you can't even narrate the incident that led to whatever get you into trouble. Now that is because you are not conscious of it; you are just acting based on. But his own, he knew what that police officer did and he went and he started slapping. If that guy is a tall person, I mean, that doesn't speak well of his family. I've never seen even Fela himself assaulting police officers. He's always been respectful. I mean, this man was arrested several times. His brother, despite their activisms in their family, they never for once accosted any police officer or assaulting any police officer. Why him? Why him?
All right. Sorry. Sorry. Just give me a moment, Zeta. I'm going to bail out and hand over control to Rational Mind, who coordinates matters. Carry on.
Okay. One man, let me just, okay, Rational Mind. Let me take
say something to what Bishop said. Who wants to talk? Is it Peter?
Patrick.
Bishop, I beg to disagree with you that he's not the only child that lived with.
It's not the bishops, Adewale.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's not the only child, but trauma does not work that way. Any of them can pick the trauma. It doesn't necessarily mean all of them should. But again, saying that he knows what he's doing, sometimes that thing is just a second trigger. You do it, and then you realize what you have done. That's it. It's just a second minute trigger. Before you know it, by the time you finish your action, you now realize yourself, I shouldn't have done that. Although most people don't say it, but they know they shouldn't have done that. So I don't really think he's not passing through anything. But if you look at the way he has been behaving, his career is kind of going down. He used to be a very good singer. I like watching him in those days in the UK. He's good. All of a sudden, the thing started going down. I mean, you should understand now. There's something wrong, and he's still a young man.
But Madam Sita, you and I, despite of us being anonymous, you and I will not go and assault people like that on the street.
You know that. That's what I'm saying now. I will never, ever try that kind of a thing. I will not even argue with a police officer. I won't. If he gives me a command, I will do it. I can still report him, charge him, claim damages. That doesn't mean that I obeyed him means I should not take it on him. But I will not argue with a police officer. I will not try that. I will not.
Madam Zita, can I come in?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think what Seun has done is so condemnable, and he should be allowed to face the law. In behavioral science, people talk about mental health and all those stuff, but people don't see choice as a category of analysis when decisions are taken. You don't say people do bad things because they choose to do it. We try to find other variables. Even in the academia, choice is not considered as a variable. People do things certain way because they choose to. You say he was not brought up that way. He was brought up that way. He was brought up that way. He was raised in a house where they smoke Indian hemp. That's the truth. You see, when they say they killed Fela's mom, people didn't even know the story behind that thing. Soldiers were
But
passing.
Indians won't make you misbehave.
No, I'm just telling you that they say he was not raised that way. That's what I'm telling you. As if he was really properly raised. I can't say I don't know how fully he was raised, but if I look at him from outside, he was not raised properly. I mean, the environment where he grew up is the kind of environment where your parents and my parents would not allow us to go when we're young. And that was where that boy grew up. And mind you, when we are quick to make excuses for civilians when they do those things, if it was that soldier that shot him, would we say, oh, maybe that soldier was going through mental health or something? Or he had a down career or something? We don't.
Sorry.
Now, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about generally when people.
No, I don't really mind. See, what I'm saying is has he apologized?
Yes, he has apologized.
To the police commission or just after beating the police officer?
I'm reading it on Punch newspaper that he apologized to the police officer and gave him 12,000 to repair his car. So it seems the police officer was just also tried. Yeah.
But let me. Okay.
Can I say something? Sorry, please, guys. Are you saying that the police they've already given him condition or what? Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
I think he did that.
That they should pay what? How much?
No, I think he just did that on a personal whatever. I don't know.
So, but then I don't know if we have any lawyer here.
It doesn't mean
what does the
No, he wasn't. It wasn't compelled to do that. I think he did that just for personal conviction, not necessarily police make him do that.
He did that like after the fact the thing happened in that scene.
Yes.
So let me just land my point. You see, Seun was not born when that thing happened. Seun is 40-year-old, was born 1983. This thing happened when Obasanjo was president. Obasanjo handed over 1979. So he was not born into it. You say he was traumatized. The same people who stand in this place and criticize Biafra for not throwing the Igbos, for not forgetting Biafra. Oh, that experience, you were not born then. Why are you remembering this? Their leaders are not making them. The same people are making an excuse for this boy.
My brother, blood is blood. You know, whether he was born, what he was born with, is the most resemblance of fella. You know, the gene is there. This is a human rights activist.
Well, let us get something fact right.
Yeah,
Fela
go on. I will come now. All these bodies speak.
Fela
Not they
was
speak
never
direct.
ever confrontational.
Wait now, let's talk. When you do that, when in your own time say that. I am saying that from what I read in Kalakuta Republic, the soldiers were passing that place. That place that used to be Kalakuta. And the people in Kalakuta will lay them and beat up the soldiers. That's what happened. I'm not saying what the soldiers did to the mother was good, or what they did to that entire place was bad. It was good. But you know the environment now.
The place, that space, if you read their story, they've been having in and out of police encounter. It's not only that major one. The guy, the father.
I'm talking of that one that led to the demolishing of that place. So, and when you say activists,
yeah, thank you, you know, Madam Zita, thank you, because it was a continuous process.
Now, make I finish now.
Okay.
You won't allow me to add this point. Femi Falana was also an activist. Now, he was in and out of prison. Gani Fahimi was an activist. He was in and out of prison. Even this his uncle, Wole Soyinka, was an activist. He was in and out of prison. He was not the most vibrant activist in Nigeria too now. Gani was more. It's just that he had a platform like music that he used more. And he was always getting in the way of the law. So they had something on him to pick him all the time. But it was difficult to do that to Gani.
You see this thing you're saying, let me tell you something. You see this thing you're saying that he is not supposed to pass through trauma because he wasn't there when it happened. Can you say that about
that now? Did I just say that?
That's what you said. I said it happened in that he wasn't.
Have I even said that? I'm saying that the same people who told Biafrans to forget the trauma of the Southeast now, to forget the trauma of Biafra.
Okay.
We're not born there, forget the trauma of Biafra.
Okay.
And he was telling this guy, it was because what they did to his father. And you are telling an entire tribe who still has a visible damage in their place to forget that. Almost every family lost someone now. But should they forget that? It's good to do that, to mend first. But we shouldn't be making an excuse for this guy. This guy did something so detestable. He was in the spirit of anger. He slapped the man first time. He didn't come to himself. He slapped him second time. That's someone's father.
So it was twice he slapped him?
Yeah.
I think I saw this one.
That's bad. That's bad.
It was twice. He pushed the man first time.
He pushed him. It was just shaking the guy. Yeah.
You pushed him. You were angry. You slapped him. You pushed him. You slapped him again. We were criticizing Husseini that day. Look at what
I still believe he's passing through some trauma.
And I'm sure that these are the people that...
No. Zita, are you trying to cut him a slack for this?
No. I'm not
saying
that
I saw the analysis
slap a
of
police officer. I've said it here. What he did was terribly wrong. It was a crime. It was risky. But then, aside that, I'm saying the guy is passing through some sort of trauma. That's what I'm saying.
I've seen people lose their job. We're talking of his career. Oh, he had a down crank. He didn't have a down crank career. His career is okay. He's running a shrine. He inherited a band. He's doing very well. We have people who have lost their job walking the streets of Nigeria. Why have they not?
No. If you know Femi, career down is. I don't mean he's broke.
I know Fela, madam. I know Fela. I know Femi. I know Femi.
I'm not saying he's broke. I'm saying that enchanting, lively human being that used to play in those days. I think I'm no longer seeing it.
Seun.
Yes.
How old is Seun that you are talking of those days for Seun? How old is
I'm talking about, do you know when he started about let's say 15 or 20 years
you're
ago?
funny. How old is he?
How old is it that they are saying those days for Seun? It's true now. Let's
Those
objective.
days now.
Maybe Zita is thinking about Femi.
Rational man, you understand what I'm saying now?
I totally get you. Or Zita, are you talking about
I'm
Femi?
not talking about Femi. I'm talking about Seun.
Seun was a young man. I mean,
Seun was a young boy now.
What I'm saying now. Okay, let me rephrase myself. Let me say in his early career. I think that would make more sense.
But it was Europe now. He's been going to Europe. He's going on tour.
That's what I'm
He
saying.
still went to Europe this year now.
Have you watched him play now?
Yeah.
Have you watched him play?
No.
Anyway, you see, we overlook some certain signs. No, I think that guy is passing through. We do overlook some certain signs when people show.
If he has problem, let him go see a psychiatrist. Let him go see.
No, he's not see anything. Did you see his birthday, Rational Mind? Did you see his birthday, his last birthday?
His last
birthday. Like Shango. What are you saying? So if they say because of color, so people like Emma, people like they should be slapping people all over the place.
Let him go see a therapist. That's what I want to say.
He's not a therapist. Those are excuses that will make them to say.
I know, but I'm just saying to Zita that if he has any problem, let him go see a therapist.
Rational mind. I'm making an excuse why his punishment should be a little bit less.
It should not.
This is a first-time offender. I mean, but from what he said, Zita, if you heard what he said, one of the video that I don't have it here, I can't play it. Only one man can do that. That he said that this is not the first time he has been slapping. He has been tearing policemen slap. So it doesn't seem to me that this is his first time. So if he has a pattern, then he needs to be punished. He needs to have some punitive measure.
If he can do this to a policeman, he can do it to so many civilians. Can you imagine what the villain that hit his car from behind?
The reason why he keeps doing it, like he said, this is not the first time. It's because it has not been brought on account.
Do you know who I am? Who is he?
He said that?
Yeah. Who is he? Who is his father? That's the objective now.
Oppressors.
You see what I said? You see what I said? You know, if Nigeria is the place that they always make that, do you know who I am? That's why I know. I can categorically tell you is the reason. There's no other reason he would have slapped that police officer if he didn't think he was superior to him. There's no other reason.
Yes, if that man was a soldier, will he do that?
I think what is going on is that I think he has been slapping and getting away with it.
Yes, now
he made a video that
Seun was trying to resist the system. Okay, the system that's been punishing him and the Nigerian people. So, I mean, he was just trying to retaliate based on how the system treats everyone.
Have they not been resisting the system? People like P-Square, have they not been resisting
that's the way to resist the system.
Is that the way to resist the system?
I don't even understand.
That's the way to resist the system. Are you serious?
Well,
hold on. Prince Daddy.
Yes.
That policeman, the policeman who was a civilian who struggled when his mates were busy doing something else, he struggled to join a job with that kind of risk to protect his people. So that's the way to treat him. My father was a policeman now. I can't imagine somebody do that to him.
Well, not your father, but we all know. Okay, see, the thing. One thing I would say. Look, in the past, I don't know, a year or two, right? A lot of Nigerians that have been shot by police. Guess what I found out? The pattern of the people that have been shot were actually lawyers, attorneys. You know why? Because those are the people that they know the law. They think they can stand up to the police, and they always try to resist the police and tell the police man they're right. And guess what? They get shot.
three lawyers in a row got shot. The last lady, I can't remember her name, Bolani or whatever. She's an attorney, a pregnant lady that was shot in the car with her husband in the car. So this trauma or this whatever it gets, well, number one, I think black people or Nigerians do not recognize psychiatric problems in the first place, anyways. And also this thing about do you know who I am? It's a black man thing. No, I've seen it beyond Nigerians.
So
I've
why we
seen
not
it.
diagnosing the police that have been shooting people or psychiatry in Nigeria? The police who have been shooting. Why don't we diagnose them on psychiatry? They are underpaid.
Well, see,
That's why they are
well, I
poor.
don't. Yeah, I
They are
agree with you. They too may have a lot of problems, but guess what? They are the professionals. They are supposed to have all the resources, quote unquote, available to them to do what is right by the citizens. So
but
the police are abusers as much as the citizens.
they don't have all those things that you are talking about.
Is it Sean's fault?
Is it now? So because it's not Shane's fault, it should go and be harassing people. What are we talking about here?
I've not said it should be harassing anyone. But let's not pretend that the police people. I mean, again, let's try with the last one, the very last one we know about.
This is turning into now.
Huh? What are you saying?
What? Hello, can I come in?
Seun is not mentally wrong. He's not mentally.
How do you know? Have you diagnosed man? How do you know? You don't know that.
That is
because he's rich. Because he's rich, he's got money or whatever.
You know why? I watch his channel. I see him give talk. I see him talk about.
See, my brother. Listen.
Seun is one of the most fun-filled guy.
I agree with you. A lot of people for example, in Hollywood here, whatever. They are what you call the comedians. They entertain people. They behave normally, but guess what? They're mentally depressed and they commit suicide and kill themselves. The last one, of course, was Robin Williams.
So why did they go slapping policemen? Why didn't you commit suicide?
Do you know what they do? They even do worse things than that. Do you know what they do?
If they
are you saying that everybody should be slapping policeman because
I know you guys want to turn it around. Of course, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
So don't let us excuse his behavior.
No, I'm not excusing his behavior neither. But I'm also trying to point out the system in which we live.
The guy has some people that are looking up to him. So the people that are looking up to him, is he what you are expecting them to learn from him?
No.
So whenever a policeman is
I'd say okay. I think that's dead.
He has fans now. He has fans. I
agree with you. I totally agree with you.
Guys, one voice at a time, please.
Is that Des or I agree with you that people are looking up to him, especially the young ones. But guess what? This is our problem, you and I, is that Seun Kuti is just a common human being like you and I. Of course, he got money and popularity. So let's not treat him like somebody so special. This guy has no problems. Come on. So what if people are looking up to him? The man is probably needs to look up to other people himself.
Nobody's killing him now. Nobody's killing him. It's just for him to go to the police and maybe face some little punishment. Then teach him some lesson. Nobody is killing him because he's like a policeman. You understand?
He should get his punishment. I agree. He should get his punishment. I totally agree.
Prince Daddy.
Patoski, hold on. I think Madam AI had the floor. I know a lot of us have so many things to say, but let's let Madam AI. Can you just conclude so that we can move on, please? Just conclude your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You see, yes, what he did was wrong, legally wrong. That was a crime, punishable. He was risky, but we shouldn't just do this. If somebody come out to say, I'll be slapping policemen, and he has been slapping them and getting away with it, that means there is an issue somewhere. Why don't us not just say punish him and let him go? That guy needs to be diagnosed. Then, if need be, put him out of the public view for some time. The punishment is not all about putting him in cell and then release him again to roam around the streets like a big man's son, slapping the police. There are certain things that should be like a restriction. Like I heard somebody saying he should do, what do they call it in the Western culture?
Anger management
for some time. And then when he passes, they keep him out of the public view for some time. It's not all about punishing him and letting him. We should be doing more of serving human beings. What he did was really, really extremely wrong. Nobody, I don't think anybody in this.
But the question is, do we have that in our is it codified?
We do. Yes, we do.
Do we?
Yes, we do in Nigeria. Yes.
Oh, okay.
We do.
Zita,
the question you will ask, rational mind, is: are they going to pass him if he fails, or are they going to fail him if he passes? The corruption, I don't know about, but do we?
Madam Zita, real quick, do you agree that we have an oppressive society in Nigeria?
We do. I agree with you totally. But that does not give you the license. Hold on, Des.
But that doesn't give you a license to slap
license. Yeah, it does not give you a license.
Rational mind.
Go on, Des.
I agree.
Yeah. Let me say this. Yeah.
Ade, you come on.
The thing that happened. If we're thinking that this is the first time this has been happening, then we don't actually know Nigeria. See, these politicians you see, I can categorically tell you the way they slap the policemen that work with them. It's just like an example. The time that me and my brother went to Wike's, before Wike was a governor, slept in his house. The gate man was a policeman. The cook, the person that served us the food, was a policeman. You can see the degrading of the whole thing. And you think that if the policeman does anything, that Wike was not going to slap the policeman. What are we? We are just here joking ourselves that this thing happened. It's just Nigerian system. That is why Seun Kuti has been doing it. I mean, he's seen people do it, and there's no consequences because we caught it on camera. Doesn't we think it's one thing that has never happened. It's been happening. We just saw this one. That is just what it is, and we need to make an example out of it. Yeah.
Hold on, Ekene. I think Ade wants to come in. Ade, you want to say something, please?
Yes, I was just trying to give one example. I mean, we have all had a fender bender before. So, if a fender bender happens, do we come down from our car and slap the face of the person that hit our car from behind? Is that justifiable? For the fact that this is a police officer, that should even give him the respect. Now, number one, she don't do travel abroad. So if this happens to the vehicle that he was in, and the police officer vehicle, maybe during run and chase and all that, hit his vehicle, will they come down and slap the police officer maybe in Europe or in America? We all know what will happen to him.
I'm sorry, he's not going to do that. Come on, that's what. Let's stick to Nigeria.
From not doing that, but because do that in Nigeria.
The same reason why all Nigerians adjust when they go to other countries where they have laws or when people don't behave the way. Yes.
Let us generalize. See, I won't do that, even despite that me not even a known person. I would not do that.
But sir, that is true. Even in Nigeria, fender bender, they slap people.
I understand. But
if a poor man hits a rich man's car in Nigeria, trying to waste his time, he's going to come down, fender bender, and slap him and beat him up.
I get that one totally. But you see, if he had slapped that man and that man slump and die, we won't be saying this. And I've seen that happen before.
God bless you. God bless you.
I've seen that happen before.
And the rich man has money, he bribes the policeman, everything goes away.
But the thing is this. When we continue to generalize that this is the way things are in Nigeria, I'm in Nigeria, but even when I was in Nigeria, I wouldn't do that because I'm still alive. So why should I be slapping people, even a police officer?
Well, see, that's the thing. So when we're trying to address or analyze societal problems, the exception, so to speak, cannot be the general norm. Say you will not do that. I will not do that. I can almost guarantee that perhaps all the persons on this platform will not do that. But the reality is that there are people that do it. So do we discount those people are not part of Nigerians or human beings?
Those are not the general.
Let's condemn it then. If we cannot do it, you cannot do it. Then why would someone like you do it?
So if we are so perfect, why is the problem in Nigeria? So what are we complaining about?
No, it's not just
whatever
about.
I did that restrained you and I from doing it, should I be the one to restrain him too?
No, man, you can't say that universal principle doesn't apply. Come on now. We all
That's why it should go to jail now.
we all grew up in different places. We come from different background. We have different experiences. You're not gonna say that because I'm restrained. Because I'm restrained for a certain reason doesn't mean others would be the same way. It's not fair to say that.
Prince Daddy,
Listen, let me
that's
tell
why
you.
it should go
Can
to
I
jail.
come in a little? Can I say something?
Yeah, but then can you just? I think Ekene wants to say something before.
Okay.
Can you just give me just a few minutes? Ekene, go on, please.
Okay. I had everyone's submission. Thank you, everyone. So what's happened is that the society is already bad. So the politicians has already give those impression that you can just do some certain things and get away with it. But that doesn't mean we'll continue that way. We have to start to redefine our system and make things work better. We have some good policemen out there, which I can defend with all my heart. So don't just come down and generalize everything because the society, people don't like policemen. So for that reason, you can slap them just to show you have power over them. We know these policemen are not getting what they deserve in the society, even though they are not helping matters. So, but for me, I have had an experience, bad and good experience. I have had experience where policemen has maltreated me, and I have had an experience where policeman has also saved me. In fact, that day I was thinking, could this happen in Nigeria? So I travel a very long distance place. So our car spoiled. We couldn't get home on time. It's a policeman around 1 a.m. in the night. They took us inside their station. We slept there. Everything they shielded us in the morning. We were able to get another car that was. So that experience I cannot forget it because I don't know what will happen that night if not for those policemen. So you cannot just use because of the bad ones and condemn the good ones. It's just the system. The system is very bad.
Honestly, my experience also with Nigerian police, just like yours, has been good. Actually, it's been pretty good. I have no complaints about Nigerian police. I don't actually.
So that is it. So if I see anybody coming to slap, just to come in public, just to disgrace them like that, it's very annoying to me. It's very annoying. So, and what I have is that the guy has some followers. He has some fans. If you say that he's an activist, he needs to be teaching them good morals now. That's not how to take how to build a good country now. He's an activist. Yes, we know that. He needs to do things that yes.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I think I will have to give the floor to Madam Zita, but I just wanted to just on that place you just said now. Now, do you think going forward now, do you guys think that this guy will have mouth to be able to tell people on morality and say, oh, let us be law abiding, let us fight for Nigeria, let us be patriotic, when himself has not demonstrated that in this incident that just happened recently? So do you think going forward now, because I think he has a channel on YouTube or some other platforms where he talks about things, national issues, but do you think this guy will have mouth now going forward now? So I want you to just say something briefly on that. So Madam Zita will take the floor and then we'll go around like that, please.
Can I say something? Yeah.
Hold on. First, can you just say something real quick, just like 2 minutes or 3, so that Madam Zita can round off and then take that question too. Are you there?
Hello?
We can't hear you. Go on.
Yeah, I can't get you very well.
I said, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I said, what you just said now. Going forward now, we know this Seun Kuti has YouTube channels and some other Facebook channels where he talks about being patriotic, being a good Nigerian, and all of that. Do you think going forward now that he will get mouth to talk about this thing anymore? Because
no, you cannot talk about such thing now because people like me, I cannot listen to him. You understand? I cannot listen to him when he's saying about good government. That's not how to build a society. He has led a bad image. So I don't know what he's going to teach going forward. When you say you're an activist, there are some certain principles you need to pick up. We have many activists in the country. They have never slapped a policeman. We have them, policemen beat them, do all sort of things, but still they are still law abiding. So for him doing that, and they even coming out in the public and says that he has been doing that. What is he going? What is he telling us? Like,
I think we lost him.
I think we did. Are you still there? I cannot hear you. Okay, Madam Zita, take the floor, please.
Yeah, police in Nigeria are not generally that bad, although they have a lot of bad eggs among them. I had issues with police in Nigeria. It was okay. It was good. It was that bad. They did a lot of things that impressed me. I never had it rough with Nigerian police. Again, saying that people treat police badly. If you can get evidence, I remember even politicians. I remember that man that slapped a lady in a shop. I think it was last 2 years or last 3 years. A politician. The guy was awarded some compensation. Yeah.
Senator Abu. Senator Abu.
I can't hear you.
I said Senator Abu. He was the one that assaulted the lady.
Yeah, the from Adamawa State.
Yeah. Then you remember the lady that they awarded, I think 16 million or something, that was being beaten up by. Yes, by the Air Force in Lagos. Yeah, I remember that case. Air Force, is the same driving. She didn't get out of the road, and then they packed and beat the hell out of her. She got the video camera, and then they made a case. I think it's 16 million they paid her. So it's not like you can slap a politician can slap a police officer, but if it is being caught in camera, it's not going to be funny.
So, Madam Zita, going forward now, do you think this guy do you think he can come preach morality? I mean, talk about being a patriotic Nigeria, do you think he can, those his channels, would you want to sit down and listen to him going forward?
No, he has lost the moral, but he can build up the moral again. That's what I would say. He has lost the moral. He will come, arrange himself, apologize, start again, not building his moral in the internet, even outside of the internet. So that way, after some months and some years, people will start trusting him again. Yeah, we do change. We do need second chance. Yeah, for now he has lost it, but if he still wants to continue, he can build it up if he wants to.
All right, thank you, Madam Zita. Let's move on to some other people.
Rashima, can I say something real quick?
Okay, go on, please.
Yeah.
Can you also take that question too with your submission? I mean, like, do you think going forward?
Oh yeah, I just want to answer that. That's the question I want to answer. But I'll say that I think Seun on his YouTube channel and other social media platform will still be relevant. It should be still relevant because I actually believe that people with experiences, bad or good, always have more to add to any situation. So like he can learn from his experience and be able to talk about what he thinks he should have done or the things that he's doing now to make things better. So it's actually a really good candidate to talk about such issues going forward. So I don't think this diminishes his popularity or his position on such matters. Not at all.
We're not talking about his popularity. I mean, we're talking about, I don't know if you know, he has a YouTube channel.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that should have an impact on it because now, if let's say he committed a crime, now he has the opportunity and the experience to talk about it and talk about how he's looking to improve the situation or what people should do in case they find themselves in such situations. He has experiential knowledge about the situation, so it should remain relevant.
So we should be taking lesson. We should be taking lesson from somebody like him now.
No, well, not if he has. Not if he has.
So it's true now. We should be taking lessons. That's what Prince Daddy is saying.
No, well, okay. Not if he has, concrete information to pass down on how to make things better. So do we just throw him out of the?
You know he's a repeated offender. You know he's a repeated offender of this. Hello. Somebody's we are having a speak out with somebody there. Who is that person, please? Can you unmute? Can you mute, please? So, Baba, Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
He said it. I don't have the video now, but it's online. I think one man played that video earlier. What was it? Yeah, he said he has been tearing them slap. Hope you done the tear, put his slap.
And this appears to be perhaps the first time it's been brought to justice, so to speak. And now, given he has a large platform, he still has the chance to redeem himself and be an advocate for such brutality against police and talk about how we can make the country better moving forward. So to me, again, it's still relevant. It's absolutely relevant.
So we should not write him off totally. Is that what you said?
Absolutely not. Well, for what reason?
I agree.
Hold on.
I agree with you. Go on,
okay, for the same reason why you guys know, like a few months ago, Rufai Oseni on Arise Television was being also abusive towards the police, though he didn't hear the police, but he was telling the policeman how he knew the governor, he has the governor's phone number, how they can do this and that. It was pretty much abusing the police verbally also. But guess what? It's still on television, with his moral and aptitude, always talking about what should be right and wrong. Nobody wrote him off. Okay, yeah, he was forced to apologize. Why? Because the video came out about how he was very brash and arrogant towards the police officer. But every day comes on television, tells Nigerians what they should be saying, what they should do right, how the politicians are bad. But guess what? It behaved exactly the same way a bad politician that is, would have behaved. Oseni did that. Okay, so we didn't write him off. We still listen to him on television every day, telling us what to do and know what to do. So I can't show is any different. So that's the problem. Seun again is just another human being. Is not special at all. He can make mistake at any time, and it did. So now we don't have to write him off. Show now, do what is right. Get your punishment. I absolutely believe they should be punished according to the law, nothing extra, right? Then let's move on from there. Be an advocate for against police brutality in Nigeria and use your voice to do good for the society. That's a plus.
Well, that's a point. I mean, that's a fair point you made there. So, Patoski, what do you think? Do you think we should just write him off, or we just keep listening to him and like Prince Daddy said, which he gave a very good perspective to that. I mean, like we should use this as a learning. So, what do you think, Patoski?
He can be advising people who are senseless like him.
Can be said, we can't hear you. Can you
be advising people who are as senseless as him? I have people out there that
Patoski. Cut him a slack now.
I have better people there who can advise me. People like Shoyinka is there. People like Palam there. I will listen to those ones. There are too many. Nigeria does not like advice, so we don't need someone like that. What does Seun have to say that people like Palam can understand? Like,
all right. Okay.
What's it?
We can hardly hear you. It's like you're breaking.
That
we
people
can
like Olisa cannot tell us. People like Olisa are there to advise us. People like Pala are there to advise us. We have even Two-Face paper. So what advice can you give us that I can't read in the books? You see, that's the problem. People that are quick to criticize other people, if you check their lives, they are like that. You understand? Look at Rufai Oseni. Look at him now. There are some others that will come out like that. They are nowhere. They have not managed anything. They are not governors. They are not anything. Say, do you know me? Do you know me? The other one was even claiming, I know the governor. What if he was the governor? That would actually say, I know the governor. What if he was the governor? See, people are quick to criticize others. That's just the point. Me, I don't listen to him now. Why would I see Seun like that? The way he is, with his head scrape and small hair on the back of his head, and then smoke go and all those things. It will now be the one I will be listening to. When I can go and read books of people, good people, even if they have died.
So sorry, I hardly hear Patoski. I hardly hear Patoski.
But I can hear him, but it's very, very muffled. It sounds so muffled. But then, yeah. So are you saying it's a persona non grata to you now? Is it?
Yeah, I have more sensible and more serious people to listen to.
Okay.
I'd rather listen to P Square, sincerely.
Okay. All right. And so, what do you think? Do you I want to play some clips? We're going to be playing some clips. So what do you think? Do you think we should just write him off?
Tony,
Tony, please.
Yeah, this Femi Kuti issue, it goes two ways for me. People are saying from one side of it, saying from their own view of and from one side of it. But for me, I will say it for the both sides. In as much Seun Kuti is guilty, our Nigerian force is guilty. In as much Seun Kuti is going to face the law, our Nigerian force needs to face a kind of retraining, rehabilitation, and reorientation, because those people are worse than Seun Kuti. What these people are doing, we seem to support them because it's Seun Kuti right now. But in every day in our life, police humiliate and brutalize the citizen. And there's a video I sent to one yesterday. They say he couldn't play it. There was police men flogging a married woman. I couldn't know if it's a married or somebody. A woman. They were flogging her to get into the car. It was so bad that woman could not play it yesterday. And we seem to justify them for their action. But it's wrong. NSACs, same thing lead to NSACs. They chase the guy, bumped the guy car, the guy cast some assaulted, or the guy, because they chased the guy, lost control, the guy cast some assaulted. They couldn't even stop to hit the guy, they ran away. Same thing happened last month in Asaba. They chased this guy, this one, they bumped his JK, the guy cast some assaulted, the guy died and they ran. They do it every day. They will stop you, beat you up, slap you. Then we tend to say, our police is our friend. How is it their friend? Seun Kuti reacted based on what he's seen every day. There is a saying in Benin, because creditor come to your shop to buy on credit, you wouldn't know the day a man that wants to buy, somebody that wants to buy and pay will come, because you will respond the same way you respond to the debtors. Seun Kuti went too far because he lost his anger. People should check it. It happened at Third Miller Bridge. Stopping on Third Miller Bridge alone is a risk. Car can run into you. What prompted him to stop at that moment and lost his control? You know that thing was serious. Police do two things. If they're not chasing him to stop him, they drive recklessly. They think they're above the law when on the highway or on the road. So in any way, the man was, you can see the guy's car was on behind. That means the guy was wrong.
Let me ask you a question. Be honest, slapping the policeman, would it change him not to do it again?
I just said he went too far. He lost his control. Everybody had this moment he lost your control. He lost his control. He went too far. I'm not justifying it. But what led to that situation? We should look at that too. If we are just focusing on Femi Kuti, which Femi Kuti, he has been arrested right now. His case is almost solved. If they leave him or they don't leave him, he has learned lessons. But would that stop not to repeat again? Tomorrow we'll see it happen again. Police will still provoke other people. We should try and still control this police. They should train their men properly. I use myself as an example. I almost got shot. And the policeman didn't back down. My police officer, my orderly, was higher than him. He was a commissioner squad. Mine was presidency, blue cap. Because my car was tinted, the person who was driving, the guy faced my car with AK-47, and the person was so mad. Mine was well trained. Like, how can you face a car coming with a high speed? You're on the road with AK-47, you're on the trigger. If anything goes wrong, you say that's a discharge. It took the responsibility to settle that issue. If it was me that was driving that car, the beating I would have got that day, and I'll take to the station and bail myself. So we should train these people. Femi Kuti is wrong. Our Nigerian police is wrong. And we should not give anyone one pass beyond one. We should condemn both of them. Though it's accident, where Femi Kuti got wrong, is accident. We have treated the case as an accident. Come out, okay, you drive my car, or why are you driving rough? Then that would have ended in a very peaceful way. But because he had a whatever view about police, probably that's why he overreacted, which is wrong on his side. But people are blowing this thing out of proportion. We've seen people beating police. Nothing happened. We've seen people beating police.
Sorry to interrupt you. Maybe we are, maybe like you said, we are indeed, some of us are blowing it out of proportion. But I think it's a necessary discussion so that, like you said, I think everybody needs to learn from this. I think the police needs to learn from this. Each of us who would stand for Seun Kuti in this matter, because we are just civilian, most of us, we also learn from this, that you don't slap a police. And also the police as well, there's a lot they need to learn from, because there is this perception by the public, by people out there that the police are not to be trusted. From what you said, you're relating an experience of yours and some of your friends, not just you. Me, I've had rough experience with Nigerian police. So there's this distrust or mistrust between the people, the public, and the police. Because ordinarily, you and I, we live in developed countries. We're not afraid of the police. We're afraid that, we believe that the police are there to protect us, right? Their manners and everything is, they come in a more dignified way. But Nigerian police, they are very, very, very untrained, very, very in their manners and approach. And but then, for what you just said now, what I think we should just learn, take from it is that the police wants to learn that they should train their men more better. And also, we the public, we should learn that we should not tear police a slap. I think that's what we should learn from this, right? Is that what you're saying? What piece?
Yeah, it's true. Let me quickly say, there's a thing that happened in Ikeja by a retired Air Commodore. He retired and he has 3 sons that's in Air Force 2 that's in high rank. One of them was in cyber security. 2 is the qualified pilot. So retired pilot, they're building a very fine house in Ikeja. I don't know who gave then was during a SARS, and this was like 6 years ago, a SARS time. Do you know the SARS people jumped through the fence into the smart compound? Unluckily for those SARS guys, the 3 sons were at home with their hardly. Man, if those others have opened fire on those SARS guys, that was said they shot policemen, they beat those SARS people guts. You won't believe it. They will say, "Oh God, we didn't know it's your God house." How would you not come to somebody's house? You don't know the house you are profiling. You didn't do any recon mission. Because you saw a beautiful house, you saw a Yahoo boy house, you jump through the fence, about 6 of them, to enter the house. So these people take laws into their hand. We should look at it from that angle too. And we should caution our citizens too. Because if that man, like people were saying, if that man was armed, probably would have opened fire on Seun Kuti.
What piece? What you are saying now? What you are saying now? It's more like you're basically assuming that the policeman might have done something wrong, but that is not the case on the video. We just saw what Seun Kuti did to this man, and you have to say from that perspective. That's why I'm saying that.
I got what you are trying to say. I got what you're trying to say. This is what they're saying.
Yeah, a normal person. In fact, I don't think anybody, no matter how it is, as long as you're not a politician and you're not very influential, you're just a normal rich guy. You don't carry bodyguard or you don't carry any police escort. You know Nigerian system, how it works. Everybody in Nigeria know that you cannot even shout at the Nigerian police, you might get shot. For you to have that audacity to slap a police officer comes with you have been doing it before or
sorry, to cut it short. I don't know if you grew up with any family member that is a top-ranked military officer. People actually will know this.
My grandfather was a police officer.
Military. I'm talking about army.
No.
Like maybe they grew up army.
I am here. So guys, let's just move on. I'm getting
okay. Let me say.
Drop some few words, please.
Oh, you want to go? Are you going?
Yeah, in some few minutes.
Why you want to leave?
I can hear you.
I can hear you. Get the point that police officers do something. They misbehave sometimes. We all know that. We agree on that. We are talking about what happened. You cannot, because police officers do things bad before, and you now say because of this thing that happened, police officer will get the blame, the guy will get the blame. That's not the point. And again, for people who ask, we have not heard from the guy. We have all heard from the guy. That's why I say, with the information with us, we are discussing with the information in our hands. We have heard the guy. The guy said he wants to kill his family, which does not make sense to anybody. Somebody wants to kill your family, then you come out of the car and start beating the person, slapping the person. I mean, are you really sure the person wants to kill you? I don't get it. So we are discussing what happened. Don't bring what the police all over the world. Police do rubbish most times. Sometimes But we are talking about what happened here. Don't bring what has happened. Police used to do this, police used to do this, and so they should take blame. In this instance, are they supposed to take the blame? That's what we are talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, madam, yes, I got you. From what the video we saw, the two cars already parked, and from the video we saw, like I said, Seun Kuti is wrong. He went too far. And but like I said again, on the highway, the case should be treated as accident case. And you were just buttressing my statement before. Because the trauma action the guy had, probably trauma action, the guy had got police brutality in Japan. Probably that's why he blew it out of proportion and went across the line. Ramming the car in highway in that terminal bridge. Let me base it on is a pure accident, which any human being can lose his control, can lose his anger. Sometimes I drive car here. Me, I've charged the police. My wife here was mad at me. This one they parked, stopped me. I was parking. And they rushed. I was shocked. I freaked out. I was just parking in a mall to buy food. I was opening my door. I raised up I see like 4 policemen just rushed. I just parked and rushed to me like I was a criminal. I sparked. I lost my control. That it took my wife a lot of time to calm me down because I have short temper. I sparked. The policeman was like, if Japanese policemen are very calm, if not like American police, probably they would have lost their control too. But they were wrong, super wrong. That the way they approached me. So it happens. Human beings, sometimes you can be short-fused and you lose control. It's one of those things. I'm not supporting that, madam. But what?
Go on. Just can you wrap up, please? What piece? Can you just wrap up? Hello, what piece? Are you there? Can anybody hear me? Am I talking to myself?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah. All right. So, Tony, can you just take the floor real briefly?
Okay,
please,
sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So. Good evening. So I could because a long time I never speak here. And then I hope that Madam Zita is there, so that I need that she should listen to me also. Everybody, Ekene, my people, if I'm in Nigeria today, judging by all the whole story narrative that I've been hearing from right from Murtala Mohammed Airport, the way the extortions that's going on in Nigeria, then the extortions from the port, if you send a container to Apapa, from Apapa to Ikeja, you are going to spend like $4,000 grabbing the useless police, people that they call police. And then meanwhile, Nigeria has, let us say, at rough estimate, we are having like 300,000 police people, and 300,000 people are engaged with with the big men. No one is left over for the ordinary common people. Maybe in the northern Nigeria, okay, because they say they don't have checkpoints there. It is not. But in the southern Nigeria, the police that whenever they are on break or maybe probably they are masters, those civilian masters, all those they are political masters, once they are on vacation, they will not come, they will unleash them to the street. You know what I'm saying? And then in the past 3 weeks, we have seen a lot of disturbing stories about people that are being extorted, be driven to ATM machines to collect money, and then slapping, beating, and all the molestations. You know what I'm saying? So, but and then what that pains me a lot is that because most of us are in abroad, we are trying to be just opposing our police to this all those animals we are calling police in Nigeria. There had to be a clean government before we start having institutions. Then we start talking about police. There is no, in actual sense, there's no police men and women in Nigeria. Those are just personal security that guarded those so-called legislators, those thieves that call themselves legislators, that call them ministers or whatever you call them. So we don't have to be, we have to regard Seun Kuti as a hero. You know what I'm saying? As a hero, because he dared them. Let me tell you people, we have in Benin Kingdom, we have Ogiame, one family. There were some monsters coming to come and kill our people. This man came out one day, and then he grabbed that monster and killed it. Then he had to act as a chief in Benin. So if you see, go to Oyo also, we have this Sango. When monsters coming out from the bush somewhere to come and kill our people. But this Sango, Mr. Sango, he came out and conquered that monster. That is why that Sango came about now, that we now pray to. So you should be, you are in Germany here. Do you know that if I'm going to the parking lot, or probably you are using train, if you just set a police vehicle, just be parked alone, you feel so safe. Okay, especially when it's late hours, that the train station is about to close or their late hours. When you just see, if you just sight a police vehicle, what the hell? Look at Nigeria police. If right now the weather is very bad, it's very hot in Germany. If there is overheat, because there are no provision for AC in German homes, only in Scotland and Ireland. As a student, we should have the AC in the club, discotheque or something. But here in Germany, so that the weather can be so raw, so crazy, you have to call the police that you are feeling too much heat. They will not call the ambulance for you. Do you have somebody to call up to in Nigeria? You guys are just coming here.
Brother. No. I mean,
Hold on. Only priest, hold on. Only priest daddy that can be able to ask me question on this my time that will give it to me by, I'm trying to be very civil today because a woman is not there. I don't want to offend the rational mind. That's why you see I'm so civil. Because let me tell you one thing. No, hold on. Sorry.
Guys,
No.
Tony, just hold on. Yes, hold on, please. Can you just hold on? Let's just now. I just want you to speak like 2 minutes because we want to move to another topic, Tony.
Okay, that's right. Okay. Yes, I want to.
Hold on. I'm getting feedback from people that we need to change topic because it's becoming so too tedious.
Yeah, I will do it now.
The question I want to ask you is that I just want to answer that question
before you move on.
Say that again. Ade, what did you say?
I say I hope you're still gonna get to me.
Oh, okay. Yes. Sorry. Okay,
as a mark of respect, I want to say sorry to death. No, I want to say sorry to death on the death of his uncle. It's very, very important. Sorry, sir. Death. I'm very sorry for your uncle. I've shared about 100 times today to my friends because we have been watching the Nollywood films because this Seun Kuti, you know what I'm saying? Those guys like Kanayu, all those guys, Seun Kuti was a very nice guy, that, but at least he enjoyed his life. Okay, so no regrets, sir. Okay.
Tony, yeah, just I'll give you just 2 minutes because we have to move on. Do you thinking going forward now since you didn't speak much on going forward with what Seun Kuti did? Do you think because he has YouTube platforms, he has YouTube channel, and he has other platforms where he talks to people about this revolution, I can't even talk, revolutionary, whatever he calls himself. Now, do you think you'll be able to go to those platforms and go and listen to him talk to you about being a patriotic Nigerian when, in this instance, he has not demonstrated himself to be a patriotic Nigerian? Would you do that?
Yes, because Nigeria. Hold on. Can I answer you now? Very quickly. Thank you, sir. Look, you have to give something back to Nigeria. If Nigeria has given something, first of all, to you, right from your mother's womb. I told you, I said I want to be civil here today because one man is not there, and I know that you are a gentleman. You know what I'm saying? Nigeria is a dead country. Unless we just separate the country now, and then let us have a Duduwa or Biafra or whatever at the Walpo, and then let us reboot. Then we start to build institutions again from where Obafemi Awolowo and the Chief Enahoro stopped it. And all these people were here when they think of this guy, this Akintola versions. I'm sorry for now. Only Awolowo way is what we are going to follow. You know what I mean? Enahoro, he brought clean water to the people, free education to the people from Awolowo and everything. So if you don't do that, and then the police is not there to guard you, police is not there to protect you, you cannot travel from Ilesha to Ilefe because somebody will kidnap you. There's no police number to call, no ambulance. Fire is burning the market.
Tony. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
The police are supposed to do that.
We'll get back to you. We'll get back to you. All right. So now, Ade, what do you make? Because we have to move on.
Tony. Yes, I'm not going to take much.
Okay, then we'll have to move on, please. I'm sorry. I know you have had a little bit of your own say too. But Ade, can you just say, so going forward now, I know you've spoken a little bit about your view on what happened. So going forward now, like he has channels, he comes and talk about being a patriotic Nigerian and all of that. Do you think he's somebody you want to listen to talk to you and preach to you about all of this?
Well, I've never been his follower. I've never listened to him for one day. But the thing is that this is not the first time he will have a brush with a police officer. Almost maybe a year or 2 years ago, there was an incident at an event where his vehicle was blocked and he went rampage on the police officer there and the people that blocked his vehicle. It was on on social media then.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember that too. Yeah.
So this is not the first time he will be having issue with the authority. To say that he was not conscious of what he did, to me, it's just a spoiled brat that is trying to, use his popularity or whatever status you think he has to assault a Lone Ranger police officer. He couldn't have done that to maybe 2 or 3 armed police officers, but somebody, just a one police officer. I don't think it's going to affect his his status in the society. People are still going to listen to him regardless. I mean, people tend to forget things, sometimes. So, like Prince Daddy said, if Rufai could also be on the television, despite of his little brush with the local authority there. So I don't see a reason why people still not listen to him with time. But I know nothing will come out of this one. I just know that for a fact. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you so much for being brief. Ola, let's just move on now. Ola, I think you two, you've said it a little bit, I know, but let me not go to that anymore. Some people are asking me to move on. So now we're talking about one man read to us about Gambari, Ibrahim Gambari, the chief of staff to President Muhammadu Buhari. He said something about people should move on, and Obi should just call Tinubu and just congratulate him, and we should move on. I know, Des, you've said a little bit about that, or we'll come to you, but then Ola, because Ola has been very quiet. So what do you think, Ola? Do you think we should just, these people, Atiku and Obi should just call Bola and just say, okay, congratulations, we're taking out the case from court, we're not going to litigate this anymore, just move on? Is that, what do you think, Ola? Is Ola there? Ola? Okay, let's move on to some other person. Maybe Allah is just somewhere ready in the fridge, like one man would say. All right. So Ekene, do you want to say something on that real quick?
Okay, about this.
Yeah. What is being displayed to us on the screen here? Election about
the election is over. Everybody should move on.
Just move on, and yeah, that Obi and Atiku just withdraw that case from court, and we just congratulate Tinubu for being a winner of that election. So, what say you?
Everybody has already moved on, but to withdraw the case, I'm not in that. I'm not in support of that one. I've already made my submission. So anybody saying that everybody should move on, for me, I'll move on. I'm expecting a Tinubu government, but I still want to hear the case. A lot of things, like I said, needs to be interpreted. Just many things have come up in the process of this election. So which I want to. For me personally, I'm expecting the court. Is it tomorrow? So I want to learn. I want to see how our judges will do things. So it's not just moving on. Tinubu will be the president. Right? Tinubu is sworn in May 29. No, nothing will stop that. Yeah. But I want to hear the matter. So how do you say that? How do you build an institution? You just sample everything and you build an institution by giving judgment on certain things. So when they give judgment on certain things, then everybody will learn. Then going forward, people will not be dragging issue unnecessary because the law has. That's my take. So nobody is fighting, and I don't think people seeing it as a fight. They continue to see it as a fight. For me, I don't see it as a fight, and here we are. Many people are not seeing it as a fight. It's just that we want to hear the matter and know what the judgment has to say about everything. Understand? So moving on, everybody has moved on. Nobody is fighting. Somebody, even if if there is a fight in Nigeria today, somebody like me will not see me. I'll just sneak out of the country. So I don't like troubles. Don't like troubles. And nobody is causing trouble. Just that I don't know why they are all putting all this. Everybody should move on. Everybody should withdraw the place. Everybody.
But they were the same people that says. But if you remember, they were the same people that says if you don't agree with it, go to court, right? Don't be so.
Yes, now.
So now, yeah, just to tell you that people are just. It seems like some people are just afraid of what might come up from that court case. That is why you can see.
That is the issue. I don't know whether it's let them allow the thing now. Let them stop saying withdraw the case.
If they sure say Tinubu won fair and square, like I said, if they show that Tinubu won fair and square, and there is nothing to his history or whatever he has filled out or whatever he claims to have been, whatever he claims to have been, that he is a clean person and he went to Chicago and all of those things. So, but then why then just allow the court case just go, right? Why people? Because we just had this from not just even I think Ohanese, some group of the Ohanese too. They were saying that people should move on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So and not just even just Ohane, so many other people. I don't know, maybe one man tweeted that yesterday, or maybe they had to send some emissaries to
Bode George.
Bode George to go and beg him and those kind of things, so that they could pull out the case that this guy had in Lagos against what's his name? That's another different story. That I don't think maybe if Moman had discussed that, would have loved to discuss that here. But so the point is this: the general point I'm trying to make here is this: that why if you say let it go to court, why now? Why now turning around and saying people should just move on, right?
That's the issue. How can you be telling people everybody has already moved on, but the case must be. In fact, I want to hear the case. I'm even interested in that matter now more than the election. I want to learn. I want to know how they interpret our laws. I must tell you, if this is the first time I'm being too much attached to politics, not being a political I don't, but this is the first time I've really come out to show much interest in politics. And I really did much. So I still want to see the end of it. You understand? Still want to see the end of it, so that I want to learn a lot of things going forward. I've decided I will be following our politics. I think from this time. So I want to
I think many people want to also learn. So because I've been asked to speed up the conversation. Somebody's texting me from behind. So anyway, so I'll come back to you, Ekene. So now the progressive, are you there? The progressive. I think I saw you are here. The progressive, are you there? What is going on? A lot of our people are here, and then Ola said he was away from his desk. The progressive, are you there? All right, so now let's go to Adewale. Adewale, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So what's your take with this Gabari issue, telling the other the candidates in the last election that they should just withdraw that case from court and call Tinubu and congratulate him, and they just move on? What's your take on that?
I mean, those kind of statements are not. They are not kind of a statement that I expect less from a politician. And Gambari is Professor Gambari is the secretary to the federal government, and also is an APC chieftain. So I don't expect anything less. The reason why he will put such statement out is the fact that, election is over. We're now in the second phase, which is the litigation phase. But that shouldn't stop governance. That shouldn't stop country running. And to not be able to get distracted, and these are the kind of statement that you put out so that you'll be able to, litigation will be going, because there's still discussion. There's still, every time in the media, you still see, every time in the media make reference to the ongoing court cases. So to me, what he said is not strange. It's not bad. It's not out of blue, but it's something that I expect, someone from APC to say. I will say that doesn't mean that the court cases will stop. For those who have experience in court litigation when it comes to election matters, they will understand how this thing plays out. Even though they know that the outcome may not favor them, I'm talking about the opposition now. They still want to drag it. They still want to try their luck. But we've had presidencies in Nigeria before. So with that, I expect that even though, like what Ekene said, some people want to learn. The reason why he's interested in learning about this is not, he already concluded that the outcome will be in a certain way, but he said he wants to learn. But you already have your mindset set on the fact that yes, Tinubu is going to continue with the government, and he probably court is going to side with him. So why not just zero your mind on whatever the outcome of the case will be, But you say you are interested in it. To me, there's nothing to learn from it. It's either the court says the status
quo. So you don't think that the 25% is an issue? That hold on, I will
it's something that I already believe that the 25% prayer is not. It's going nowhere. I already know that in my mind.
That Shetima had a double nomination is not an issue.
The case of Shetima on is I was listening to Prince Adewale on Sunday on
Okay.
Dr. Damage's show, and he explained that. See, these are cases that even you don't have to have a degree in law for you to be able to deduce what this section actually says. There's no super status given to Abuja, number one. And the only thing the court could do is to say, you know what, let's just cancel this election. And I've said this several times. Nigeria is broke to the extent that they can't afford to conduct one election twice. We saw how much was spent on the last election. So this time around, we cannot afford, except the Nigeria want to borrow money to conduct election, which is going to be a shame. So, for the sake of national security and country to be able to continue, I don't think the judiciary is going to say, you know what, they could say that, but I don't see that happening because they are also part of the government. So the Shetima cases, Shetima wasn't on the ballot when the presidential election was conducted, right? Even if, let's say, he submitted the withdrawal before the deadline, his name wasn't on the ballot. And when Prince Adewale was making reference to
His
that,
name wasn't on the ballot. How do you mean?
His name was not in the ballot when that election was conducted. Remember?
What are you talking about?
The
No,
the the
you say
presidential
Mr. Adewale.
election, the presidential
Mr. Adewale,
election
can I say
and the
something?
senatorial election were conducted the same day,
Okay.
and there was a different candidate on the ballot on the senatorial district where he came from.
Okay.
So that alone is evidence that that he is qualified to contest for the position that he contested for, because if his name has if his name had appeared twice now, it would have contravened the section of the electoral law that says you cannot contest for two positions at the same time. So when he explained that, I was like, well, that put me to what we've been speculating
But the
before.
question is, when did he withdraw? That is it. That's not
He
the.
withdraw. I want to believe he withdraw before the deadline. He got the nomination, and his name was already forwarded to the INEC. But when he was nominated, I think it was a day or two before then that he withdrew from it, and somebody's name was substituted for his position. So to me, it's just exploring what is not there. I don't castigate Obi or any other opposition for trying their luck and trying to see whatever stakes, because I listened to that man. He said, Prince Adewale, when it talks about it, when you have 13 prayers and one stick, that means you win. So, there's nothing wrong in try luck, but as far as I'm concerned, I strongly believe that I don't think Shetima contravened that provision of the law. So, in that 25% and that Shetima's case, I don't see the court. Let's just say that the tribunal sided with opposition. It's still going to go to um,
Supreme Court.
Supreme Court, and there's a possibility that Supreme Court might depart completely from the outcome of the tribunal. Whether it goes in Tinubu's way or it goes in the opposition's way. The least the tribunal can do is to cancel the election. They can't declare anybody winner at this time around because Atiku did not get 25%.
But on what basis would that cancellation happen then? If
it could happen if, number one, they're able to establish one of the prayers requested by Obi or Atiku. Now, if they're able to nullify the candidacy of Tinubu on that occasion, but I doubt if that is going to be. Two, the outcome of the election itself about the IRF, and if there are some areas that that it needed to be disputed, the least the tribunal can do is to deduct. And by the time they do some deduction, I don't see the number adding up for opposition. So that being said, that means even with the number added, the only area that I think that they could have tried their luck is if the Tinubu's candidacy is being nullified, and I don't see that happening. And that Abuja should just strike it out because there's no way. The fact that he was able to score 25% in 2/3 of the state in the federation shows that I think that's the basis INEC declared him winner. actually, and thought that he won the popular vote. So, but that being said, everything is still...
Can I push a question to him, Rational Man, just for 10 seconds?
Go on.
Thank you very much, sir. My brother, I don't know, say me, you know, a little bit friend here because the day you came into this platform, we were not so good friend. I was friend to the other guy, the Oriola. Now 12 and I come to this platform. I get the records of when most of you guys are joining the club. Okay, so my brother, if they say that you should come to University of Ibadan or Ibadan Polytechnic, you need to have English and mathematics. They don't tell that, okay, then you must have those two subjects, and then chemistry or technical drawing, because these are the substitute subjects. And if you don't have chemistry or technical drawing, you cannot get into the Ibadan Polytechnic. So now you are saying that because I have a credit in economics, credit in geography, credit in commerce and all the bullshit, then now I can come in because I have 8 credit, but minus chemistry or technical drawing to learn engineering at the Ibadan Polytechnic. You know, the motto in Sango, you know now, Sango Ibadan. Yeah? Tell me now, how can I get into that institution without having either plus chemistry or technical drawing? Answer that question.
So what's your question about? Are you in respect to what? In respect to...
Yeah, because they said that you must get 24. Hold on, they said that you must get 24 states out of 33 states, and then plus 25% in the Federal Capital Territory.
Okay.
That's what I mean by this. I'm now having. They say you can come to Ibadan Polytechnic with 4 credits. Okay, that means you can be having 5 credits, but they say okay, in that 4 credits, English and mathematics is compulsory. Okay. Then you either have chemistry or technical drawing, so as a substitute, because technical drawing and chemistry are substitute if you want to get into the Polytechnic, okay, to go and read engineering. So now, but if I don't have chemistry or technical drawing, I cannot go and read engineering at the Polytechnic.
I think your question is understood. So now,
yes,
can you take a stab at that question, Adiwale, please?
Yes. Aside.
If I get the analogy of Ogatun, he was talking about, the conditions to satisfy to be able to, become president of Nigeria. There are so many parts to...
Not Tinubu, the candidate that will be a president eventually.
Mr. Tony, this question you have thrown up now, and the one that Mr. Dewela is talking about, all this is an argument. This is an argument. I've heard the people say that the federal capital is also a state, so therefore you cannot. They are not. No. I'm trying to say something.
Hold on. You can get 36 states. You could get 36 states, but you must also get that 25% in that capital territory. That's what they say. Plus.
Yes, that is what I'm trying to say. Something. I said I have had this argument also, and I have had your own. I have had your own argument.
You cannot go to Polytechnic engineering if you don't have chemistry or technical drawing to substitute.
That is what I'm trying to say. I've had your own argument, and that is why I said it is not in our position to give this judgment. I said I want to learn, and Mr. Adewale said there is nothing to learn there. So if the court comes up tomorrow, they must give their judgment based on these 2 matters now, and whatever they give as a judgment stands. They're moving forward. We cannot argue it anymore. And that is why I said I don't want the case to be withdrawn. I want to hear their conclusion. Every other person can bring any other argument wherever they want to bring it from, anywhere. Yeah. But once it is not determined by the court, we continue every day we come here, we continue to...
That is where the absence of a functional police system is not the problem of a country. That's why when we are talking about the police is the overall watchdog of the nation in Germany. At the from my point of view, police can go and arrest the governor right now. As we talk now, you will go to governor, he will say, please, you have to come to the station to come and answer some questions. He will say, okay, sir. You know what I'm saying? And then he will say that, but now that you are working, when do you have time, sir? They do come to me also at my office. If I have some issue, they will tell me that, okay, when do you have time? Unless when you are living on the welfare, they will just bundle you with you. they will bother see you with them. The same in America, they give respect. But Nigeria don't have police system. They call all these DSS, animals, all these baboons, all this catfish that they call it.
Tony. Let's
But
not
we are found that police system now.
Hold on. Let's just move on. I think Adewale, you want to answer that question. Let's be more.
Well, I guess I was saying something different from Ogatoni, but I was trying to relate what he was asking and.
But then, sorry, Adewale, I'm sorry to pause your talk. But then I did a little bit of maths here. I just want you to take this question with it. 2/3 of the 36 states will be like approximately 24, right? Because if you do the math, it's 23.9. That will be the 2/3 of 36 states.
Without Abuja.
So now, if you approximate it, that is 24. Let's just say I approximated it, 24. But then it says 24 states and then Abuja. That's what it says. Then another part of the constitution says 2/3 of the states. And then it says, and Abuja. So if you look at it very well, you cannot say the 2/3 of the states will be 24 when Abuja is also included. So you see, I'm just trying to see how this.
But if Abuja is not a state, right? So the vote counted in Abuja would not be amount or would not count towards the presidency if Abuja was not included in that electoral law. So the reason why they put hand is to give recognition to Abuja, not as a state, not as a super state, but to show that the vote counted in Abuja will also be counted towards whoever wins the election. Now, if the electoral law, the reason why this thing becomes so ambiguous is the fact that he did not specifically address the issue of Abuja as either as a state or as just like, okay, part of federal where election or the numbers recorded in that place is also matters. But if the electoral law has said, look, Abuja is a state and it's a must that you must win 25% there, that means every candidate will not even bother winning every other state but Abuja. Now, the case we have now is that we have candidates. Two of the candidates did not, two candidates, because it's only Obi that wins 25% in Abuja. I don't think Atiku wants 25% in Abuja. So we now have the first and the second declared candidate not winning Abuja 25%, but the third candidate winning Abuja. However, both the second and third have a spread of 25% in those 2/3 of the federation. So we now have a case whereby it's either the court decided, you know what, let's just cancel it because number one, the first did not score 25% in Abuja, or let's just say, okay, let's side it with the INEC and declare the win. Side with the INEC and declare the first person as the winner, saying 25% is not needed in Abuja. But I am saying that based on what that law actually stated, the only issue now is that conjunction, and people are making reference to Abuja wasn't making reference to as a super state or as a state or as a super state. So in that regard, that means any vote counted there will just be counted as a vote, but not necessarily that you must win Abuja. That is my own belief, and that's what I think and I've listened to a lot of legal practitioners, whether in media and everywhere in the print, and some the opinion is divided. But I also look beyond.
And Abuja majority.
Hold on. I also look beyond that. That if the Supreme Court or the tribunal decided to nullify the election and said INEC must conduct a fresh election, I do not see INEC or Nigeria is not buoyant enough to conduct another election. We can do some supplementary election here and there because that provision has been made, in the electoral process, and also been, But to say that the election must, take place again and repeat the same process again, I don't see that happening in Nigeria. I do not see that happening. We've
you
said
are right. You are right.
before.
We cannot afford that.
It's going to go, to second ballot, and people are arguing there that, you see, a modern democracy where everything is well and stable and standardized, that's when you can have that. But in the kind of politics that we're practicing now, that would be too, kind of like dangerous for national security.
Adewale, if you say that we don't have the money, this is the statement from the INEC chairman when they asked him if they are prepared for a rerun. He categorically said yes, the INEC is prepared for it. If he said that, so I don't see any reason for Nigeria to spend more money because they're already prepared for it. They knew that this election was was actually predicted to go in a runoff, which they're prepared for. So I don't think money should be the issue. If the tribunal strikes out this election and they want to conduct a fresh election, the money they're gonna use shouldn't be that much because they're already prepared for it. That's just what I want to put it.
Okay. So now, Adewale, if we say that you don't, our man Tinubu, I'm a Tinubu man, say we don't need the 25%. If they say that you must get 25% in at least 24 states and Abuja, that means you must also win. You must be the first. You must be the first, winner in Abuja. You must carry the majority vote. Who is now? Who carry the majority vote right now? Presently, I don't know in Abuja. So if you cannot get 25%, maybe you get 23%. Maybe I think you get 22%. But now, don't you see that it will bring us back to that point again of a plus, that simple English. They said 24 plus.
That is why we need everything resolved. All this needs to be finally resolved by the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court says you need it, then it means going forward, you will need that 25% at least. 25% for you to be a winner, to be declared a winner, you need 25% from Abuja. Yeah. And then
the winner of Abuja also.
No, you don't have to win. Hold on. You don't have to win Abuja. You don't have to win Abuja. If you have 25%, at least 25%.
Okay. I get you.
And you win other states, you have the majority vote, you're a winner. You don't have to win with Abuja. You just need at least minimum 25%.
Do you think that people that wrote this constitution think it is this way because they know 20 two quarter of 36 is 24 and they see it this way that a lot of people might not actually be popular in a lot of places, so they make it in such a way that it's easy for them to make 25% in 24 states and Abuja, because you're gonna be the president of, actually the governor in Abuja. So if you're not popular in Abuja, it's basically sort of makes you sort of illegitimate. That's probably how I see it. People that
I'm sorry. Can I interject real quick, please?
Yeah, Prince Daddy, come in, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think was that Kenneth talking. Yeah, that's your own wishful interpretation of it. It's not true. Okay.
What's not true?
What is not true?
What's not true?
No, when you say that.
Well, let me finish. Let me talk.
Ade, sorry, please. Let the Prince Daddy come in. You continue, Ade, please.
Yeah, it just wishful thinking. The rationale. See, it doesn't matter. Even I've heard the so-called San come on television talking about Abuja must be a must win. It is not, and it can never be. Because
it's not a must win. We didn't say. Nobody said it's a must win.
What you know what I mean? 25%, at least 25%. That's what I meant. That's the argument. Okay, and Abuja is not. Abuja does not have any super status than any other states.
It does.
It does not. Based on what?
I'll give you why it does.
Because the states are superior citizens of Nigeria. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. All right. So you want to hear my own take on that?
Sure.
It's almost similar. Ade, please, you continue, please. Let me just have this discussion. Now, the point is this: like he said, Dad said, Abuja is not called, and it's not a state. It's called the Federal Capital Territory. The Federal Capital Territory. And it doesn't have a governor like other states have a governor. The budgets of each state has their own budgeting that each governor does. But Abuja's budget comes from the presidency, from the president. He appoints his own highs there, which is the Federal Capital Territory, what's it called? Minister of Federal Capital Territory. Yeah. So the federal status, the money that Federal Capital Territory gets, I don't think any other state has it, gets it, the allocation that it gets, because that's the seat of power. The design and everything, the architectural design of the ministries and everything there. I mean, go to Abuja, see how Abuja is. Last time I was there, when Obasanjo was there. I mean, look at Abuja, the way it was designed, the way it was planned, when El-Rufai was the minister. I mean, you could imagine the kind of city that they envision, kind of planning the vision for that city. Now. So my point is this, the point I'm trying to make is this. Yes, it has a different status from other states because it is, no other state is called Federal Capital Territory, except for Abuja. Lagos once was, but it's no longer. So Federal Capital Territory is Abuja. So, and if any president that have to sit there as the head of that Federal Capital Territory, that has to appoint a minister there, that will be his deputant there for him, must be in some ways at least have 25% of that of the people there. But in this case of where Tinubu is going to be the head there, but he doesn't have any popularity there. He doesn't even have close to 10% or 15%.
It doesn't have to.
What?
Not.
Rational mind. So
Please, Daddy, please, hold
on, Tony, please.
No, I don't want to. No, I want to give you a guideline. Before that that so whenever we are representing one man want to move, let us say it as as it is, as it's been done in abroad, so that we can go to teach our people the right way. Right on.
No, we most of us are just only saying how we feel, how we see things.
Rational mind, I want to ask this question. This is what piece. They said 24. You have to have 2/3, which is 24 states. If you have 2/3 of the states, that is 25 states or 24 states, right? So you don't need Abuja, right? Now,
no, they say and.
Oh, I know. If say it is two ways at PDP and APC, and Tinubu won 24 states, in 24 states or 25 states, it doesn't really need to win Abuja. True or false? I'm just quickly asking a quick question so I can move to the next.
Yeah, but
it's false. It has to win it.
Hold on now, Tony. Hold on, I beg. If he got 25 states, won 25 states, it doesn't really mean to win win Abuja. Right? Rational mind.
If he win 35 states,
states, hold on now. Hold on.
He must still get Abuja. If he win 36 states, all the states in federation, but he still need that 25% in Abuja.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Now, my question is this: since none of them got 24, got 2/3, because each of them won 12 states, so Abuja is in play right now. Is it true or false?
No. Obi won. He won. What's it called? Abuja by almost 85%.
I know. I said since the 12 states, the three parties won 12 states each. So that means Abuja is in super play. True or false? I'm just trying to figure something out.
If the interpretation of that constitution is to be understood that whoever wins, no matter how many other states you win or you have 35%. You must get 25% in Abuja. It's a must.
Tinubu has 13 states.
You said that again?
Tinubu has 13 states, I believe.
Well, by the time we do the whole thing, we shall see how that plays out. Because for right now,
okay. And there's an existing judgment. There's an existing judgment on the past before that somebody have to win. There's somebody that won. I think the past Supreme Court gave a judgment favoring somebody winning Abuja. That judgment exists, right?
I think that was a Buhari case whereby they said Buhari said that I think Buhari won Abuja, but Obasanjo did not win Abuja, and he had to ask the court to look into that. If he win, he's pronounced the second, but he won Abuja. Why would they declare Obasanjo?
There wasn't no precedent. This is the first time, I believe.
Yeah, he said that. No. For this situation, this is the first time for this situation. But there was a case similar to that, but not similar. Well, let me not say similar.
Well, I think it was, I guess, Yaradua and Buhari.
Maybe
I think
Yaradua.
Yaradua won Abuja. Buhari didn't win Abuja.
I don't know if you Yaradua, but I know there was a case where they said Buhari challenged, maybe Obasanjo, Yaradua, that Yaradua did not win Abuja. I mean, the person did not win Abuja, but he was declared the president, that he won Abuja. But the judgment was that if the person has 25%, that's what the constitution says, that at least if he has at least 25%, doesn't mean you have to win Abuja, but he has 25%, then he's a winner. So Obasanjo, or whoever was our president, had 25%, and then there's no case there. It's only when he does not have 25% at all. Maybe that's when maybe the Supreme Court will look into that. Then. So, but then you see, there are so many things where we can spin this whole narrative around this whole 25%.
Okay, let me restart. We're not really spinning.
In the long run, we shall see how but it's looking like 25% is a must in Abuja, because from going by that precedence,
it's not a must. But anyway,
what do you have to say? Let's go on. Let's listen.
What you were describing, Rational Mind, was just the policies guiding the governing of Abuja, and you're trying to use that to I don't know.
What policy are you talking about?
No, you were talking about how the president is the governor of Abuja and how they appoint ministers and all these things. That's just the policies on how to govern Abuja. It has nothing to do with them. 1 second.
No, he was just saying that the reason why they have to win it, because they have a lot of things at stake. That's what Rachanama was trying to tell you, that it's a very important city according to them.
The reason why we have "and" as part of the constitution is that I guess the Electoral Act is that, look, because Abuja is not a state, and that's the "and" conjunction was meant to say, hey, if you win 23 states and Abuja 25, that works also. That's what the interpretation is. This other rigmarole interpretation.
It will make no sense. Hold on, then it will make no sense. Hold on. What you just said, if we go by what you just, hold on, my friend, hold on. What you just said now, if we go by what you just said now, that the reason why the "and" is included, that conjunction "and" is included, is because the 36 states, it says you shall win. You shall win 2/3 of what? Let me see here. I have it here.
24 states, yeah, at least.
It says here that he has not less than
hold on, Rational Mind.
Who is talking there? Go on.
Rational Mind. Who is talking?
Okay, go on. Is that one man? Yeah, go on.
Yes. I thought you told us once that you were like a teacher or a lecturer or something in English.
Go on, yeah.
Did you not tell us that?
I did, yeah.
Right.
I was a teacher. I taught French and French and English, yeah.
Right. So then I'm a bit loath to have to explain to you then.
Oh my goodness.
When they are telling you that you have to score 25% in 36 states and Abuja, so that is to tell you that if you scored 30, 20, or how many states does that 25% constitute?
That'll be 24.
24 states.
Right.
All right. So it will be 23
yes,
points.
Okay.
3.9. Go on.
Let's just go with that 24 for the purposes of the example. So follow through, because it's just logic really, and language. That's just all it is. Logic and language. So they're telling you then, if you score at 25% in 36 states and Abuja, and let's agree for the purposes of the conversation that the 25% is 24 states. So now, if you scored at 25% in 23 of the 36 states, and then you scored 25% in Abuja as well, you fulfill your quota, because for the purposes of that electioneering, Abuja adopts the status of a state. That's all it is. But Abuja is not a state, so they can't say score 36% in 30. How would they add Abuja? Okay, using with what I've just said now, let me repeat it, and then you answer the question I'm going to put to you. So you have to score 24%. You have to score 24 states 25% in 24 states. So now, if they wanted to add Abuja to part of that qualifying state, how else would they do that other than saying and Abuja?
I'll answer that question, one man. Let me answer that.
No, it's for
how they
rational
will
mind.
say that.
No, don't worry about that. Let
Rational
rational
mind
mind answer it.
Okay, Des, hold on. You will answer that question later. I mean, you back me up.
Probably just because that.
Yeah, you'll back me up later. Let me finish now. To answer your question, woman, let me read the constitution to you here. It says, it has not less than 1/4 of the vote cast at the election in each of at least 2/3 of all the states in the federation and the federal capital territory, Abuja. Now, if you go forward now, same thing applies to the 25% something. So now, the point is this, that from what he just said here now is that he has to have 1/4 cast at the election in each of the states of at least 2/3 of all the states, which is the 24 states, right? And then he says, and Abuja. That's what it says here. Because if we are to assume that Abuja is a state, well, then the and here would make no sense here saying and Abuja.
Yes, no, hold on. Stay where you are. No, stop running now. You are not putting both. Stop. Stay where you are. Okay, if we were to assume, hold on. Just stay steady. Stand firm. If we were to assume that Abuja was a state, but which it is not, then how do you facilitate for that in that whatever it is you just read?
Now, look, I don't know if you understand the syntax, or is it the construction of the construction of that sentence there. It says you have to win 1/4 of the in each of the 2/3 of the states. Now you are saying that if Abuja is not a state, now the 2/3 of that state will be 24, right? Yeah, that's what that would be. That
actually want to.
And he won it, but then he says, and then again he says, and Abuja, because look at that construction of that sentence. Because if Abuja is considered to be part of those 3 states,
actually, can you put in the private data? I want to see. Yeah.
Okay, let me okay, let me just you can go.
Am I breaking or is everyone else?
I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah,
so
come in there.
I can hear you too.
No, come in there. Yeah, come in there. You have your because you are a very smart guy, as you always tell us. So
okay, one man. Your question is how would they regard?
They won't allow me to copy this thing. Let me just.
How would they regard FCT as a state? It's a very simple thing, one man. Although a rational mind is making a point, but the thing is, it's a constitution that we know there's so many. I mean, they can easily when they finish that and Abuja and makes like a hyphen, Abuja to be regarded as a state, everything will be solved easily.
No, but
they did not do that.
But that's captured somewhere else in the
I know that you're gonna say that, but even if
not in the electoral law, but in the constitution itself, for all intents and purposes, Abuja assumes the status of a state.
Yes. Now, if they're gonna do that, they're gonna still refer to that constitution in this. Are you
a constitutional lawyer? Sorry.
I mean, we see.
Have you
we
written
read,
any?
But then the same way you can be asked about you too. Are you a constitutional lawyer?
Okay. Sorry, woman. There's a way out of your question. Hold on. I would assume woman's question. That means the law should have emphasized that after scoring 24 states, 25% in 24 states, then another 20, they should have emphasized or stressed a little bit further that and extra 25% in Abuja. So is that what you are trying to say, woman?
Yes, that would make sense, wouldn't it, Tony? Because if Abuja assumes that special status in the election, then that special status should be identified, not just as an appendage and Abuja. So those are and Abuja. Those are two words. So,
they don't
so
put
just
it in the
hold
because
on.
they are putting
Those
us
are
now.
two words. So you don't just use. Sorry, no, guy, please now, don't do that thing you do. You know, so you can't just say and Abuja for the purposes of something as expansive as what you're trying to describe. If it has that special status, then that special status needs to be expanded for clarity. But if it's added on to the other states as part of the spaces that you needed to score to make up your numbers, then and Abuja would do. So, and also within the constitution, they said for all intents and purposes, Abuja adopts the status of a state, even though it's not a state. But then if you go on further to argue that you have to especially get 25% in Abuja, then you are essentially conferring on the indigenes of Abuja a super citizenship. A super citizenship that supersedes any other state.
That's your own interpretation, one man.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
What is that?
Rational mind. Rational mind. Let him finish.
Is that not logic? You know, that's just logic. That's just basic stuff.
Rational mind. Can I say something?
They should have emphasized that and another 25% in FCT. That because right now they just put us in the suspense.
Yeah,
so
because that will be decided by the Supreme Court.
Let me say something.
If law is that straightforward,
there's no suspense there now.
If law is that straightforward,
we
won't be going to court for clarification.
This is straightforward.
It's not straightforward.
Sorry, guys. Did you see that what I copied on the comment section, the private and the public comment section? For those of us, because I'm trying to copy that part, but they won't allow me because I think it's copyrighted. So the site is blocking me from being able to copy that.
Yeah, where is it? Sorry, which part
of
it?
Chart. There's one on the private chart.
No. Where in the Constitution is it? Because it's a long essay.
Okay, yeah, sure. Let me. Are they gone? Let me look for it. Go on.
Yes, I was saying that the law is not straightforward. That's why it's subject to interpretation in the court of law. However, some laws does not require to have a legal practitioner or legal luminary to explain. There are some part of the laws that constitution that are very straightforward, and it's also logical to look at it in that as perspective of one man. That even if you score 20% in Abuja, it's still going to count towards your total requirement. That is what that law was talking about. But we are here, discussing about even if Tinubu wins the entire 30 state, they will still not win Abuja. Even if Atiku win 30 state, they will still not another win Abuja. That means that it doesn't win the presidency. That interpretation is wrong because there's no court of law that will entertain that.
It's ludicrous.
Let us check chapter 6.
No. Hold on, rational mind. Pay attention.
Rational mind. Let me say something now.
Hold on.
What anyway? Did you hear what Dewale said? Did you hear what Dewale said? Rational mind.
I was carried off. I was trying to look for that thing. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. So if you want to repeat, if you may repeat,
one chapter. Rational mind. One chapter.
Chapter 6.
Trying to find the chapter.
No. Yeah, it's there. I'm giving it now to you. Chapter 6 of that. What I just of that Constitution, chapter 6. It says executive on top of it. Then on subsection, I don't know, maybe it's subject, but 135. There's A, B, and then number 1, 2, and then you see there in number. Just you look at it, you see there in number. Where is it here? Sorry, I missed it again. Chapter 6, subsection 135, and then where it says in. Oh God, did I jump it? Right. You guys can continue. Let me just.
Did they say including?
No. I have it here, but I think I closed down that page. But you go on. Whoever wants to talk, go on.
Rashomon, you see what I said before? That all this argument makes no sense. Every time we are arguing 25%. And the people that are saying that we should withdraw the case and all these things are not are not making Nigeria better. The case needs to be interpreted so that every time we come here, we'll stop arguing 25%, 25%. You understand? That's why I said I want to learn. I want to know what will be the outcome. Because all these things we are saying here, it makes no sense. It is not the
Well, it
this one
makes
is saying this one,
sense.
this one is
Well,
saying this one.
quick question:
You
Did you
understand?
think INEC?
So
Did you think INEC did not know this already about the 25% or the
I don't know. I don't know, but the
well,
reason why we have our
obviously they knew. They knew. That's why they declared Tinubu the
I don't
winner.
think you cannot trust INEC in many aspects. But the only thing I'm saying is this: the judges are there. They are the part of the government. They are the three arms of the government. So let them do their work. Their work is to interpret the law. Let them interpret it, whether good or bad. Then once they interpret it, I don't think all of us will come here to be arguing all these things again. You understand? No matter what we say in this platform,
So
it's not going to
134,
change what
134.
judgment they're going to give. So what my point is this: people are saying that the Obi should withdraw the case. I said no. They are not doing the country good by saying that people should withdraw their case. The case needs to move on. It strengthens our institution so that when next such a thing happen, we will not argue it like this. You understand? That is my point. Because all these points we are making here, we'll continue to make it till tomorrow, and we are not going to land on conclusion. That is my point. So people should not withdraw their case. Let the court decide. Whatever they decide, we'll follow it like that. That is my point. Yeah.
We wait for the court. We're only doing Mama, I say what do you call it, beer parlor talk here, that's what we do here, sometimes. Even some of the things we say here, it comes to pass sometimes. Sometimes they listen to us. So, but the point is, we're also doing for our own academic exercise here. We're just doing this. We're going to wait for the courts to decide. But so, one man, anybody now, chapter 6, subsection 134. Then look at from there, you will see it talks about election from there. Then on number 2 there, it tells you what the requirement is for anybody that has to be.
Hold on. Don't hold on. Rational mind.
Okay.
Let me be where you are so I can put it up.
Okay.
Let me. Section chapter 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, chapter 6. You said
132.
And then you went to a subsection.
Subsection 132.
All right, hold on. $132. Are you sure? Chapter 6, 132.
Yeah, chapter 6, 132. When you scroll down, you'll see it.
I can't see it. There's no 132 here. Rational mind.
There is now. I mean, which one are you looking at? I mean, I wish I could share my screen here.
Is the link you sent?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
okay.
it.
I'll put it on the screen and then you tell me where it is. Is it on the screen now?
I can't see it.
On the screen now?
No, I can't. We can't see it. Can I know that anybody person see it?
Sorry. No, sorry. Let me. Yeah. Oh, you should see it now.
Now we can see it now. So the executive, is there any way you can enlarge it? Because it looks
not especially. So this is chapter 6 now.
Did you say executive on top of it?
No. Yes, it says the executive. Yes, chapter 6, the executive.
Now, so scroll down. Continue scrolling.
One 130. What did you say?
I think what is coming? Sorry.
132. You said 132.
Yes. What I've just done is I've done a find and I've typed in 132 and it's not showing any.
Yeah, 133. Sorry, go to 133.
Look at this guy.
No. I mean, I have to strain my eyes. I'm looking for my glasses here too. My glasses is just somewhere here.
Yeah, that's still not there anyway.
No, it's there. It's there. 133. Look at 133. A candidate for an election to the office of the president shall be deemed to have been duly elected to such office where being the only candidate nominated for the election. Then it goes down and then it says A and B. It says B here says that he has not less than 1/4 of the votes cast at the election in each of at least 2/3 of all the states. in the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Have you seen it?
So that hand is the bone of contention. I'm looking at it right now. But the next.
Oh, you seen it? You seen it?
I'm looking at the one you posted on the private chat. That's
yeah,
one I'm looking
but
at.
you've seen that section.
But it's also said that the under that section 3, it says in a default of a candidate duly elected in accordance with the subsection 2, which talked about that 2/3 you just mentioned. That this
sorry, Dewade, is it section 133?
Yes.
133 or 133?
They moved down a little bit to 134.
Is it towards the bottom? Is it towards the bottom of the thing?
133 actually. 133 is the one.
Is it towards the bottom?
Not too far. No. You are going too far. I think you're going too far.
Section 133. Then you look at
look at it. You'll be seeing those things. You see 133, 132.
That's where they address the multi-candidates.
Yeah, multiple. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Talk about
but
that
the thing is that we have candidate that won the 2/3 majority. Now, the bone of contention is that conjunction and Federal Capital Territory, and we argue that even Abuja also counts towards fulfillment of 2/3. That's the reason why that conjunction was included in that section, subsection B.
You found it, woman.
If fulfill,
I think I may have. Wait for Diwali.
If fulfill the A, which is it has the highest number of votes casted, and B, it has not less than 1/4 of the vote casted at the election at each of the 2/3, which is fulfilled by having more than 24 states. And also the bone of contention, which is third now, in default of those A and B, which that he did not default except the argument that he did not win the Abuja. So if I have 23 states, or let's say I have 23 states, and Abuja, then I scored the highest in Abuja, which is more than 25%. That means Abuja will still count towards my 2/3 fulfillment. So that to me is what interpretation of that subsection means.
It will not be less than 2/3 of the country.
Hold on, but to say that the A and B doesn't, A doesn't count simply because he did not win the Abuja. To me, I do not see that number 3 being going into number 3 because he fulfilled A and B.
All right. So is it 132 that we're looking at?
133.
133. No, 134 actually. 133 is just 2 lines.
Changing on me. I don't know. Maybe
it's 134.
Okay. Let me read 133 and then you tell me if it's the one.
We'll go to 134.
134.
Yeah.
It's just under the 133, not about after A and B. You see it.
33 is when he's the only sole candidate.
Yeah.
All right. So it should be this one here. It won't even let me highlight. It's a PDF file, isn't it?
No, it won't let you highlight.
Yeah.
All right. So it says a candidate for an election to the office of president shall be deemed to have been duly elected where there been only 2 candidates for the election. So is it that one?
Go on, just continue reading down. You'll see that. That's but you have to go down to 134.
Yeah, no, that's 134.
Okay, go on. Just continue reading down.
So it says A, he has the majority of the votes cast at the election, so he scales that. B, he has not less than 1/4 of the votes cast at the election in each of at least 2/3 of all the states in the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, but that's what I just explained.
Yeah, so looking at that construction, the way that sentence is constructed, there are so many things. We can spin it in any way we want to spin it. Yeah, because if you say, look at it. This is what I'm trying to say. If you say 1/4 of the Federation,
2/3.
No. Let me say. It says you have 1/4 of the votes in each of the 2/3 of the states. Now, that tells you that you need 25% in each of the 24 states, which is the 2/3 of that of the 36 states. You need that. And Abuja. You need that as well. Now, but then if we were to also look at it that way, like you have been saying, that we need that 25% in all the 36 states, then why is Abuja not saying Abuja? You just include including Abuja. You can say including Abuja.
Rational mind.
That would be the right conjunction to use there.
Rational
and Abuja.
Mind.
But by the time you put that and there, you are now making it separate. That state, the 36 states, which you need 25% from.
Yeah,
I mean, the 36 states, you need 25. You need 24 of them for you to satisfy that 25% from each of those 24, and then you need
which is two-third, of 36 states.
Yeah.
Now, when you add Abuja now, 24 states is no longer two-third.
It's no longer two-third, yeah. Because that only applies to those states.
Okay, hold on. Let's do something else again.
Okay, go on, please.
You see that section 2, the one that talks about section 2, where it says that subsection 34B, which talks about 2/3, right? And then he give the reference the status of the state in the federation. Now, if this provision wanted to establish federal capital status as a state, he would have made it separate. But for the fact that it says, this provision says that in each of at least 2/3 of all these states, in the federation and the federal capital, in all these states. So
which means federal capital is not a state then?
Hold on.
No, from that statement.
But you make reference to it in case any of the candidates score the highest.
The way it's framed is not right then.
But it does not say, look, Abuja Capital Territory will be the super status ahead of all.
No, you're only adding this to it.
No. I'm trying to explain it that way.
Go on, please.
What this provision says is that 2/3 must be counted in all the states in the federation, right? In all the states in the federation, one, and the federal capital territory. So that means capital territory in this provision enjoy the same status as other states.
No.
You're just hold on. That means you need more than 24 states then. You have to have.
Hold on.
If you have 23 states, and you have, if you score 23.
Rational mind, if I may say something, please.
Okay, go on, please. I did just sorry. You've been away a long time. Let's hear you.
You see one thing about this thing is that you are only too focused on the letters. And that is why I said something here yesterday that if I pick a form to go for master's degree in law, you are the reason. So you are the one. So I will accuse you of that. So the thing is this: we've listened to senior lawyers.
But have you heard about the letters of the law? Have you heard about that?
Wait now.
So if they say that letters of the law, it means that letter matters in law.
We've listened to senior lawyers.
Okay.
Law is not about the letters only, the principle.
Okay.
You want to see that as you are passing the judgment, are you looking at the fairness? Assuming, because what we are proving here now, assuming that Tinubu now win all the 36 states of the federation, let's assume there are 100 million voters, and they won 95 million. And just because he cannot get 25% in Abuja, so the remaining 99 million citizens, they are no longer, they are not important citizens of the country. No law.
No. You're the one interpreting that way.
I'm explaining the principle of the law. You are reading the letter now. I'm telling you about the principle now. Because there must be equity. So the net
Allah is talking about morality.
It's even the principle. Because I listen to people like Baba Clark. I listen to Baba Clark. I've listened to Femi Falana. So is that reasonable that to say, okay, because you live in Abuja now, you are a super citizen. You can veto the remaining 36 states. That will give a room for anarchy.
A citizen in Abuja is 4. So you are 4.
Laws are made to support women. Women are not made to support the law. So look at it from that perspective.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Wait, no, rational mind. Wait. Now look at this from this angle. Supreme Court has decided this case on several occasions, not just once.
Give it to us. Give it to us. What was the decision?
I will search for the president if I'm able to search for it, because I listened to Clark, Robert Clark on Arise. Was it Arise or Channel?
Sorry, Ola.
No, let me quickly round up.
No, just 1 second. I will let you wrap up. Do you know that Supreme Court also can depart from their previous judgment or previous?
That's exactly what these people are looking for. They are trying to see if the Supreme Court can depart from their previous judgment. That's exactly what they are trying to do.
But the situation that would necessitate that will be something that is a close call, whereby there's no majority, there's no 2/3 majority in any of the candidates, and you're now trying to explore this avenue to see if they can depart from it. But in this case, it is a clear cut. Someone has 24.
It's a clear abuse of the judicial system. These guys, they are trying to abuse our system. So that's exactly what they are trying to do. So now, in the past judgment,
how are they abusing it, my friend?
Of course, the standards are leading them. They know their president. They know.
Sorry, Ola. They are abusing it by trying to force the court to position in something that is non-controversial and already decided. I'm not sure. Ola is telling us that senior lawyers are saying it. We've even said it here. Abuja does not have a
Who are these senior lawyers now?
Even the man,
Robert Clark, Femi Falana.
Adewale, this guy, Adebayo was in Dr. Damages yesterday, and he broke it down. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure Rational Mind watched the show yesterday.
I was there. Maybe I wasn't there when he was.
He broke it down. So I don't know why he's still coming here to.
What did he say now?
Argument.
No. Don't tell us what he said, because he's coming here to say it tomorrow.
Exactly.
Cool. Yeah.
So Rational Mind.
It's one of the places. And by the way, sorry, Ola. So by the way, if people have things that they want him pushed on, so either send it to me via DM or turn up and post it to him himself. I don't want it to be I don't want it to be a love-in. I want us to, push him a little bit. But sorry, carry on.
Okay, so what they were saying that time, especially Pat Clark, he said, now when they were deciding on the matter between the states, when they were in their judgment, they made Abuja a state, that for the matter to be well adjudicated, so they have to pull Abuja as a state. Now they now said, now in the next judgment, that okay, after this judgment, that we are saying this now emphatically, that okay, in using Abuja as one of the state of the federation, that Abuja should not assume a special status. Look at that word, should not assume a special status. That is, Abuja has no power of opinion.
That's his own opinion.
It's not an opinion. It's opinion of senior lawyers.
We're talking about what is. Hold on. Listen to listen to. It's very good when it's convenience for us to. The other time here, sorry, I'm not trying to shut you down.
I'm not a lawyer now.
I know you and I were not a lawyer, but then it's convenient for us to use these excuses. Like the other time when we're talking about, it's fine here in America, where it was fine here, and you were like, no, it doesn't matter, blah blah blah. And we're trying to say this principle of he being fined and all of that.
Let me.
So the point I'm trying to make here is this: that when it's convenient for us, we try to go around this thing. But look, we just read the Constitution. It said that it needs. Hold on, please.
Wait, that Constitution has been interpreted. That's exactly what we are saying. So the question is this: when you have the Constitution uninterpreted, is different from what the Constitution has been interpreted. So the Constitution has been interpreted,
by
and
who?
They went for that.
By who?
Went for that.
By who?
Hey, rational mind. Rational mind giving us.
Why are we in court? Why are they in court? Why is Atiku and why is Obi in court?
Rational mind, you're giving us a heavy dose of our reorientation, really, today, thanks to one man. It is true.
You see, rational mind, what we are saying is this: that part of the constitution has already been interpreted. That's exactly what we are saying here.
Okay, give us an example. Give us an example of where.
I say I will Google that if I see that judicial precedent.
Okay, then if you know you don't have it done, then let's not take that.
No, because I'm telling you that Robert Clark said it on national TV.
Robert
That's what
Clark
I'm saying.
Is a person like you and I giving opinion.
Rational mind.
Ola. I heard that interview. Ola, can you listen to me? And even he cited a section of the Constitution whereby that they say in case of election that Abuja will assume the status of a state. I can't remember the section. He mentioned it that day. I listened to that interview. He said in case of election, Abuja will assume the status of a state. And that was why they said and Abuja.
No. Hold on. Well, you have to see that place. Maybe I'll have to do my own assignment and go. But guys, anytime we want to say things, please. I'm not saying it always have to be the case, but sometimes we have to come with those facts. That this is.
Hey, National Man, let me break this statement down to you this way. It's like in English. It depends how you read the English language.
Okay,
if I say, hey, you must collect 20, listen, if I tell you that you must collect 25 naira from this, let's say there's 6 people in the room. There's 6 human beings in the room, 5 men, 1 woman, and I say I need you to collect 25 naira from 4 out of the 5 human beings in that room, and these human beings are these 4 guys and this lady. Now you are telling me that, oh, that lady must collect from that lady. No. They are telling you that the 4 human beings in that room.
You can.
Four out of the 6 human beings in that room.
Listen.
Human being in that room. You understand? So
Mike.
Now, let me tell you another way they could break it. Right? See, when they say, well, let me use this one. Let me use another word. Let's say.
Hold on.
Wait now. Wait. Let me use another word. See, when they say the 36 states and Abuja, the 36 they could have. Another way they could drag that 36 states to name it one by one, right? Abia, Humaya, Adamawa, Lagos, all the way, and then they get to the last state and they say Abuja. The last word they use hand, right? When you're writing a statement, let's say you are naming 6 people, 6 right? The last one you say and this person too. You understand? You always use and that. So they could have that 36 states, they could have just named them one by one instead of just saying 36 states. They could have said must get to out of wait, they could have said must get 24. Wait now, they say wait, they can say you can get 24 out of this state, Abia, Umaya, this and that until they get to Abuja and they say and Abuja. You understand? So that's just how the people you read the English. Like it's simple English, man. I don't know why you guys are trying to use why you. Are you obedient? You carry third. Even this person carry second.
You are just spinning this. You're just spinning it out of house.
That's not man. I don't lose, man. Just give it up.
Rational mind. Wait.
But why are you asking us to review without the case?
The danger of interpretation there now.
Why are you asking us to review without the case?
No, rational mind.
Go to court.
Rational mind.
Go on, please. Go on.
You see, the danger of interpretation here is this: we are taking the constitution now as mathematical logic. That is where the problem is now. You are saying it as if it's a computer logic. You are switching a transistor. No, exor. That's exactly what you are doing, and that's the danger. What you don't see there is that there is no homogeneity in this. As okay, maybe you name 36 states and you call Abuja state. No, because it doesn't exist that way. So using an here now, you want to make it like as if you are doing mathematical logic or you are doing some kind of logic. No, that's not what is happening now. There is no way you can state Abuja without using an. It's as good as what they are saying there, according to what Supreme Court has done, that you can regard Abuja as one of the states. So making the entire state in the country to be 37 states. Don't look at it as, it's a mathematical logic. This is
in 24 states now to 10 of 37 states.
The danger is this that you are considering the conjunction there as a mathematical logic. No, you got it. It's not. This is not discrete mathematics. No, we are there. That is why that law is not mathematics. Wait,
even Keyamo show another part of the constitution that say treat Abuja as another state. It's clearly stated on the Constitution. There's a place. He said in the Constitution. Keyamo showed it.
When I say that Constitution is fraudulent,
Madam Simba,
well, that's a different argument. Whether the Constitution is fraudulent.
Let's hear Patoski. It's like you want to come in. Where's Pato?
Rational mind.
Go on, please.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Now, in another way, in what way do you think?
But you don't declare.
Okay.
You sound muffled. You sound like you are just you are just hiding and talking somewhere.
Yeah.
Can you be more audible, please?
I was in Bluetooth. Hold on.
Yeah,
Can
better
you hear now.
Better now. It's better. We can hear you. Go on. All right. I think while we wait for him, let's just see. I think is the progressive here.
Rational mind. I will step away now.
Okay.
But
I think it's back.
something in the comment
It's
section.
back. Hold on.
No, wait. I will step away now. So just read there. FCT Abuja is the 36th state by the Supreme Court of Nigeria. So I put that from the lawyer, the Nigerian lawyer. So that's the journal. So you read it.
You come to that later. Let us hear from Patoski. I can't even
No,
understand.
I'm going now. I will come back later.
Okay. All right. When you come back, we'll bring you on.
One rational mind. How do you think the Constitution would have put it if they didn't put and Abuja?
Yeah. But there are different ways they could have framed it. It's if really it makes sense from what you people are saying. When you people say, why should we give Abuja as a special status? Does it mean that they have super delegate or whatever? Well, I mean, in election, there's some states that are not equal. In some countries, like even like America here, some states do have they have super delegates.
They lost the proper English they could have used. They lost.
Hold on now.
Rational mind. Remember that I answered that question earlier on. Let me repeat the question because Patrick was not on. In the house.
No, you don't need to. Hold on, Tony. You don't need to repeat it because of time. I mean, I just don't want to digress. Sorry, please. I'm not trying to shut you down. Let me just answer this question. You see, I right off the bat, I can't give you how that should be framed. But what I'm saying is this: that it could be framed in a way whereby it shows that in the 25%, in the 1/4 that is required, at least 1/4 in each of those states, states or in that country, that Abuja is one of them. But listen, let me say this. From what we just read from that Constitution, there's a dichotomy there. Let me use it on this Nigerian English. English.
You speaking English?
No, there's this dichotomy, or there's this separation of the states and federal capital. In fact, that's an indictment there that federal capital cities territory is not a state, because for the fact that they use "and" there shows that we are talking about 2/3, 25% from 2/3, which is 24 states of the 36 states, and Abuja. You have to also have 25% from that, because if it's
how would they have put it now? If you don't know how,
that's what I'm saying to you. That
you don't know how to put it, sir. You can't think of.
Let me Olawale, let me tell one rational mind, my brother Patrick. They should have emphasized or stressed a bit. It's a little bit further by saying including, or
there could have been used.
Hold on. Including or extra 25%, which me and one man agreed on. So if they don't do that, that means the question that I'm asking you guys now, that Patrick, as a mathematician here in the house, is 24 states now, 2/3 of 37 states?
No.
Okay, rational mind. So you believe that they would have used including, right?
Yeah, they could have used including there.
Okay.
Which means
that would even be even more confusing, sir.
Okay, wait. Let me finish with them now.
Hold on. When you say hold on, let me answer your question. When you say sorry, I don't want to sound like I'm dominating this conversation, because like everybody's just, everybody other person. I'm not saying every other. I'm saying you're asking me the question. That's why I'm answering. Even though I just want to be in the background and listen to all of you. But since
you're just abusing your position as the.
Okay, all right. Let me keep quiet there. So
I'm only joking. Carry on.
Okay. Now, so my point is this that you can say including. Now you're saying in this 2/3 we're talking about, Abuja is included in this 2/3 of the state.
Would you have said 36 states including Abuja, right? Okay, let me tell you the danger of that. The moment you say including Abuja, they will say, oh, 36 states. They say Abuja should be included. In this case, Abuja is not included. That means they are wrong. You could still do that.
What are you talking about?
You see,
Does anybody understand what he's talking about?
now. You don't even know what
National man, you would have done it. We know you.
Oh yeah, go on, please. Sorry.
That's what people would have said. That this because they should even include Abuja. In this case, this man did not get Abuja is not included in his vote. You see, it is when we read the constitution and read some things, we should even look at our mind and our conscience.
Oh God.
Wait now. We should look at our conscience and say, okay, if this man, what we are trying to do is just look for technical way.
No, this is not technically. You and I wasn't the framer of the constitution.
I'm talking of people that are taking this position.
Yeah, but hold on, Patrick. Patrick, hold on 1 second. You did not address the question that Tony put to you. Tony was asking you, because you are a man of mathematics, Tony was asking you if 24 is 2/3 of 37.
23 is not 2/3 of 37, but
24
will be 2/3 of 37 actually.
No,
it is not.
It's not.
Approximately, yeah.
No, approximately.
Not even approximately.
You will get a
25.
24 is not 2/3 of 37.
No, it will be 25.4.
It's 20. Let me show you. Can you see this on the screen?
9 times 2.
Go on, we cannot see.
No, you don't have to do the math. I've already got it up. Okay, sorry. Let me
it's
just
40 point something now. It's almost 40 point something. That's what it should be.
Hold on. Let me share this with you.
What am I saying? 18 point something.
Can you see now?
No, yeah, we can see now.
It's 24 now. 24 point.
Hold on. So if we're doing, because what we're now saying is that Abuja assumes the status of a state, which then says that you must get 24 this is Tony's logical, but that's not the law. So he's saying that you must get at least 2/3 in 37, but 2/3 in 37 is 24.7. No, it's 24.7 because if you round it up to the nearest decimal, it's 24.666. But if you round it up to the nearest decimal, then it's really 24.7, which is nearer 25 than it is 24. But if you're talking about 2/3 in 36, if you're talking about 2/3 in 36, it's dead on 24. So that's the logic that Tony was presenting. But what the law is actually saying is, if you get, let's say, 23 in this 36 states, if you get 23 in this 36 states, but then you get 20 that 2/3 in Abuja as well, that's whatever, then that makes up your number. So does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
But this math you're doing, you did 2/3 of 36 states gives you how much? It gives you how many?
24. They're done. Yeah.
They're done. Okay. Now, if you do 37 states, which is Abuja included now,
24.67. 24.67.
That gives you 24.67.
Okay, which is approximately 25 then.
Yes.
So what's the point of contention here?
No, it was actually Tony that brought up that question.
Okay.
Because he wanted to highlight that Abuja has a special status.
So I think it underscored the fact that that the Constitution says that you have to get 24% of the 36 states, which is 2/3 of each of the states, which is you have to get 1/4 of vote in each of the 24 states of the 36 states. And then it says, and Abuja, which means Abuja will now be the 25th. But
No, that's not mind. You see, when you are reading letters, the tonation is usually not there. That's the problem. The way you said it, 24 of that's 2/3 of 36 states, and Abuja, it looks different. I can read it.
Are you scared of intonation?
I also read it and say 2/3 of 30 states and Federal Capital Territory.
I'm only doing that for emphasis.
No, when you read it with that emphasis,
it's a round number. It's a round number. When you have
Tony,
24,
Tony, hold on.
over
Tony, when you
36.
want to come in, just say excuse me, then we will excuse you. Don't come in.
Sorry, sir. I'm not being angry.
I'm not angry. I'm just telling you. So,
sorry, sir.
So when you say 2/3 of 36 states and Abuja and Federal Capital.
But my brother, 24 over 36 is 12. You see, so it's a round number. It's exactly 2/3.
Yeah,
so now they are Abuja is not the Wahala.
I think what Obi is trying to do is that they are just trying to create a crisis.
What are you talking about? Why are you people scared?
Are
you scared?
Rational mind. The way you explain what are you talking about, I won't believe you say it for fun and you don't really mean it. Because what I'm talking about is very clear. It's an exclamation, right? Yeah.
Go on.
So I want to believe it's an exclamation. So I'm telling you, what I'm saying is very clear. So I'm not answering that question.
Okay.
We are saying
that. When I mean scared, I mean I'm talking about.
Not scared. When you say what are you talking about, at times it look like what's this guy saying. I'm sure you don't really mean it that way.
Incredulity in the tonality.
And you have that manner. So please, you should watch it. Yeah. So what I'm saying is this: that the guy that took that thing to court, they know what that means. It's English. It's very simple and straightforward. But they just feel that they could get something from that. They could get a win from that, not minding the crisis that might cause in the future. Because if you give a judgment, let me tell you, if you give a judgment today and say, okay, Abuja should be included, the crisis to create is this: that if I win every other state and I don't win Abuja, 2/3 of Abuja, 25% of Abuja, I'm going to lose. It means that political parties can just send like 10% or 20% of their supporters to go and register in Abuja.
My brother, all you have to do is to win more states, other states to be.
Even if you win more states and you don't win Abuja, you are still not qualified. So it means that as APC, if I have 25 states in my kitty, I'll just move like 10% of my PVCs to Abuja, because now you can move PVCs. So a state like Lagos that has maybe 1 million APC, if they work very hard, if they can get 1 million for us, say, okay, take 200,000 to Abuja. Or just take 100,000 to Abuja. Since State, take 500,000 to Abuja. At the end of the day, you have like almost 10 million registered voters in Abuja. And then small parties like Labour and the rest will not be able to win Abuja. And the people that will be determining who rules in that place will not even be people who live in Abuja, but people just transfer their PVs to Abuja. So that's the crisis that they might create with that thing. It's simple English.
My brother, let me tell you this. You see the same people that are shouting Abuja should be special status. These are the same people that cry marginalization. If they actually believe that Abuja has a special status, these are the people that they will be the first to be crying, we are being marginalized. How can Abuja be special when Abia is only listening? So these people are not serious, man. The same people with that same character. They will say Abuja is the north. They are giving one northern region special status. They don't give Abuja the same status as Anambra. That's what they'll be telling you.
Hold on. But Abuja has a special status. You know that?
In terms of election, we're talking about electoral, this thing. These same people from Southeast, they will be the first people to be crying. That how can you say Abuja as a part of the north should be a special this thing when it comes to election? And Anambra cannot this and that. They will be the one crying about that shit. So they don't believe it, man. Trust me. They'll be the first to cry marginalization.
Yeah, all right, we shall see how the court.
Let me ask you a question, rational mind. If the indigents of Abuja, if they have the deciding vote on, because of course, if you have to win 25% of Abuja to be president, then they have the deciding vote. So if they have the deciding vote on who becomes the president of Nigeria, are they equal citizens then to people from Oyo Alafin or places like that? are they at the same level of citizenship or not?
Well, I mean, woman, I don't know how to answer your question, but I will answer
Of
your
course,
question this
you
way.
do. You don't know how to answer it in a way that favors your logic, but you do know how to
Well,
answer it.
I mean, what I'm saying is, I don't know how to answer your question in the sense that the question, the way you're putting that question to me, you're trying to box me in the corner, whereby I won't be able to say, okay, yeah. In a suffrage, is it suffrage they call it in election, when you have to vote, everybody should be considered as equal. I totally agree with you. I'm on the same page with you guys on that. That some people should not be given a special status compared to the others. But the framers of this constitution, that's why we need this. Because when people say, oh, just like Gabari was saying, and other people are saying, or Hanese and Baya, Onanuga, and some other Tinubu minions and other people from Southwest, Yoruba kings, saying that, oh, we should just let bygone be bygone. These are some of the things we need to resolve, because things like this can come up in the future again. So let us have a let's have a decision of the court on that, so that next in the future,
you know that so you know that. Yeah, sorry, land that point. Sorry.
So now, just to answer your question.
Yeah.
The framers of this constitution, they make it look like there is something about Abuja. You just have to have that 25%. That's my understanding of that clause, that part of that constitution, that you need Abuja, even though you have 24 states from it.
It's not your understanding, it's what you want because of this election.
No. It's not what I want. I've also looked. I've tried to look at it.
If it was Obi that was in the other shoe, you won't. There's no way you believe it.
If Obi were to be in the shoe,
there's no way you see. I'm saying.
Hold on. Listen, I'm not that kind of person. I'm not so biased.
You are, man. Stop lying, man. We know you.
I'm telling you the truth.
You know. Hold on. Rational mind. You know what Mike just said there. That's actually true. We know you as you know us. Because I told the after about 2 years of every day, you can't. There's no hiding place anymore.
Well, you see, I'm not that biased that I will go against certain logic.
Hey, Rational man, we know you. We know you.
Okay, I hear you.
And then the moderator of tonight.
Can I talk now? Now the point is this: that from what I see there, I will not go again, because I read that. I mean, I taught English, so I read that thing over and over and over again. I try to wrap my head around it. Like, okay, if the framers means that, okay, you need 25% from 24 states, then why are you not saying an Abuja? If I were to look at it that an Abuja, somebody come with another superior logic, like, okay, I have 24% in each of the states of the federation. That aspect is settled, because you need 24 states from the 36 states, at least 25% from each of them. Then, and Abuja we did too. Somebody come with that logic too. I was like, oh, that's another way to look at it. So what do the framers of the constitution, what do they really have in mind? I could understand what you people saying. Abuja should not be given a special status because everybody is equal. We all have equal vote in that country. Yeah, it makes sense. I totally agree with you on that. So that's why we need a constitution. I mean, we need a court to educate on this thing so that we understand where to go on this matter. But I still stand on that.
They should educate.
Yeah, they should educate on it.
When they finish educating, should they adjudicate as well?
I mean, educating. I don't know. Maybe I didn't pronounce.
You know, I'm only pulling your legs. But I wanted to add this. Rational mind. Do you know that with the Supreme Court judgment in Osun State, the whole Peter Obi narrative it now hinges on this 25%, because that Beavers whatever has been removed by the Osun State adjudication, and all these drug cases. I don't think the court will even entertain that. I think that might well be dropped even before they start to present in front of the judges. So everything that Peter Obi hinges all of his hopes on now is on this 25%.
Well, I mean, not really. That's not the only thing we're hinging this whole thing in the court on. Even that 25% is one thing to look at. Is drug case here in America where he was fined is another aspect to look at, and the other,
what is it? For free, I can give my advice on that one. That one ain't going nowhere. That happens at the different jurisdiction, and there's nothing.
But then this constitution, I can make a case for that too. That The constitution does not say. Oh, listen. The constitution does not say what jurisdiction. Hold on now. The constitution does not tell you the jurisdiction that you have to be. That you have to be in Nigeria alone.
No, you have to show certification of conviction. Is there any certification of conviction? No. So it doesn't. Don't wait.
No, if you were to go by you guys' logic too.
It's not logic. It's straight from common.
Hold on now. Allah was here a while ago. He was saying.
Not my logic. It's just
the principle. Hold on now. He says the principle. You have to look about the principle behind a law, not just the.
No. It's not about principle, bros. It's simple. To prove that someone has been convicted, it shows certification of conviction. And we all know for a fact that there's no conviction, there's no certificate of conviction from any court that this guy is guilty of crime.
You've forgotten what?
I know what you are trying to talk. They forfeit account. No, we are not talking about maybe suspicion or
anything. You don't even know what I was about to talk. You don't even know what I was about to talk.
We know. They forfeited account.
Hold on. We've had in the case of Abacha. What about Abacha's son, Abacha family?
We are not talking about Abacha. Focus on Tinubu drug case. Focus on
the same justice that this Ariwola that was there was the one that adjudicated on that case. It says if you forfeit, it's a fine in itself. So we're going to see how if that thing comes in before.
No, rational mind.
So what did he say? Yeah.
Do you know that it's not even Tinubu's account that was actually
even if it was
Tinubu? No, it's KO Tinubu. And you know KO Tinubu. Excuse me. Wait now. Why are you laughing? You have a way of making somebody to look as if you are talking rubbish. I'm telling you what is happening.
No. Okay, go on, please. Sorry.
It's KO Tinubu, and if you KO Tinubu was a former minister of Federal Republic of Guinea. His name is Kafaru Oluwole Tinubu, not Bola Tinubu. That's what people don't know. KO Tinubu is not the same thing as Bola Tinubu.
Okay, hold on now. You see, when people making all this.
Well, we don't even need to drag this one. But the bottom line is,
you see, another thing you're saying again now. So if KO Kamaru was the one that was involved in this thing, why was Tinubu being the one that was being asked by the IRS or the agent and was corresponding with them, and then why was Tinubu name mentioned in that thing? Why was his bank account that bears his name? Those accounts that bears his name. Why? I mean, what kind of fallacy is this? For goodness sake. Look at what you're saying again. Kamaru was involved. Yes, himself was involved in that case. But the person, the main culprit here in that case was Bola Tinubu. His account was used. I don't know what you're even talking about. The only way Kamaru came into it was that he said, Abibatu Magaji, Kamaru, maybe other people were in this set. These are family members that also have money. They're part of people that have own money. They do some international trade, whatever they say. He said they did. They transfer money or whatever, launder money, whatever they say they do. That money in the account were also part of their money. Is Abibat has a real estate. Kamaru too has some other business he does. Those money there also belongs to him. I don't know what you're talking about. That Kamaru. Where are you reading this from?
Rational mind.
Simba.
Rational mind. Who was the president of America in 85-86?
That should have been Bush now. Is it not Bush?
In 85-86?
I think it was should be
it was Reagan.
Reagan. Okay,
Reagan. It was Reagan.
Okay.
And you know this, one of his core policy then was targeting infiltration of drug in American society.
Okay.
And that was when he had executive orders that targeted every property that is traced to any drug lord or anyone. That property will be seized, right?
Okay.
So it was during that time that this investigation was established. And at that moment, every person traced or one we identify with the drug lords' properties are being seized. And this was when this case happened.
When did the case begin? Was it 87 or 93?
86. And
Okay.
it kept dragging
I
and
remember
dragging.
too well.
That investigation continued. Now, at the end of the day, the only thing that what made United States to be able to have a legal authority on that fund, on the fund on that account is number one. That amount have been in that country, in that account for more than at least 3 to 4 years, and no taxes being paid on those funds.
Oh yeah.
So, and secondly, hold on. The fact
Well,
that
let me meet myself here.
the subject matters also, it was a signatory to that account. That was the reason the United States now decided, there's no way after, because it ended up, I think what it did was more or less like, what do you call this thing in legal term? When you have to strike a deal and you fulfill certain amount, for not paying taxes and all that. Eventually, in fact, they wanted to take the entire money because the policy of that administration then was everything will be taken away from you. And after that time, was no longer even living in America; it was living in Nigeria. He had to hire a lawyer to sit on his behalf, and that was the reason why
plea bargain.
Thank you. And he was not criminally convicted. At that time, you had civil official. You also have criminal.
How can you convict somebody that is not in shores of the United States?
You can. Why not? You can convict somebody in absentia. Who says?
So, Rational Man, you're admitting I wasn't convicted.
Excuse me. Can I say something?
Okay, go on, please. Sorry, go on.
Yes, even when you look at this case, it's not actually a person of Tinubu. It was like a company. It was like don't say haha. It was not direct. The case was not directly against Tinubu.
Whose name
because
was
if you look at it,
no, don't come here.
It's not only his name. There are so many people on that owns that account.
The account that the IRS agent was talking about in that case that we read. Who was the one's name that was about those names you mentioned?
They mentioned names. Tinubu was there. Tinubu was there. That's like 4 or 5 people that owns that account. Yeah. It was not the person of Tinubu.
Hold on. Almost 8 accounts were, even 9 accounts were mentioned. All those accounts were Tinubu's accounts.
Okay, how is this relevant to the court case?
Is it his own personal account? That's the question I want to ask you.
Well, it was his account. It bears his name.
It's not only his name that is on that account. That's what you don't know.
Well, but what's the point here? What are we talking about here?
What we are saying is that if I have a company and my company is fined about certain things, it's not me personally that was fined.
Oh God. Who controls the account? Who manages the account?
I don't have problem with such account or whatever, because every Nigerian people that moves abroad, they want to make money quick. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what now they got the
including Rational Man and all this obedience. Most of them are
who don't want to make money? Who don't want to make money quick? Who don't want to beat the tax? Me myself, the big tax right now. I get more than 100 letters.
Why you saying I'm 419? Do you know me?
I beg you, maybe now you're pretend to be pastor.
The way you spin it, I don't say you're
a Rational Man. If I can say,
you spin worse than Hush Puppy.
Are you there?
Rational Man, let me ask you one question real quick. If I'm your brother, I'm visiting you from Nigeria, right? You're a resident. I'm your brother. I'm visiting you in America. You're a resident of America, right? You don't have bank account. So, and I say, hey, Rational Man, please, I brought this amount from Nigeria and I don't want to be holding cash around with me. I deposited it in your bank account, right? You're my brother. You're my blood brother, right? And you gave me your debit card. It was now established that the money I put in your account was a proceed of drug, and the government decided to place the embargo on that account. You didn't have access to your account. Are you guilty or not guilty?
You see, you and I will live in America here.
Hold on now. Are you guilty or not guilty?
There is
don't speak. Just answer the question.
They also will make quick money. Everybody want to make quick money. Make them stop this. If you make somebody with us in Nigeria, now would they look? Don't they look at somebody who is abroad who want to make money? All of them want to make money.
Can I make a comment?
Yes. Okay. Don't let me put you behind, please. I don't like saying that, please. I don't want when people say hold on. Please.
Okay. So Rational Man, let me interject real quickly.
You answer my question later.
I wanted to answer your question. I mean, this question. Can you just hold on, Prince Daddy, please? Is that Prince Daddy?
Yeah.
No, so just give me a few. Let me just answer Adewale's question, because if you go on talk, I'm not able to answer it. Now, sorry. So the point is this. You see, I don't know why we always have to spin things all because of Tinubu. I mean, somebody just came here and telling me that KO Tinubu was the one on. I mean, like, what are we talking about here? Who was the one corresponding? If KO Tinubu was the one that has the money in the account, why are they talking to Bola Tinubu? I mean, look at how we always make excuses for this man. Now you're telling me now. Hold on. I will
one of
answer your
your
question.
accounts now. Yeah.
Now you're telling me now that my brother came to America.
I am your brother. I'm the one visiting.
Yeah,
you.
fine. Whatever you put it, you put your money in my account, and that money is supposed to be proceeds from drug.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there is no ignorance. Sorry, anybody whoever is coughing, please. Can you just mute, please? So my question is, there is no ignorance in breaking the law. It's not like, oh, I don't know.
No. Did he break the law?
You say what?
Did he break the law?
No.
My account was used for laundering money.
Was he convicted?
How would you know?
Hold on. Don't box me in the corner with your question. I mean, not you.
We're not boxing you.
Mike, I'm talking to Mike. Don't box me in the corner. Let me answer.
We're not boxing you. You say there's no ignorance to the law. And we are telling you he didn't break the law. The only way you can prove he broke the law is if he was convicted.
You break the law. You broke the law. Listen, if there was no law broken there, why would you be fined? Why would
he was not fine. Account forfeited is not fine.
Oh my goodness. What was that? What was that?
The account that the money was found in, this particular one, was an investment account. So whether you like it or not, you are still going to pay taxes on those funds in those accounts. The bank also has obligatory.
The money. Hold on. The money that was taken from there was the stipulated amount of money for the fine. The max. Hold on. The max you can go in that kind of money laundering is that if you want to pay a fine.
You say it was money.
Mind you. They did not order. Hold on. They call it forfeiture. He forfeited it. Now, the forfeiture there was that because that was the fine, the penalty for what he did.
No.
They could not. Hold on.
Rational mind. Let me explain it to you. Wait, let me explain something to you. Okay. Rational mind. Do you know that if I don't need your permission to wire money to your account right now as we speak. All I need is your account number. Wait. Let me. I'm trying to explain something to you. Wait. All I need is your account number. In fact, I can cash up money to your bank account right now. All I need is your cash app info, cash app money. I don't know if everybody know what cash app is.
All of this.
Wait. Listen. Bros. Wait. Let me just explain something. If I cash up drug money to your account or any money, legal money to your account right now, boom, and let's say the FBI or whatever government is investigating me for crime every day, they find out they're tracing my money, where my money is going, and they find out that I cash up one of the illegal money to your account, they can come and forfeit that. Take that money from your account or forfeit that account for the fact that money is the drug money that went to your account. So will they now be able to convict you? Doesn't that mean that you are convicted? Rational mind. Does it mean you have been convicted of a crime or you are fined for committing crime?
Well, if you accept the funds, yeah.
No, you don't need to accept it. You don't need my permission for me to send money to your account right now.
I gave you my account number.
The only way they can say you accept is maybe you sign a contract that I'm sending you this money for this reason and that reason.
No, say the transmission and acceptance of the funds. Okay,
exactly.
No, the acceptance of funds will be that. Wait. We sign a deal.
Did you rewire the money back to the person? Say, oh, bank, I don't know about this money. Please send the money back to the owner.
No, you don't have to.
Well, why?
You don't have to. If somebody decided to send money to my bank account, it's not my fault. I'm not obligated to wire it back to you.
No.
You can do. All you can do.
In America, and then you're talking like this. I don't know what you're talking about.
No. Rational mind. If I'm sitting there right now, you decide to send me. You decide to send me $20. I'm not obligated to send it back to you. You don't send that to me. Send that to me. Be that. Government cannot come and arrest me. That
you dash me the money.
Drug dealer send money to you.
Hold on. They dash Tinubu the money. Is that what happened?
We're going to ask them. I don't know.
Hey, rational man. I would say this money business with Tinubu. I don't think Tinubu is unaware of the transaction. I can say that because why I hold him responsible somewhat because why he's an accountant.
It's our opinion. No, we don't know for fact.
Well, it's an accountant. It's being an accountant. I mean, I will assume that he has, he audits the account or knows what goes in and out of the account. So though he may not himself be involved with drug trafficking or drug trade, nonetheless, I think is not oblivious to what happened. Let's put it that way. I don't think he personally is into drugs, but maybe this account was used for money laundering. Okay, but again, it doesn't mean that he wasn't aware.
No. The argument here is not whether we are convinced that Tinubu is a criminal or anything. The argument here is whether he was convicted of a crime, and you can use that in Nigerian courts here to prove that hey, this man here. That's the argument here. We don't care whether Tinubu was a drug dealer or not, and you know what we are arguing here is whether he was convicted. You know, and that's why Tony is saying stop being hypocrite. Most Nigerians, you know.
Okay, I would like to know that also that if a crime committed in a different country is the punishment is applicable in Nigeria to bar somebody.
But that's the question. But was the crime that he committed? That's what we are arguing.
What is if it's crime or not? Anything that somebody does in a different country does that prevent that person from being able to participate in the election?
Yes. The Nigerian laws says if you've been convicted, but actually they say in the last 10 years, you know. So it's, in fact, this was even past 10 years.
Okay, so the statute of limitation is passed.
So the whole thing is even there, but we're just arguing for the sake of whether.
But also, I think even though he paid a fine, it was not a criminal indictment on him.
No,
okay.
Civil forfeiture, not criminal.
Okay, civil forfeiture. So there you go. So all those
IRS money,
right?
If you owe IRS money, that's a full.
If you don't, it's not a crime. If you pay the money, that's fine.
But then the case says.
But again, Russian mind. Now you are 0-2 against Tinubu. But what else? What's the third one?
Oh my goodness! I mean, I'm not here. I'm not here to talk about between Tinubu today.
Go to Nigeria was going to put more and bring more.
I don't go there. That's why you don't see me. I don't go.
Honestly, they will like you in that place too. They will love you there, man. They love you.
I don't go to where people
cannot challenge me. Argument may not hold water, but it's
what argument might not hold water?
No, the argument that you are given that the money for future and all that also amounts to being, criminal issued in another jurisdiction. Therefore, it disqualifies his candidacy.
The last time I checked when I go to this thing again, you say maybe I'm always pinpointing on letters of the Constitution. Well, if I don't do that, what am I going to do then?
If he had been convicted of a
hold on.
If he had been convicted of a,
look at what it says. You want me to bring that? You want me to bring it up again?
Read it.
Okay, it's going to take me time. Can you read it?
Yeah, but the bottom line is this: there was no.
Can you read it? For the sake of our listeners, can you just read that part out? Where it says conviction, and then it says fine. Can you read that part, please, if you can? I can't remember where, but I'm gonna have to search for it. I thought maybe you are on it already.
No, I'm not on it. But the fact that he was not convicted, even the smallest class deeds of misdemeanor in America, there's no way the states in that affidavit written by the IRS that Bola Ahmed Tinubu was convicted of either for money laundering or for drug peddling. So if that is not the case, then I don't see why opposition is trying to exploit it. It won't hold any water. If this man was convicted, I think driving traffic offense is like Class D misdemeanor, I believe so. And even that infraction alone would have been, something that they can explore. But for someone who was not even convicted, and everything that happened was just a civil forfeiture. And civil forfeiture is more or less like when there's an investigation on your account. Guess what the federal does? They will inform your bank and they will lock your account. You will not be able to access your account pending the investigation. And when it happened, because if you had hold IRS money before, you understand how this procedure, you will not be able to access to your fund. And when the investigation is concluded, they will give you, timeline on where you can make payment or sue you to the court, and that's when it will become criminal issue. And at the court, if you're able to do some plea bargaining, fine. If not, then they will convict you. Then your asset is still going to be confiscated, and that's when you know that you've committed felony. And so that time it's not even going to be misdemeanor; it's going to be pure felony. So it's just, I don't know. It's just a way of adding to the book and make it more so that we have something to play about. That's the way I see it. But it's worth exploring by the opposition anyway. It's worth exploring.
I have a question. Is it the Labour Party that's taking taking this case to court, or is it Obi himself? Is it the party that's taking them to court right now?
I think it's a joint case between the candidate and the party.
Okay, because this guy just became the chairman of the party.
Are you talking about their Papa Angle?
Yeah, Papa guy. The guy looks like Tinubu has already bought that guy. The guy about to call. The guy says he's inviting all the lawyers to come and give him.
Yeah, but that is
you know,
that,
is that Peter Obi is
they stop
ignoring
wasting
his
Nigerian's time. Come on, come on,
but
withdraw.
that is in politics. That is also acceptable. You know, you find a way. Papa has been a Labour Party person right from a very long time, and if opposition is trying to exploit that angle by making sure that they use the old guard there to pit them against the incumbent, I assume. I mean, it's welcoming. It's a fair game. Let me put it that way. It's a fair game. But you know, Yoruba will say "Ajekula don mokule ni." Everything is just the domino is falling and all that. So,
can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? I think
Yeah.
I found the section. Yeah, I don't know if you want us to talk about it. You want us to talk about it, or want us to move on?
Rational mind. Let's talk
What
about
section are you talking
the
about?
banning of this Nigerian politicians. Let's talk about that.
Okay, let's go on to that then. All right. Yeah. So what's your take on that?
If I can comment briefly.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let me.
Sorry,
couple of minutes.
hold on. Hold on, Prince Daddy. So let's talk about this, and I want to bring both you first, and then Mike, because we've not yet heard from Mike on the Seun Kuti situation. Both the incident, him submitting himself to the police, and then them presenting him in handcuffs. So, but lead first, Prince Daddy, on this. U.S. imposes visa ban on Nigerians who undermined 2023 elections. So yes, take it from there.
Yeah, thanks, Mine. Yeah, it's well, it's not a new thing. I believe they've done it before in the past, but this pattern of imposing on restriction on politician, to me, it's a slippery slope, in the sense that, look, eventually it's going to morph into something else. When they start demanding, it's going to meaning that it's going to extend to normal citizens when they feel that your position on certain maybe policy or global policy is not favorable. You too, as a normal citizen, can be denied. I don't like that. I don't like the fact that another sovereign nation will impose restriction on another sovereign nation because of the election. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think Nigeria does, or any other country for that matter, can interfere in the U.S. Election. But come to the U.S. It's everywhere. People, politicians accusing one another for election malpractice, fraud, and stealing. Name it all. Everything that you have in Nigeria's election today and the past it's present here also in the United States. It is in so many ways, but of course we can't do nothing about it. But again, they imposing the fines on these politicians not because they're not guilty, but I think it's not a way to. It is not for a sovereign nation. Is not a way to go. And I know a lot of people are encouraging it. They're also encouraging to the point of even going to the International Criminal Court. I know for sure, and Badibor Roseviver was a proponent of it, trying to get Nigerian politicians to be arrested and criminalized for their action during the election. Again,
it's a form of neo-colonialism, is what you're really. Is that where you are?
Yeah, I'm trying to refrain from that term or that word. Yes, I do agree. That's what it is. You know,
is it not a matter of sovereignty, though? Is it not a matter of sovereignty? The United States have it within their sovereign powers to do as they will. If Nigeria decides that for reasons that Trump has been convicted of this sexual misdemeanor or whatever, that they are banning him from Nigeria, it will make a lot of headlines in the United States, but nobody can stop us from doing that. It's a matter of sovereignty, surely.
Well, it is. Yeah. I guess I can see that. But it's unless we're making an argument or a case that Nigeria's election directly affects United States dramatically, and therefore it has cost or is going to cost United States injury as a nation. Well, then I accept that. But you got to keep in mind this banning of this politician is not made in isolation. It's made directly in connection with the election just passed, telling us that, hey, you guys, we're still going to tell you what to do, what we think is right. again pretty soon when they start imposing their moral laws or immoral laws on you people, on that is the Nigerians or the black people, then I want to see the reaction. How you gonna combat that? Saying, well, our culture or tradition does not support your definition of marriage and all these other things. Oh, you think so? Well, you're banned. Trust me. And what I'm saying is just around the corner.
It's a first step down a slippery slope.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And by the way, we talk. Well, it's going to extend obviously, and it is extending obviously to America, rather to Africa and these third world countries. We saw what Barack Obama did. We saw what Kamala Harris did recently, and even here in America, there are many people that if they're traditionalist or their opinion or their beliefs is contrary to what certain group believe as being oppressive, guess what? They've been punished in their work, in the business, and in other avenues. Okay, and they are really extending this position across the world. They are. I know you guys know what I'm talking about in that regards. They're going to be demanding of you pretty soon that you should institute these policies. That if you don't do it, they will ban you. They will start banning normal citizens. Okay, of course they start with the politicians. It's going to extend beyond the politicians. So those people think, well, let's allow the international court, let's allow the U.S. or the British to interfere with everything that has to do with us because they are moms and dads. Then it's okay. It's not okay. No country on this planet, including America, of course, no country is perfect. They all have their problems one way or another. Yes, it would be nice to for us to address our own problems internally. That'd be the best way. And Nigeria has a plethora of laws and instruments to do that. But because just like again, there's nothing you're gonna accuse Nigeria of that is not present right now in the United States. Absolutely, there's nothing. The United States has its own problem too, in all countries around the world. But this, you use the colonial mentality of, oh, okay, let's call the big brother in to come tell us what to do. It's a slippery slope. Be careful, because it's going to extend beyond our politicians. They're going to start banning ordinary citizens.
All right. I'm not actually far away from you in thought on that. Because a lot of people, because of their politics, they would quickly celebrate this. But really, like you said, it's just that step down a slippery slope. It continues to gain momentum within the news cycle. It says our federal government keeps mum as United States impose visa ban on electoral offenders. But what we have not yet found out is the list of names. But they've given us the parameters. So people who promote electoral violence, people who manipulate ballot boxes. But who makes the decision on those is the wider point. It says these individuals have been involved in intimidation of voters through threats and physical violence, the manipulation of vote results, and other activities that undermine Nigeria's democratic process. So, like you said, is this policeman but it's not uniquely peculiar to Africa, though, because the United States stands accused of being positioned as the policeman of the world.
Yeah, you're right, but in this case, I think it's very welcoming to a lot of the opposition, if you want to put it that way. For they actually encouraging, they're promoting, maybe through Chimamanda Adichie writing a letter to Biden. They actually promoted it and pushing that idea that the U.S. should interfere. That's there's more support for it. Okay. But it's going to come a time again that the U.S. would impose itself on Nigerians.
Do you think that was what? Sorry, Prince. Do you think that was what propelled this? All that open letter from Chimamanda, backed up by an open letter from the Igbo Elders Forum, and then there was a time that they were demonstrating at the White House. They are forever demonstrating in London. So, do you think all of this, the culmination of all of this, is what we're seeing from the in this now travel ban.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the FBI is there, the CIA is there. They gather information. They know what is going around the world. They're not oblivious to what is going on, and this agitation, so to speak, that these people are promoting, yes, is helping fuel it. Is helping fuel it and promote it and encourage it. In this day of China influence, did China say anything about it? I doubt it, because they had this non-intervention policy to the rest of the world. China is not going to say nothing about U.S. About Nigeria's election, but U.S. wants to reinforce and establish and continue to establish itself as just like you said, the global police, and make sure that they say something about it, about the election. Okay, but China's not going to interfere. Chimamanda's letter it encourages this kind of behavior, and again, it's not a way to go. It's absolutely not. If it would be at one, and the Tinubu, I'll even doubt if Tinubu would do such a thing. And Tinubu was trying to push this narrative. I would not support it. I mean, it doesn't matter who wins. I don't care for Atiku to win at all. But if it was him that won, I wouldn't support that from Obi or Tinubu to try and draw another country into its affairs in that regards. No.
Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
You're looking at the bigger picture here, because if you say you express this fear of, okay, this could be a prelude to more other things to come, cohesion, some kind of way of arm twisting us to adopting some values from them and all of that, like you just said about the LGBTQ issue and all of that. And then if you're taking it to that, because I just think you're overflogging this question. I mean, this issue here. The issue is that these people were banned for electoral. The visa ban is usually, well, maybe somebody, you can take it to what you're saying, but then my point is this, the other point I'm trying to make is that people were trying to prevent other people from voting. They were stoking violence, threatening people that this will be done to them if they don't vote in a certain line or whatever. Don't you think that is enough of punitive measure that some countries should ban? Because these people we're talking about, a lot of them, when there's a problem now in Nigeria, a lot of them will just fly off, take their countries, take their case to these countries. So if they ban these people, don't you think it's a way of like making them realize that you just have to allow people to express the franchise?
If you want to ban people, you don't need to announce it to us. Just ban them. Okay. Why do they have to be announcing it?
Did they mention names? That's the question. Did they mention
No,
names?
why do they need to be telling us that we are banning? If you want to ban somebody from your country, ban. You don't need to be interfering in our internal affairs and be telling us.
They need to.
And the problem with, and that's the problem. The problem with people like Rational Mind, they are the people like you in countries where America invade successfully. People like you are the reason why. Because what they do before they topple those governments is they lure some citizens to believe that they are the friend of the people and their government is their enemy. When they wanted to invade Iraq, we are coming for Operation Iraqi Freedom to free the Iraqi people because their government is oppressing them. When they want to invade your country, that's where they start. They first begin to say, we are the one on the side of the people. The government is one against them. They start with your internal this thing just to convince the population. So that way, by the time they come in, everybody will be singing, "You are welcome, you are welcome." By the time American soldier will be marching the streets of Nigeria, Nigerian citizens will be singing, "Yeah, you are welcome, you are welcome," and they will send your country backward.
Okay, to Rational Mind's question, I actually agree with Michael. Mike is saying, but to Rational Mind's question, I don't think I'm overflogging it. But my point is quite simple. Okay, well, if they want to punish these people, they should go ahead and punish them. But keep in mind, you can't have your cake and eat it. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm just saying, next time when they bring some other restriction on the people, don't say no, we don't want it. We don't support it. No. At this point in time, no, you don't call the shots anymore. They call the shots. That's what I'm trying to say.
And let me throw this in real quick. See, the question is the Rational Mind. When people do something, you have to question the double standard they play. When election happened in Uganda, when the way they were beating the opposition, that guy probably won. As if the way they were, he's an opposition, the soldiers were beating him. Imagine Nigerian soldiers beating Peter Obi on the streets, all those things. Guess what? America is still siding with Museveni. Oh, still their number one ally in the continent. They didn't talk. Every country that surrounds Nigeria, they're all dictators. You have presidents that have been there 40 years. Some of them, they even when their time is supposed to be over, they won't extend the constitution. They add more time. You know, they all around Africa, the kind of rubbish that's going on, but they don't have problem with those ones.
That was me the way we.
But wait. But when it comes to Nigeria, in fact, when it comes to democracy, Nigeria is light years ahead of most African countries. And most of these countries, America is a better friend of them than they are a friend of Nigeria. Amnesty International will talk about the one Nigerian soldiers committing, whereas in Cameroon, next door, they committed genocide. Genocide is going on there. But people like Rational Mind, when they talk, you guys don't look at the reason. You think they are there for humanity or morality purpose. They are not doing it for humanity or morality purpose.
Simba, are you there? Simba? Is Simba there? Want to get your view because you've been quiet.
So I'm just saying, you national people like you guys should be careful how you think someone is.
Mike, will you just leave me out of the speaker? I mean, we're only having a conversation.
It's not you. I'm just saying, people, all of you guys that are calling for all these international white men to come and solve your problem.
When I argue sometimes here that we Nigerians, let me say we Nigerians, some Nigerians or we Nigerians, we are criminally minded, and that is why that country will not move forward. You come to countries like this. If the countries
Rational Mind, we will start fight today. We are not criminally minded.
Yeah. You see, we come to countries like this where they have law and order. Things works for them here. Why do you think things work for them here? Because they follow law and order. But Nigeria,
they have a lot of people in jail, so not everyone. They have millions of people in prison, so it means that not everyone in the country follow law and order. I mean,
what about that, Rational Mind? America has the highest population of prisoners in the world. What about that? Is it because people love to follow the law?
Rational Mind with all of them, they are all law-abiding people.
You're opening another perspective.
No, you didn't want to say this. They follow law and order. So, they are criminals in every country.
Hold on. Dude. I mean, I don't know the fact that there's no corruption here, but they don't allow things Did
you talk to your mom? Me? Yeah, today.
Last time
Prince Daddy, you are okay. Thank you. You see, when we don't let law to prevail in a society, we get what we get in that country. The likes of Seun Kuti slapping the police, and some of us could be coming here and just.
Well, he's arrested now. He's been arrested.
Hold on. We can have police acting anyhow, like in the case of that Seun Kuti too, that led him to slapping that police or whatever. But I'm not justifying it. Don't get me wrong. We have politicians. They steal our money. I don't know if you guys have been following the barrels of missing crude oil. Look at the money they signed into law recently. That the $22 billion, 22 trillion that they signed into law. Are you telling me that this money was used in this last phase of Buhari?
We know that. So America should come and police us, right? America should come and police us.
Rational, I thought this money were like pre-spent money. I thought this money were like pre-spent money. They just have to approve it to the.
Hold on, we're just 6 months into this year. Already, look at how much. I don't know if you're listening to what I mean.
We know it's going on. We are not denying that, but what we're asking is, so America should be the ones to come and police us, right?
It's because how many of the thieves, the rogues in that country, as ESS successfully prosecuted?
No one is arguing with you that Nigeria has problem. We're not arguing that.
So Rational Mind.
But what we are telling you is, you can't be calling the US to come and invade us, come and police us, to come and teach us.
People are not treating your effort. By effort, I'm not talking about you. I mean, the country is not treating their own effort. That's why they have to do that. Because
so they have to do that, and you're okay with that, and they're doing it for your interest.
We need to start bringing about this law and order. If we don't want to do it in Nigeria,
yeah, we need to. Yeah, we should be the one to do it, but not another country to come and do it for us. That's what I'm telling you.
What they don't want that kind of people to come and contaminate their own country.
It's fine, but we don't need them to be announcing to us and come and be lecturing us and things. We don't need that.
They're not lecturing us.
We have enough decent people in our country to lecture us.
They are not lecturing us. They are telling that as a matter of foreign policy or whatever. They are telling.
Didn't they accept Abacha loot? Didn't they accept his loot? They accepted his loot now.
Hold on. They're telling the public that we are banning so and so people in this category. They do that every time.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
So why are we making issue out of all this? I mean, we're just making issue out of things that are not all because of Tinubu is involved. Oh my goodness, guys!
Did they ban Tinubu? No, we are saying with all of you that it's not because of, we also have of you that like hailing, some of you that
are when they talk here today.
Rational
God will keep all of us alive. We will live.
What we are saying is
terror of rain. We shall all come back
talk,
here.
Terror reign. The mind is not even a president yet. Where's the terror reign? Rational mind.
Reign of terror, whatever it is.
Rational mind. Look at it this way. When you talk of the benefit of something, it's not bad to look at the negative aspects. Now, we may think that this visa ban, is working for us now, right? We may think, yesterday I questioned the logic behind it, because if those people you want to ban, if they get immunity, diplomatic passport, what happens? America will not stop them from entering the country. You know that. Look at what they do to Buratai. Buratai, that they say, okay, they believe that it may be wanted for crime against humanity. What did Buhari administration do for this guy? He made him he made him a diplomat. So nobody is looking for him. Nobody can pick him up. So what I'm saying now, if you want to ban our politicians, if there are politicians that will eventually be carrying diplomatic passports, so the ban is useless. Now, Prince Daddy raised a concern that says, okay, these people, they may now go a step. And I say, okay, I look at rational mind. Oh, rational mind, this guy, what's he even doing in our country? I think we should send him back to his country. You don't like something like that, right? That's exactly what you don't want. That's why I say, okay,
But do you know, hold on, but do you know that with diplomatic passport does not grant some kind of immunity? Do you know that? It's not absolute. Immunity that they can expel you. You know they can expel you. You know they can expel you.
Look, I don't know anything about.
No, they can't. Hold on. We've seen it. Hold on. I'll give you. You want me to give you example? We're seeing when countries they retaliate against each other by expelling each other's diplomats. These are diplomats that have immunity. They have diplomatic passport. They can expel them.
No,
you're a personal non-grata.
You are talking of a situation where things has degenerated to a point.
They can. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe you want to talk of China versus America and they want to be a trade war. They are targeting. But Nigeria and America, we are not at that stage. That's what I would want you to know.
It doesn't have to be trade war. They can say this is a matter of national security to them. And this person is no personal non-grata.
This thing is a matter of national security to them, and these people they still accept it gotten wet in their country. What are we talking about?
They want say that again.
It gotten wet. They still allow it gotten wet in their country.
Well, it's up to us to go and discuss that with them.
Thomas,
are you there?
Okay. See the hypocrisy of United Kingdom. What they did to.
I'm here. I salute you now.
See what they did to Roma. See what they did to Roma Abramovich, for example. Oh, this guy has some kind of relationship with Putin, and the same people were sending billions of weapons to Saudi Arabia that has been accused of mass gross fundamental human rights against another country. So let's forget about these politics. You play politics when it's convenient for you. So the question is this: if at the end of the day, if they are banning people, these politicians from entering their country, I don't see the situation when they will ban them with a diplomatic passport. That's exactly what I'm saying. So we should not celebrate it too much, because the thing is this: let's see, is it effective? If it is effective to help us in the short term, mark my word, short term. In the long run, we should stand our ground as, okay, as another country, you can't be dictating to us. It happened in 19.
They did not dictate to you now. They say they're not allowing people to come to their country. What is your which one is your own problem there? They say these people, you're not coming to our country anymore.
You don't get it.
Heard about what
that's intervention in our electoral process. Forget about story. No matter how you want to pay.
They did not interfere. Did you see them? Hold on. You see, when we spin things like this, it doesn't even make sense to me anymore.
It is interference when you look at.
How did they interfere? Did they come and say, okay, vote for?
Okay, look at it this way. You, because it appears that it favors us now. Oh, by the time you ban the politicians,
no. Did you and I not see what happened?
I'm telling you, they are interfering.
Okay, go on, please. Sorry, go on.
So by the time you will say, okay, this politician, if you rig, we are going to give you a visa ban. Now, those politicians, maybe they have something like investment in America, and these are the riggers, right? The first thing they want to do is that they want to correct themselves. They don't want to be caught because they still like the investment in America. So they react. Now, maybe these people were supposed to act negatively before, they will be positive, or they don't do anything. That way is favors us, but it's still some kind of intervention, no matter how we paint it. It is positive intervention in this case. But now, it favors us now. If these people, because you raise an issue now, for it. Now, if this issue with people will now come tomorrow now, because they've implemented something at the work, they were able to corner our leaders that okay, when we use visa against them, they obey us. They start pushing some kind of thing that out of our culture to us. And this is the same position there too. They be afraid to, and they start dancing to their tune. That is the kind of thing.
They will say any politician that vote against LGBTQ, they will ban it. They will ban it.
These guys will be telling us how to do our laws, but we won't tell Saudi Arabia or United Arab Emirates. Oh, okay, you say, okay, let us accept this, our culture. These people should not be excluded from our community, but they will not go to United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia to tell them the same thing. It simply means that they see.
Can I ask a question?
Let me land my point. You asked me that question. That simply means that they take United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia more seriously than they take us, Africa. So because they can push anything, any rubbish to us, and we accept, we can be cowed because already our leaders, they are rogues. But they do the same thing to Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. They will tell you, say, you can't tell us because, oh, don't practice Sharia. They will tell you, you can never tell us what you are going to do. And yet these people, they are still having good trade. You know, they are dealing with these people seriously. But when it comes to Nigeria, you say, okay, oh, Nigeria, human rights abuse. Don't send them weapons to fight against external aggression. But you are sending billions of the same weapon to Saudi Arabia. Okay, come on, let us look at this. So people raise valid concerns there. Let us discuss it. That's what I want.
Now you raise a very valid example of what one can use. Now, why is it that Saudi Arabia does not get the kind of treatment Nigeria is getting? Do you know why?
Because America fear them. That's why.
How did they fear them? Why did they fear them?
They know Saudi, those one won't take shit. Those one can just side with Russia or something, or just cut them off. Because Saudis, they stand on their ground. They do what they want. You understand? They're not afraid of them. Okay. But they know that you Africans, the moment they talk, you start shaking, start pissing in your pants.
No, that's
you
not them as
masters.
That's not it. That's not it.
They know you guys now. They know our low self-esteem.
Don't say that.
No, they don't have.
What does Saudi have? Saudi is not. I mean,
they know a lot of the citizens of Nigeria start break dancing. They will speak to daddy, come and save us, daddy. My wife, daddy.
Hold on, Mike. Can you answer that question? Or you can't answer, or you want me to answer the question myself?
Okay, answer the question, then I will counter you. So go ahead.
Okay. Saudi Arabia is an economic power.
No, it's not.
They control almost, over a quarter of the U.S. Treasury.
That's not true.
Yeah, they do.
It's not true. Show us, prove it.
I should prove it.
They don't.
Go and look at the balance sheet of the U.S. Treasury. Go and look at the balance sheet there and ask what are the people that have, besides Japan and Japan.
They don't control a quarter of U.S. Treasury. Stop
hold on.
Go to Nigeria Watch and
China hand. Hold on. Is that what?
Now you can go to those places where you can lie to each other and you ignore it.
If you don't know,
you are lying. They don't control a quarter of U.S. Treasury. They don't.
You do not know. Say you don't know.
Because the evidence is a lie. Because I know it's a lie.
I understand there's an inflow.
Patoski, are you here?
Money from Arab countries, especially Saudi Arabia, but to say that Saudi Arabia has huge investment in America, that was the reason why they are their strong ally and they would not trust them or do things. No, I strongly disagree with that. I believe that Saudi Arabia hold an important position when it comes to having an ally in the Arabia.
That is one thing, but forget it.
And if today
they need alliance, that's all.
If today
it's not just alliance. No, I mean
Nigeria is probably one of the strongest alliance because America losing war.
Did you guys listen to what happened recently when Saudi Arabia said they want to join the BRICS nation? What was the reaction of the United States government?
The same thing. If Nigeria said they want to join BRICS nation, they will react to. They will be begging on. They won't even instead of begging on the party.
They don't care. They don't care if you people go and join your whatever.
No, do you know how important Nigeria is in the global? You
don't allow me to speak. Saudi Arabia is a very important ally to the United States government, not just strategically in military.
Nigeria too.
No, Nigeria does not have that. We do not have that. We do not enjoy that.
We don't because we are submissive. That's why.
No,
see, America
we keep modeling this thing up. You won't allow me to land. When you don't allow me to land, I won't get anywhere.
Go ahead.
I will allow you to speak. Sorry, I know you're keen to speak. Now, the point I'm trying to make is that Saudi Arabia has a large bulk of U.S. investment here in the United States. They know what it takes for them. If Saudi Arabia because they said they want to start selling their oil not in U.S. dollar anymore. They want to be collecting other currency, and that's a real big, huge problem to the United States because the bulk of the money that Saudi Arabia gets is being invested here in America, and so they know what that means for them. So it's not an ally you can just bully around. You have to tread with caution. Especially with this their mad prince, whatever. I mean, look at when Khashoggi was dead. Are you saying America does not know that Khashoggi was killed by that prince and his people? They knew, but they know what it takes. Why is that they always cower before them? I mean, every U.S. government has to go, president has to go there and see the prince and the king himself, because they know the strategic position that, apart from military-wise, but economically, the partnership. So they cannot bully them around. So my point is this: if Nigeria could attain that status, whereby economically we are viable, we will be a big and important ally to the United States of America.
Let me tell you something.
So that way they will not be able to tell us they want to ban us.
When Nigeria, when Nigeria used to be Nigeria, when Nigeria used to be Nigeria,
let me just give me 1 minute. I know you want to say.
National man, you're long-winded now. We already get your points. Let other people respond now.
Let me just land this topic. Okay, go on. Sorry.
The problem with us is that we've lacked leaders that knows their ball. We lack leaders now that they are rogues, that they see their weight and go and put in those Western countries. So when they are threatening us, they are indirectly threatening individuals, not the country as a whole. It's like, so you think we don't know that you have something in our country? Those things indirectly be communicating that we are going to target your investment. How did they manage to release your when Malami, when they head up? Just senators, members of this thing of the rep, just wrote, and immediately our Malami started shaking because these people, they so much weight from Nigeria and they are banking in somewhere. Look at this scenario. There was a time in that country that Nigeria took a step and nationalized all the British assets in Nigeria at that time. What happened? There was a time they granted Nigerian Airways in United Kingdom. What happened in Nigeria? Nigeria retaliated. What did the United Kingdom do? What did the United Kingdom do? They just, by beg. But today, because our leader, they stole so much. They've stolen so much. That is why they can do, because when you think they are dealing with Nigeria, no, they are dealing with individual, the rogues among us. Until our leaders start stealing our wealth and start taking all those into those countries, then we have our respect. So to me, it's at the end of the day, everything still comes back to our leaders. If we allow these people truly to keep controlling us through their visa, if they can use that to control us, they can come through the back door and push rubbish to us. That's what we are saying. Now, why should they be trying to influence our laws? If they cannot influence the laws in the Arabian countries, why should they do it to us? That is the danger that Prince Daddy actually raised. Mike raised the same danger too. I think by now we should be on our leaders to do the right thing and stop taking orders from one country. That tomorrow, just imagine, you see what happens tomorrow. Now, someone can just come tomorrow and say, "National mind, you cannot be a man." You understand? And it just change you. Well, how will you feel? So, to me, I think we should be ourselves. We should not be.
You just made my point, right? I mean, the point is we don't have leaders we have clueless leaders. Leaders that cannot position that country without the vast amount of wealth that Nigeria has. If they position that country in a way whereby the likes of like Saudi Arabia or like China, I tell you, the US will never mess with us. They will never mess with Nigeria. But go on, please.
But the issue here, let me tell you, is not only by virtue of, say, maybe Saudi Arabia control certain amount of U.S. treasury. How many Saudi Arabia will you see asking for visa to go to U.S.? Yep. They stay in their country. They don't travel the way every other we travel. Because their country is conducive for them.
Yeah.
So excuse me, let me finish. The reason why the United States is doing that one to us is because they believe that we see that place as heaven. And both politicians and the ordinary citizens are struggling to go to the United States of America. And that is why they want to weaponize it and use it against us. If they say Saudi Arabia should not come to the United States, to hell with them. They will not come. They have other places to go. So I think it's our behavior, both even ordinary citizens and the politicians, that make them to weaponize just ordinary traveling to be using against us. That's the way I just see it.
You're right. I think sometimes is it Thomas? Thomas wants to come in. Is that?
No, it's otherwise.
It's okay. Okay, go on.
Sometimes.
No, it's not me. Okay, continue.
So sometimes ago, this case was brought up, and I was watching Arise News then, and they shared this news when I think it was British that first muted this idea of imposing visa embargo on the political, players, especially those who are, like the likes of Onanugas and Koden. And in my mind, I was like, come to think of it, we have Nigerians sharing this kind of news. There are certain people should be. In the first instance, why should you be praising a foreign country saying that they're imposing visa ban on Nigeria? For crying out loud, why should...
Yeah, shameless people now, shameless people.
I closed my eyes, I was like, wait a minute, am I dreaming, or what are these people talking about? Look, if we are not strong and capable enough of disciplining ourselves, we relied on foreign institutions to discipline our leaders, then it's shameful. It is shameful. How many times have we seen an American leader being subjected, even Bush, being subjected to International Court of Justice? Never. But who would you find in their law court? Court of law. African leaders, past African leaders, South American leaders, all those leaders from countries that are, they have no political will, they have no political power. Those are the, and guess who control these courts? America, Britain, and the rest of other Western countries. So, and I begin to wonder, why should we be applauding them for imposing visa ban on Nigeria? Who need their visa in the first place? Apology, we are in their country, yes, but guess what? We should not be sharing that. Somebody said that they are not having interference in an election. Why must they impose visa ban after the election? Just to punish people that it is none of their business. They have no business in imposing visa punishment or visa ban on Nigeria. If you impose visa ban on me being a political person, I can decide that, I don't want to come to your country. There's other countries there that will take me. After all, Tinubu went to Guinea, didn't he? Right? So why must everybody die in America or die in Europe because of... I won't blame Nigerian leaders investing in their economy. It shouldn't. There should be a law that will ban any political or any public office holder. I think there is, though, if I'm not mistaken, there is, right? That ban them not to invest money in a foreign country. But I don't think that's a law like that. But I think,
don't you suspect that they are just even playing double standard? When it's convenient for them, this same politician will bring our money, they will loot our money and bring it to improve their own economy, and they will take it. And the other way around, they will say, okay, we are banning you for being corrupt.
Even the same American, you take money.
The same money that you are looting, the African leaders are looting, are being stashed in their bank in the Western world. They are using it for their own economy. And at the same time, they will be accusing them. If they are not taking the money, where would they take the money to? They are the one that actually legalize corruption. But it's
have we,
that's the one Yoruba say.
Nigerian High Commission in the UK, have you ever heard from the Nigerian High Commission in the UK interfere in the election of the United Kingdom? That's never happened. It's none of our business. Any government in power, we roll with it because they are our partners. So why must American and UK issue different? Why? These people, look, there are a lot of things that we ourselves we don't really know what's going on behind the curtain. But the part that they are playing in our politics is very huge. They influence. They turn people against each other. You can keep their visa for crying out loud. Nobody need their visa in the first place. Nobody need their visa. I understand that we live in their country. A lot of Nigerians will want to, jackpot because
What is this? See, let me say this. Wait, let me say this, man. You see these countries. They make it. When they talk about this, how they're giving visas to these Nigerians or Africans, they make it. They present it as if they are doing it because they are doing
They are doing us a favor. I think they are doing us a favor.
So the question you should ask them is this: why is it that they always deport those of us that they don't need in their country, and they keep those of us that they need? You understand? So they are not giving you visa because they are interested in saving you from poverty. Of course, you benefit. It's a mutual benefit in the sense where those of us are looking for opportunity. Yeah, but the way they come and present it like, oh, we are the savior of these Africans. You understand? And their leaders is their enemy, but we are their savior because we offer them visa to come over. So when we come over, why is it that, okay, the bad one among us, or those of us you don't need, you find a way to deport us back? So the trash can stay in Nigeria. You don't need them. You only need the people that can come and contribute to your society, the human capital. And we all know for a fact.
They have their sovereign and prerogative to deport who they want to deport. But my own issue is that don't come and do gra to us because you think we want your visa by any means necessary. No. See, if Nigeria is better, we won't be where we are today. We will stay in our country, right? So I mean, I was even looking at it. All this is just a talk. If Tinubu becomes president today and is bringing the likes of Onanuga to America, do you think they will be going through the front channel? They will be going through the back channel and clear, just like they did to Atiku. They will clear him and let him pass. So who is this?
The question I want to even ask now: how do they determine those who sabotage the election?
Because of what
who gave them the list
or what they see. They make their own list. I mean, I won't be surprised. Somebody said that it's possible that they will extend this to ordinary Nigeria, which is possible. It's possible.
I mean, what they are doing is they are looking out for their interests. Whoever is serving their interest.
Somebody like you and I, somebody who was,
the politician that will serve their interest, he can be the devil. They will let it. They will not ban him. But the one that don't serve their interest, that's what they will ban. So indirectly, they are saying. You know what's going on in the world today? Wait. There's a competition between the Chinese and the Americans, right? And in some countries in Africa, right, all America have to do is just deal with the dictator there. But in Nigeria today, we have more of a. It's not really a dictator that they have to go straight to, like the days of Babangida, where they just go straight to Babangida. You understand? They still have to deal with a bunch of, in Nigeria, to the people that are actually making decisions, like a group, it's like a team. Like, for example, Tinubu has a bunch of team, has all this team around it. They have to discuss before they make these decisions, all those things. So they realize that in this Nigeria, to get Nigeria to do what we want, we're not only dealing with one guy. He has a bunch of people around him that they have to talk, a bunch of politicians. So now what they are doing is they are putting the message out there in Nigeria like, listen, we can ban visa for whichever one of you politicians don't align with what we want in your country. Or don't support us or to convince us. That's the game they are playing. They are not saying we ban the one that they will tell you that, hey, the one that made the election or something, but it's a lie. Is the one that sense among them.
Hold on. Why people just saying this thing? I mean, the last time we checked.
Well, we are telling you the truth.
Hold on. The last time we checked, in 2011, when Goodluck was there, they could have banned all the politicians that voted against the anti-LGBT or whatever it was. They call it gay something. They could have banned them. Why did they ban? No. Listen. Hold on. Okay. Back then we had Obama, who was a champion of this LGBTQ thing. Why did we hear that there was a visa ban on the politicians, the lawmakers?
Let me tell you something.
What are you people talking about? You people just start stoking things, fears that are not founded.
Listen.
They are the one that's saying they're going to ban it.
Rational mind. the things they are benefiting from Nigeria is beyond LGBT. The interest they have in Nigeria is beyond LGBTQ.
So why are you afraid of this?
The amount of money the American companies, British companies, they are making out of Nigeria, what they are making out of Nigeria alone is way beyond. That LGBT is just one small one. You understand? The amount of shit they are milking out of Nigeria, Africa, you understand? Is way the LGBTQ is just one small tiny one. Now, what we are telling you, listen, you are saying why didn't they just start banning us? They have other interests now. If they have other interests, today even the LGBT they are talking about, it's not really LGBT.
I don't know, maybe I'm speaking German here, but I mean, what I'm saying is this.
You said why didn't they ban them back then because of just simple LGBTQ? But they still have other interests.
Because you people said
they still have other things. The government was still.
Prince Daddy decided with this comment of we're setting there, we're going on a slippery slope here that if we allow them to do this, get away with this, they will come with more in the future. They start banning us if they want to coerce us to doing certain things that they want us to do or fall in line in certain areas like LGBTQ, or they want to start controlling us. They will start using visa ban. Why are we afraid of this? Somebody just gave us an example of Saudi Arabia. Why can't they do that to Saudi Arabia?
Because the Saudi people won't start dancing like
no, because they won't do that.
If you say they want to visa ban to Saudis will be crying about it.
Hold on, they got their crap together. Saudi Arabia got his crap together.
No, hold on. Have you ever wondered? Hold on.
Okay, they economically they are prosperous.
People do that. Samba, you are in Saudi Arabia. Tell me, there's no ghetto, there's no poor people in Saudi Arabia.
Real Saudi Arabia.
Yes, they have
plenty of them.
Hold on. I mean, why people always like to look?
There's no country where they don't have people that are poor.
But these poor people,
even in US,
Saudi Arabians, or are they foreigners?
They are Saudi Arabians. Saudi Arabians.
Yeah, we go.
Yes.
Let me tell you.
Say here we go. You don't want to believe me, eh?
No. I mean, the point is this: Saudi Arabia.
Let me tell you. You want to tell me there is no country in this world that there is no poor people.
Even in the United States, yeah, man, there are so many poor people. In fact, homeless people say homeless people.
Every country has poor people, but Saudi Arabia.
They don't use that as an excuse why they have to submit to another country.
What?
What do you say, Rational Man?
Every country has poor people. But my point is this: that they are very prosperous compared to Nigeria.
Oh, you mean every country is more prosperous than Nigeria?
Being shown on the television.
How many of their people do you see walk in the streets, start selling gala? I know them.
That's part of our economy. What are you talking? Have you been to New York?
Simba, you live there. How many times their NEPA or their electric suppliers taking their light there?
Well, because they are paying for it now. No, they take light too. There was a time I didn't pay my light bill. They cut my light too. Rational Man in America here. There was a time I forgot to pay my light bill.
You didn't pay, right? You didn't pay. What happened?
I forgot to pay. They cut it.
Because you didn't pay now.
Now.
What are you talking about? I mean, what we're arguing.
Rational Man.
What are you talking about here now?
Rational Mind.
Yeah, please. Sorry, go on.
This is my take. Okay.
Okay.
There's a way Yoruba will say it. What 6 is like 9 to some people. Saudi Arabia to United States, they have their alliance, and they know the reason why they cannot even influence their system of government. Not talk about imposing LGBT or whatever on them. Now, we have African countries like Nigeria, whereby anything goes. Now, even during the time of Trump, when he was imposing visa ban on a Muslim country, he dare not impose it on Saudi Arabia. As a matter of fact, the first country that they would travel abroad to was Saudi Arabia. You remember, right? Why is he doing that? Because he knew the importance of Saudi Arabia in the Arab world. If you don't take care of these people's case, there's a possibility. You see, America fought these jihadists with the help of Saudi Arabia. Remember, Osama bin Laden is from Saudi Arabia, right? And Qatar, all these other Arab countries, they form alliance with America simply because America needed their help, not just in monetary issue alone, but America cannot pay lip service or look the other way around when it comes to the issue of Saudi Arabia. And they formed that partnership, and that partnership has been waxing stronger. Because America needed them in that region to help them to stabilize when it comes to national security. Now, when it comes to imposition of visa, America would dare not do that because they know the implication of what that will be to them. But what leverage do we have as a country to United States in terms of what
So
they are
you
trying
just said
to do?
leverage. That's a good word. Leverage.
Yeah.
What
Now,
leverage do
at
they
the
have?
end of the day, they have their national interest with Nigeria, but they still have the upper hand because why? They are able to do whatever they like. How come till today we have a monarchy system in Saudi Arabia? How come today they have not been able to introduce democracy, which is the biggest export thing that America export to other countries? Because they are not able to change that because they know this this is almost like their culture, and selling them democracy will destabilize that region, and they don't want that. So they can go to other Arab countries and say, "Look, start practicing democracy," but they dare not do that in Saudi Arabia.
Why can't they
So
do that?
what they are doing
They
is,
keep running around
how
this
we
thing.
call it kafo bolo.
Adewale, why can't they do that to them?
They can't do
Besides the
that
cultural
because
thing.
no. It has to do with their alliance. What are they in
So
alliance?
why are they aligned? Why are they aligned? What's this alliance all about?
just told you now. If America decided to depart from the diplomatic agreement with Saudi Arabia, that region will breed the biggest what do you call them now?
National security threat to
Terrorists in such a way that America would not be able to contain it. And they needed this formidable ally in that region to help them to tame this monster. And they've been pumping money into that region for that. Apart from their oil, apart from their, for their inflows of money from that particular country too. They needed that for that stability. If not, America will suffer for it.
Adewale, if you look at Saudi Arabia is the biggest economy in the Middle East. And you know what? The Middle East contributes to global economy, especially in terms of energy, both gas and crude oil. And even the location is very, very strategic. Apart from that, all importation from the Asia, from Japan, from China, from India, going to Europe and America, passes through the Red Sea, which the Saudi Arabia is the one controlling that region. So it's a very strategic location. They cannot do anything to the security of Saudi Arabia. It's not only in terms of their treasury. There are so many things in that region that Saudi Arabia is very, very strategic to. So they are very powerful.
Why can't our politicians, Simba? I want you to answer that question for us. Why can't our politicians make Nigeria like that, so that way America doesn't bully us around like they're bullying us with this? This
one that I'm talking about is not by virtue of, look at Nigerian location vis-a-vis maritime, world maritime. Our location is not as strategic. Let me give you an example. You know that in Yemen now, there is a kind of war that is going on in Yemen that they are just trying to curb now. And then there's another country in Africa called Djibouti. Okay. If you go to Djibouti.
Yeah, Djibouti, yeah.
You know Djibouti? Yeah. If you go to Djibouti today, all the world power that be countries like China, like US, UK, all of them, they have military base in Djibouti. The reason is that if you look at that route, if you look at that Red Sea, going towards what's the name of this canal in Egypt? Suez Canal. Is the Suez Canal is through that route that more than 2/3 of world trade pass through. And you have the Somalia, which is a war ravaging country, and that exists also. You have Eritrea. You remember that time when they are talking about the pirates? That is the reason why all of them went there to go and put their military base so that they can police that region. Saudi Arabia also has their own in that place. So that location is by virtue of location, is not by virtue of the power that they have, but by virtue of that strategic location, it also confers power on those countries around that area, especially Saudi Arabia, for the world security. So they cannot cause another chaos. They know that if anything happens to Saudi Arabia, the whole world will be in trouble.
Yeah. So, but then you see what you just said now. There was a time they wanted to set up AFRICOM in Nigeria during the Obasanjo time. They wanted to set up a US base because Nigeria was said to be a strategy because that place where we are the honor, well, not the horn of Africa. That part of Africa where we borderline the Francophone and to the Atlantic. So, but then our issue of national security and all of that. So people were saying we should not let our land be used by. So, at one point, too, Nigeria was strategic, if not even till this very day. That's why because Nigeria could not allow them. You know that they have a US base in Niger. What they could have set up in Nigeria, they have to move it to Niger. So Niger is the one taking up all the whole thing that Nigeria. But still, I'm sure if Nigeria still open up their door for them to have a US base there, they will do. But because Nigeria did not do that during Obasanjo time, they had to move it to Niger. So which is, I think, is logistically it's going to cost them more because usually they could have bring their warplane carrier, whatever, through the Nigerian sea. But it's a matter of national security. That's taken. But the point is this: we do not have politicians that know how to use the Nigerian's position in Africa and in the world globally to strategically put us in a way whereby America cannot do without us, and they will always rely on us, and they cannot bully us around. So, but then because they could not do that, that's why America could continue bullying us around like the way they are doing.
Because a lot of the politicians are reason like you now, when you start saying, when they talk, you start saying yes, so yes, daddy, you just, that's the problem with many Nigerians. It just
Mike to like
yeah. I mean, that's what we're arguing against. When you use same attitude saying they should be banning us with visa, threatening us, supporting their
they should ban us. They should ban us because if Nigeria
you reason just like the politicians they are complaining about. You bow down to them too much. They have to blend in your problem.
If your politician reason like what I just said, they will not be doing what they are doing.
A lot of you obedience. You're calling them to come and give you justice, like Chimamanda writing letters to Biden. What kind of rubbish is that?
Rational mind on the importance of Nigeria. See, Nigeria is still important. The only thing is we just need a leader that can enhance our importance. And I think in quotes, and I pray may he not disappoint us if he's the person that God wants to lead us out of the present situation we have now. I think Tinubu has that capacity. If you look at his antecedents, you see the same Nigeria we are talking about. You know the importance of ECOMOG when we used to have ECOMOG. Those are the kind of the things that, in quotes, just let's be in my opinion on what I've heard, that United States would have loved to control, but Nigeria was just dominating ECOMOG within that space. So the importance of our country, if we get our act right, you look at what people are saying, that if Nigeria can get it right, the black nation will get it right. So if Nigeria gets things right today, that thing we get right can extend to even the black Americans, the black race anywhere in the world, because we are the most populous black nation in the world. So see, our importance is there, but we need leaders that will not be thinking of what they can steal from our treasury and just go and find luxury in America or United Kingdom. That's the problem. So because Yoruba will say, if you don't have any thief within your home, the external one will not come. It is thief that you have within your household that the external one will use to perpetrate. That is exactly what is happening to us. Our leaders, our corrupt leaders, are the reason that anybody can look down upon us and say whatever. See, as bad as Obasanjo was, I was giving the testimony here sometimes ago that this thing happened on our way to South Africa in 2007. At Kenya Airport there, when some Nigeria, because our flight, the flight that was supposed to take us from Kenya to South Africa, we could not go that day. Some people, some Nigerians, trust them, they will stand their ground and scatter ground, try to do everything. When those people saw, they were just say, are you guys, they were looking as if we are not Nigerians. I said, because waiting with Sabi, compared to all those mama and co-dads, they've been going to Dubai to buy things. So why those people will scatter everywhere and say, okay, we need our money that we will be demanding, and the officials in the airport, they could not do anything. But they were looking at us as a rare bait. When we say, okay, when these people are making all those threats, why can't you even try to even discipline them or use the law against? They say we will hear from your president that your president is this. I don't know how they describe. Maybe they called our president the strongest in Africa at that time, which happened to be Obasanjo. So the thing is this: look at the way people look at Obasanjo. If they start looking at do you think during Obasanjo era, do you think America does it? Do you think America will try rubbish? This thing
I'm sorry to say Obasanjo was really submissive to America, man. I'm sorry. Like
no, but because there was something that I don't know how far the story was. They say our Federal Ministry of Finance, our Ministry of Finance got some application from United States of America, and they were now trying to send some of the officials to America, and U.S. Embassy denied them visa. They said immediately, Obasanjo carried phone and called the High Commissioner and said that, what's this?
Yeah, because it was in good time with the presidency in America now.
That immediately they send people to go and collect the visa, and they just, without those people are going to the embassy again, they present them the visa. So is it not the same vision that people are now saying that they are going to deny our official today? You understand? If we are the leaders, if out of all our ministers, our president, they cannot find anything they can use to hold them to ransom, they can use to blackmail them, I think they won't try any rubbish with
let me jump in. Let me put it this way.
Yeah.
Let me Rational, give me 1 second. Give me just 1 second. You see, I agree with you. Like Africa need that leader that can, strong and challenge, the world and all those kind of things. But I think where we are getting it wrong is a leader cannot do it. A leader being an individual or open face parliament, those kind of people, they cannot do it. What you need is an organization, right? Like if you look at advanced countries in the world, you hear something like the Kremlin. You hear something like Pentagon. You understand? You hear something like, in case of the Chinese, they will tell you so the president is just the face, but the people that are actually the leading, that own that country, actually the decision makers, everything, they are like secret society. You understand? They are in the background. So if you just say one man, one president that is strong, that can challenge, all it takes is one bullet, and that guy is out of the way. You understand? And Africa has had those kind of leaders in the past. If you study your history, you know that we've had the Thomas Sankara, we've had the Kwame Nkrumah, we had the Patrice Lumumba. They wanted to be strong leaders. Even in Nigeria, when Abacha began to try to be strong leader against the West, it didn't take long before he was poisoned. Even when Muntara Muhammad gone, there was a time he wanted to be strong leader. And all that. All it takes is one bullet. That leader is out of the way. And so what we need is an organization. You understand? A secret society where they are the one. They are making sure in the background, you understand? And then policies and local domestic governance, we can leave it to the governors and the parliament and everything, and maybe the president will just be the front guy, but we have to have the leadership as a secret society, an organization. Even Europeans, they learned this thing from the ancient Oyo Empire, you understand, where it was the secret society that really, we had the Alafi in the front, but it was actually the secret society that were really behind to make sure it doesn't make that. I'm just telling you that something you don't know.
No. It's making sense.
Where is he going with all this one?
It's making sense.
So what I'm saying is,
who knew? I mean, you're laughing during the time. What are you talking about?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just this guy. I think your IQ is also low, man. It's like you don't know how to comprehend what's
going on. Go on.
I'm saying I'm just giving Asian Africa back then. It was hard to collapse like for other kingdom to conquer Oyo and all those things. But forget Oyo, let's leave it. I just talk about president. Present day, I say that even the Europeans, they have to learn things around. They learn. It's a bit they learn democracy from Greek now, ancient Greek. I'm just telling you that some ancient time people have some ways of doing things. And I'm telling you that the rest of the world, even this advanced country, have to learn from the Asians, learn from the Romans, learn from different people. So that's why I'm bringing back the old Oyo, how they did things back then. But today, which is the same thing you see in America, the Pentagon, you understand, Washington, right there, the people that are actually monitoring everything, the whole world, monitoring the system, they are the one that actually the key decision maker, not the president of the United States. The president Barack Obama didn't just come in and start making decisions. Even the invasions they are doing, America will take 10, 20 years to plan an invasion. Are you telling me it was the president that is there right now that started the planning?
Russia, the Kremlin, they are the one really making a decision, not Putin. Putin is just the president that they will give all the details, everything, like, okay, this is what we've been planning for the past 30 years. So, okay, now that you are the president, they will show him the whole strategy, everything. Now he just be the front man to come make the speeches, to come and present it. He's the face of the country, but he's not the key decision maker. You understand? So in Africa, that's what we have to create. We have to create that organization, that institution, which is in the background. It's a secret society. But we can't continue to wait for one president like that to magically become president and start making decisions against these powerful nations. All it takes is one bullet.
Tinubu will try it. Now, Tinubu will create that for you already because
he can't do it. All it will take is a poison is enough.
Tinubu, you know who Tinubu is? He has made so he has made so many people politicians. So he has created a cult-like movement. So around him,
rational mind. See,
so everybody will follow him now.
Let me see what I got from Mike's statement. You see, at the end of
Ola, sorry. We have this new person among us. His name is Jude, Almighty Jude. I don't know who that person is. I'm sorry. You continue, Ola. Let me just like what man will say, so that we can document his voice. So Jude, are you there?
Oh yes. I just came online, to get on what people are talking about. Oh, Nigeria is not strategic. Oh, this country is not strategic. When it comes to diplomacy, it's not about being strategic or where your country is located at. You can be strategic anywhere you find yourself. The thing is, look what is happening between the BRICS, right? When South Africa joined the BRICS, it's not because South Africa is strategic. It's because of power and superiority. That's where your strategy comes from. When you have the power, you can be strategic. So you see how South Africa has joined the BRICS. We have seen how other countries like Saudi Arabia is not over there because of the strategic point of Saudi Arabia. You have countries like other countries like Israel that is also in a place because of power. And that's how it comes to like superiority, and that's just how things go. When it comes to what is happening in Africa, I'm actually a Cameroonian Nigerian, so I have I've been to I grew up in Bakassi in all these areas. So when it comes to what is happening,
I know you.
Mike, I'm from Etung local government, Cross River State, Calabar. What the heck are you talking about? So
shut up, man. I don't know that.
See, this guy, I'm not gonna go one-on-one with you. I've been on different panels Let me make my point. What is happening in Nigeria is you cannot keep electing leaders that are weak, and you want them to be the face of Africa, and you want Africa to respect these people, right? See, you put people that are not capable of doing the job. You put people that are not, inspiring. You put people that cannot even make coherent statement when they meet other diplomats from around the world. You put people that suit only like the citizen, right? When it comes to diplomacy, you need to elect people that can actually stand one-on-one and call Russia or Putin or Biden and say, we are done with you. But no, you are not doing it. Come on, man. Then you want people to respect, to give you that respect. It's not going to happen. That's why you see all the weakness is coming out. Things are not working. People look up to you, but things are not working. When I say you, I'm talking about the country as a whole, and that's why we are failing so much.
So, do you think being confrontational is what makes a country a strong country?
No, not being confrontational, but being diplomatically correct is what makes a country strong. You can have all the resources on earth, but
you are contradicting yourself, man. You say to tell the Putin to go to hell, America to go to hell.
Hold on, Mike.
That's not diplomatically.
Mike, hold on, Mike. Let our guest let him speak.
Exactly. Mike is known to interrupt and say things that are not right. You want to talk about Iliefe or all this. You want to talk about Iliefe or how his cultural beliefs came about, but he doesn't want to. He doesn't know.
You have to lecture Nigeria about electing leaders. How long has your president been there in Cameroon? Your president has been there for 40 years.
Mike, I'm not a Cameroonian. I'm from Bakassi. I just told you my local government area. I'm telling you, I grew up in
I know you, man.
Mike, can you stay quiet? Let me make a statement.
Mike, Yeah, go
Right,
on.
right. This is the thing. You don't you don't have to have all the resources on earth to be stronger. You can have the same time you can still have all the resources and don't be stronger. And the same time you can have the population on earth and still don't be stronger. Russia doesn't have population. Russia doesn't have resources, but they have the mindset of becoming strong. And that's what it takes to be stronger. That's what it takes to be superior. That's what it takes to create things that other powers do not have. Now, if you want to keep having all these people giving you, like there was when Nigeria was going through flood, what happened? They were waiting on United States to donate money to help them out. The same time, you cannot wait for people to donate to your country and you expect to come back and speak back to them. It doesn't work like that. So
They didn't wait for United
less you
States
take,
to do
All
this.
right, man. This guy's too
the less,
long-winded, man.
the
Let's
less
move
you
to
take,
someone
the
else.
less you
My
take,
brother.
the less you take from these people, the more you can become strong and make your
All right,
point
we heard you, man.
known
We
to the
heard you.
public.
My brother. You see,
Mike, sorry, sorry, guys. I mean, he's a new person now. It's like one man will always do. I want to follow the pattern of one man. He likes to give a new voice. He likes to document their voice. So can we allow him speak for a little bit, make his
He's
point?
not a new voice, man. We know this guy already, man.
Oh, you know him? I mean,
Yeah.
any other person know him? I don't know.
Because of my soul, it makes sense, man.
No, Mike,
No,
please.
it's new to this forum.
It's new,
Let's
so yeah.
let's
And I
just
can
allow
see
him.
one man in the background. One man is in the background. I can see him from here. So, which means he knows that this guy is a new person. So please, let's just allow him just speak. We'd like to treat our guest for the first time.
Exactly.
Please, let's.
Wait, man.
It's okay. Mike,
If the guy is gonna speak Yoruba, because and this is the thing that is East Africans are having failures because they want to, just because you are not from this area, you don't have right to speak. It's just crazy, man.
No, please, just go on, please, my friend. Just go on.
No, I'm done. I'm done. Let Mike take over. You know, I
No,
don't speak.
it's not
Let
going to take
Mike.
over. No, but Paul, I mean, Jude, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Let me engage you.
Are you done talking, making your points, or you just want to say
All
something?
right, I've done making my points. Right, Nigeria has to stand strong and come out with people that have the interest of becoming strong. Talk to people like representing that Africa. But the leaders that we elect, we assume that we have done this for our own people. But the people that we elect are not the people that can actually speak one-on-one. When they meet other people, we saw what Buhari did when he came to the United States when Obama was president. When Obama was speaking to him, he has to ask for an interpreter because he could not understand the English that Obama was speaking. And that's a failure on a diplomacy table. You don't make those kind of failures. It makes you look handicapped in front of these people. You can't make a coherent statement. They look you like an underdog. And that's a failure, man.
Hold on. The last time I checked, Nigeria is a Anglophone country, right?
Right.
But you also understand that some countries that when they go to, I give an example. Putin, when Putin is communicating with the outside world, he communicates in Russian language, correct?
He's speaking Russian, yes, of course.
That doesn't mean that he cannot speak English. At times, there's a pride.
Right, but what language does Buhari speak when he goes out of the country?
There's something called accent. Accents.
See, even you yourself that you sound American. The first time you step your foot in America, I bet Americans say they could not understand what you are saying.
No,
right?
no. The point is you have to take your own language and make it what it is. If he was speaking Yoruba, that would have been nice. But he went as a president to speak a language that he's not versed with, and that's the problem.
Brother, I understand what you're trying to say, but the point is this: even though you're trying to convey that image as someone who is going to stand tall among the community of nation, you want to represent your country well. Your accent does not make you less of somebody in that nature. You could have accent is what you're communicating, is what you are bringing to the table that makes a difference. However, in terms of having a representation, a strong representation, look, when it comes to African, we are disadvantaged. In every way you look at it, we are disadvantaged because most of the African country has to beg for their independence for these people that you think we want to stand tall against. They hold your economy in their hand. They can just one in position of trade embargo is enough to destabilize the entire continent.
Exactly. And that's
Now,
what we are saying. We have to stand strong.
Look, I'll give you an example. In 1999, when Obasanjo became the president of Nigeria, he was gallivanting the globe and he was going around. To some extent, he yielded some result. But that still doesn't make Nigeria look the way we wanted to be looked at. It was more or less like, okay, you are kowtowing to us now, so we give you the crumb that you requested. However, we still hold your balls in our hand. But you see, we cannot isolate one country in a continent. We have to present a united front as a continent. That's when they can take any of us seriously. Because when you think Nigeria is going to go out there and try to negotiate themselves, remember, you are in the midst of the continent. You have to carry the entire continent along, especially people from
No,
your
no, no,
area.
no, 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 no. Ade, what are you talking? Oh, sorry. Why are you talking like me? Why are you saying things like this?
Why
Because
can't I say this
hold on. Sorry. We just talk about Saudi Arabia now. Saudi Arabia is just a one single country. Did Saudi Arabia take the whole of the other Arab nation with them when they were in their relationship with the United States?
You know, recently Qatar was sometimes ago, I think a year ago or 2 years ago, the entire Arab nation stood against Qatar and they were labeled as the sponsor of terrorism. You remember? But later
Okay.
on, they readmitted.
No, but what does that have to do with what Jude is saying? That
he's saying that we need a strong representation. That
Okay.
Nigeria has to command that respect.
Somebody that can speak English very well. It's not by speaking
No, I
English.
did not say speak English. I said coherent.
Hold on.
He needs a president that can speak for net. You know, that's what he wants.
Hold on, guys. Let's not do this. This are
Nah, you guys are not exaggerating. You guys are not creating a platform of alphabet, you know.
Jude, you need to understand one thing about
you make a valid
platform. You see, Jude, let me just let you know something. This platform, they will attack me, they will attack you, they will attack anybody. So, especially if they have one united front like that, whereby they believe in one thing, all of them, they're the majority here. They will attack you and don't take it personal.
Isn't that what?
No, I don't. I've been on different planets. Mike know about me, so I'm not really, you know.
Mike knows you very well. Okay, he knows
I can say that they know each other so very well. That's why they're good at it.
So please, don't take any personal, please.
What I'm trying to, you know, I mean, I understand what the brother is trying to say, but you see, we cannot achieve that status alone. We have to be go in unison. I'm talking about at least if not the entire continent, people from the western part of Africa can do that. But you see, when you are trying to negotiate your way out, you are trying to present some leverages to these people. Remember, you have neighboring countries. They could go to the neighboring country. What you think you have as a leverage, you can go to other country, and they will give them the exact thing that you think you have.
Adewale, do you remember when Nigeria was trying to assert leadership in West Africa and trying to create one single currency called the ECHO? You know how the whole thing collapsed? France.
Of course.
France came in and just hijacked. They use those French-speaking countries to just hijack the whole process.
You know why? You know why did not?
The ECHO be printed in France. They just took over the whole thing. Nigeria had to abandon it. So
hold on, Mike. You raise a very good, valid example of scenario here for what we're talking about. Now, apart from what you just said, France intervention. Do you know why it could not? Why Nigeria? I mean, why it could not even happen?
Let me make that statement, right? If I see, let me talk, Mike, let me talk. If I see the let me talk.
Jude, go on, please.
If I see the
don't make me mute you on my mic. I don't like saying this to you, but please, I don't want to mute you, please. Go on.
When I want to compare Nigeria to France, Nigeria landmass is bigger than France. Nigeria population is bigger than France. France alone is not a country that can stand one-on-one with Nigeria. The only thing that France can stand on, I think, is military might. But I mean, in terms of military might, Nigeria should have more militaries than France. Now, this is the thing. Let me make a statement, Mike. Stop talking. You can mute yourself and stay quiet. This is the thing. When this eco currency started, When this eco currency started in West Africa, you have other countries that are Anglophone countries or countries that speak English, like Ghana and Nigeria, and other countries, Sierra Leone and Liberia as well. When France came and stopped, you say France was controlling the French countries, but this is my point. You have other English countries. Why did they not come together and kick away these French African countries and say, okay, we are going to create our own currency instead of the echo that was to include West Africa? Let's create a one currency that was to include only the English countries as well. Because even in other African countries, we have seen in Cameroon or other Central African, we have seen countries that have come together and created one currency that did not only include French or English, but other countries that are not even French or English. Why did Nigeria not do that? No, it's not because
Which currency is that?
Can you give us? Can you give us an example?
Which currency is that?
Okay. Let me give you. If you go to East Africa is creating a currency right now that includes Congo.
They are creating, but they have not created it.
Let me
finish.
Yeah, they are creating it. If you go to
Well,
Central Africa,
it.
let me finish. If you go to Central Africa, Equatorial Guinea, that is a Spanish-speaking country, is not using a currency that they are familiar. They are using the franc CFA. It's not because they have been dominated by French. No, it's because countries want to come together and
no, it's
want
because
to.
the currency was already there, my brother.
No.
Hold on. You have been talking. Hold on. You see, there's the French CFA. There are two categories of the CFA. There's the CFA for the West African Francophone countries. There's the CFA for the other one in the East Africa, the Cameroon
But I
and
just
the
told you
rest.
that Equatorial Guinea is not a French country.
Wait now. That currency block was already existing. So it was easy for a country to just join them. Equatorial Guinea cannot. Hold on, let me finish. I will be listening to you. We'll be listening to you. Hold on. Now, it is easy for another country to join them. Let me give you an example. Look at the West Africa. We have CFA in other West African countries, Benin, Togo, Lome. If tomorrow Nigeria and Ghana want to join them, it is easy. UK is not going to force us to say don't join them. We will just join them because they have a currency block and we already have individual currency. But to pull them out of that currency block is difficult. Guinea is who worry about them. They can easily join them. It's to their advantage that they join that block. So the politics of CFA, it was being championed by Cote d'Ivoire. And that man, Alassane Ouattara, was the one that was managing, I think, the CFO central bank before he became president. And he wanted it. I knew when the French president visited Cote d'Ivoire, he was trying to tell the man to stay off and let them do this thing and stuff like that. But he was just being careful. But the other Francophone countries would probably be afraid. They can't really stand up to France to do it. So it is not about we not wanting to do it. Then, for example, if you say all the Francophone, all the Anglophone countries to stay together, look at the geographical dispersion between the Anglophone country in West Africa. Look at, if you are going to Ghana, you have to go through Benin, you have to go through Togo to get to Ghana. Then Syria.
So do you think the Francophone
No, hold on.
countries
Let
are
me
all
finish
together?
what I'm saying now. Okay, continue.
What I was saying
can I
is
say
you have to
something
go
before
for
you
one.
continue?
It doesn't matter. Do you think all these Francophone countries are just packed together? No. A person living in Togo has to also cross Ghana to go to Cote d'Ivoire, but they are all using the
Let me
same
tell
one
you, the person
currency.
living in Togo, to his right, he has Benin. To his north, he has Niger. He has Burkina. He's surrounded by. In short, Ghana is the only person that is there. It's the only country there that is out of place.
And Jude, if I may interject. See, all this theory we are making, we didn't fail. France didn't make the thing fail just because they have that. It's just because we lack the basic infrastructure and the basics for us to even implement anything. So we still come back to this thing that when they tell you that if Nigerians get it right, Africa will get it right, the Black nation will get it right. I just want to cite two examples. Just examples. Dangote Cement today, when Dangote target that is going to be the largest manufacturer of cement in Africa, at least it's getting to that place now. Globacom gradually is dominating. If Tinubu comes and all this gas story that is talking about, he lays the pipe and we're able to pass through Africa. What's that telling you? When we extend our influence across Africa economically, you know, when the African countries start seeing our economic position in viability, you know, see, France himself, they will come and they will not be able to establish anything because at this point you need to deal with Nigeria. And so because that means that our economic interaction is so deep that, you know, African country will depend on Nigeria for work. Nigeria will depend on other African country for work. What France used to take away from Africa maybe is going to serve as input to some of the things that Nigeria can drive. Then the narrative will change. So as it is now, we don't have a basic infrastructure to do what we want. What we're trying to do, we are looking at the top of the ladder instead of looking at the bottom of the ladder. That is why it looked like France destabilized that plan. But how long can they do that? Yes, sir.
Rational mind. Is rational mind there?
There's one new man too, Matt. When you finish speaking,
rational mind.
I'm here. Go on. I'm here.
Yeah, you are a bit of international relations. Let me ask you: if a country, like the way you know France now, if you are as a country, you are doing something that does not threaten their political and economic interests, would they bother about you? No. Dangote is doing cement, is doing all those things are not threatening any political interest. Tomorrow, let Dangote go and make investments in Niger, in that uranium territory. Then you will know. You will know what is happening.
Do you know that CDIO, because that's what they call it, CDEO?
Yeah, this thing.
Yeah, CDIO, yeah. So I'm just trying to pronounce it. I'm trying to spell it. Yeah. So anyway, do you speak French, Jude?
Yeah, I understand French. CDAO is CEDAO. That's the central. I think it's for the West African currency.
That's for West Africa. So
yeah,
you know that France controls more than half of the treasury of those 6 countries or thereabouts using the
currency.
BCA. I mean this
CDAO. But don't forget, France has the biggest company of France is located in Nigeria. France's biggest economy in Africa is located in Nigeria.
What I'm saying is hold on. Patrick raised a question. If it threatens their economy, yes, they will retaliate. They will find a way of, because if they move that treasury, because the treasury of those 6 or 7 African countries that use that West African Francophone France, that France that they use in West Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina, Togo, Benin, Niger, and I think
Mali, Guinea, there are just many.
Yeah,
Mali,
so
Guinea,
all
Senegal.
So all their money is printed in France. That money they use, that's CFA, you see, that's CFA. It's printed in France. All the remittances and everything has to go through France before it comes to their local. So all their banking is from France.
Can I ask you a question?
You asked me, but I just want to ask you that. Mike is correct in one thing he said. One of the reasons why ECHO did not work is because the French people saw that as a threat to their economy, because almost half of their economy is reliant on those former colonies in West Africa. It's at least more than almost like half of it, of the economy is based on those economy from those.
But this brother also said we don't have the mindset, and that's the main thing, because I started by saying Nigeria is bigger than France in terms of population and landmass. Nigeria could have stand up and called France out, but they're scared of doing it. When you make yourself an underdog, people gonna look at you less. Nigeria is not backing enough for France to step back. You stand. You are afraid because it's France. I mean, who makes France the bigger person? Why is Nigeria not backing Africa?
Mind you, France is a military power. You know that.
I mean, but in Africa, who is France when Nigeria is? I mean, you have a bigger population than
wait,
Nigeria. You have
hold on.
a landmass that is bigger than France, but you
Hold
are
on,
scared of France. Come
hold
on,
on.
man.
Okay. Let's accept that you are saying Nigeria is bigger than France. But all the countries that surround Nigeria, are they not extension of France? Right? When Nigerian military wants to chase Boko Haram across the border to Cameroon or to Niger, the Niger government and Cameroon government say Nigerian soldiers cannot cross into their border, into their country. Where are they getting the order from? It's not from France.
Mike, stop. You know the Boko Haram is being fought by
Wait.
all these countries.
The president of Cameroon, he spent 80% of his time in Paris. So, and you're coming here to be talking about Nigeria is weak. Nigeria is scared of France. When your country, Cameroon, is a puppet of France. I mean, and you can't even challenge your president. You are coming here to challenge.
How do you know he's from Cameroon? How do you know he's from Cameroon?
The guy's from Cameroon. I know the guy. He's from
I'm not
Cameroon.
from Cameroon, man. This guy is crazy. I'm not from. I just told you my state, and you are calling me Cameroonian because I'm making a point that
you even told me the name of your tribe before. Your tribe is from. You're from Bazonia, outside of Cameroon.
Bro, why do Yoruba people always get pissed off when somebody want to say something that is straight up, you know?
Hold on.
It's not Yoruba.
I'm a Yoruba person.
No, Jude, don't.
I'm a Yoruba person. I will never lie.
I'm talking to Mike specifically.
But you can't arise all the Yorubas.
Mike might not even be
No,
Yoruba.
Mike is Yoruba. No, Mike, man. Me and him live in the same state. He's from Ogun. What the heck are you talking about?
You know it's important. Now you say before you say it's from Nigeria.
I heard Obie once said that.
You give me a say it's from Nigeria.
Mike is Yoruba. I know Mike one-on-one, brother. Me and Mike talk one-on-one. Mike is Yoruba from Ogun State.
Okay, so let me ask this question. You just said now that you're Nigerian, but I can understand you're from Bakassi. Maybe you're
not from Bakassi.
Your land is ceded to.
I'm from Bakassi, bro. Obasanjo did us dirty.
Dude, we won't chase you away from here. You don't have to come and lie to us that you're Bakassi. We won't chase you away. It's okay to be from Cameroon.
Jude.
Come and lie to us. But anyway, continue.
Tu m'écoutes, Jude? Tu m'écoutes?
Oui, j'écoute.
Yes, I'm here, sir.
I mean, that's Patoski.
Je t'écoute.
That's Patoski. Tu parles français?
Je parle un peu.
No, I understand French, but I don't speak it.
Okay. You give me the impression that you speak.
Je parle. Si quelqu'un parle hier, il faut parler avec moi.
Ah bon?
No, I understand French, but I don't speak it.
But I never know you speak French like this. Huh?
Me?
I live in US, man. I don't speak. I understand.
Why are you digressing, guys? Why are you?
Okay, we're not digressing.
Exactly.
I just started French course.
I just told you I'm from Bakassi, a local government, and all what you guys are doing is this. Do I speak French?
No. Because you said you speak French. When I was saying say there, you said you speak
French. I understand French. I understand say there. I know that, but I don't speak it. I understand French.
All right, so let's move on. So,
you are not a Nigerian.
Let me say something before we go. You see, one thing is this. It is very easy to say, "Oh, France, they are sponsoring anything against us." Or they say, "See, we know that the fall of Libya is is significant to the insecurity in the sub-Saharan Africa. We know that for sure. See, at the same time, if these people were to make Nigeria of early 60s, the story would be totally different. So that France is the one sponsoring something. It's just because we've not got our internal politics right. I want to go back to what Mike was saying the other time. I see it from another perspective, but because I think Mike was actually making sense. But I just want to see it differently. When we keep shouting in Nigeria that the federal government, instead of accumulating about 68 items in the exclusive list, it should just focus on about 3 or 4. The federal government should have focused on international politics and the unifying factors, our unifiers, like immigration and other things. Leave education, agriculture, and all those other things that we are unnecessarily politicizing now. Leave this into the regions. Now we have a geopolitical zone to do all those stuff, and you focus on international politics. If you get that, then all the story of France working against us, because now look at it. If we develop our human capital, if we develop our industry, if we get our power situation right, and we have product we need to push aggressively to African states, And even to the point that we may even need to even employ labor, even from the African states. Maybe just look at it now. Okay, we are so industrialized to the point that okay, we have workforce. Our workforce, we've got to place that we are short. We have shortage of workforce that we need to bring them from Ghana. We need to bring them from the Republic of Benin, Cameroon. I tell you, all this story that France is creating problem for us, it will be gone. Because you will have nobody to manipulate.
It's not as easy as you're saying.
It's not as easy. I got your point. It's not as easy. But we still look at our own internal problem too. Because if we don't solve the problem, it's just because it is the problem we have internally that the external people are enhancing.
Allah is right, man. If you take care of the internal issues, it was very difficult for them to manipulate us during the regional when we're doing the regional system in Nigeria. That's why they have to figure a way to use Ironsi to create a unitary system.
Mike.
Yeah, and I think the Nigerian government are getting it now. That's why they are giving more autonomy to the states now. Because if we give
Mike,
if we give more economic autonomy to the states, listen, even like the rights of the mineral resources and everything to each state, it will be difficult for foreign countries to come and just manipulate the entire country, because now everything you want, you have to deal with the states, each state in that country. You understand? So that's Allah is definitely right on that. Make the internal policies internal policies more regional or stateswide. Give that autonomy to the states. And then when it comes to national issues like maybe the military or foreign thing has to do with foreign, all that stuff, then the federal government should focus more on that.
Yeah.
But anything internal, let the regions or the states take care of themselves, take care of it.
Yeah, we've said that before. Mike, let me allow Matt Aife. I don't know how I pronounce that, but I know Matt. Matt, are you there? Are you unmuted?
Yeah, I'm here. Good morning to everyone. Depends on your idea.
Good morning. So you've been here, at least you've been hearing us about. We know we digress a lot. We started with this Seun Kuti, Wahala, and Gambari telling what's his name? Atiku and Obi to just congratulate, call that Tinubu and congratulate him, and just cancel that case in court. So, what do you want to speak to? You have something in mind you want to speak to, or you want to speak about what we're talking about?
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, because I've been with you online for so long, and I've been educated on it, because there are so many things I don't know about Nigeria that I came from that I'll be able to realize through your discussions and the rest, and through the argument and every other thing. But I just say, okay, let me talk little today. It is on the issue of if I want to speak on, I'm going to speak on the issue of this visa ban, because that is what I met online when I woke up. Is it possible for me to speak on it?
Oh, go on, please. Go on.
All right. Now, the visa ban to so many Nigerians, the way I look at it, some part of it, they like it because they believe that is a way to discipline our country. But the issue, there was somebody here, I might not know everybody's name. He talks about like a society, like Ojo Asaden. These people have their ethics, like the Russian, they call it Kremlin. They have what they want. Nigeria, the way I'm looking at it, we have not discovered or written out, this is what we want. That's one. Then two, there's a menace in the country that I am looking at that people might not see. Social media. They are using it to control Nigeria. They can instigate you anytime. They are building a future in Nigeria that we are just communalizing. It is not, it's just normal. Is this really who we are? And until I see a government that will wake up and come to this social media, because if you go to China, if you watch most of their things, they portray the good things about the country. They portray the good things how to go forward. If you go to Russia, they block so many also. They control it. Like, for example, there was a time Putin has to block porno, so that if you want a woman, go and look for a woman, because that is the natural course of life. So in Nigeria, we are just doing it as it goes. For me, I feel that what they are building today through social media, I don't want to throw mud to any country yet. What they are building through social media, they are recolonizing that country, and they are looking at it as just normal. Those things are not normal. The children you are colonizing today, tomorrow they will believe that your Oba is not the Oba does not have level. Tomorrow they will believe your government does not have level. And the chaos that is going to come out from this social media in time to come is very large. But today we are just looking at it as just normal.
Let me challenge you on that social media. Welcome on board. Let me challenge you. Now,
please just give me a little time to finish.
No, because I need to challenge that. You have the floor for sure.
Ola, no, can we just allow him to talk a little bit? Can you just please allow him to talk a little bit?
You already said please, so.
Okay, all right. So go on.
All right. So that is one part of a situation that I am saying. Because why? We might look it, for we to have a country, the way I'm looking at it, is for we to draw out a line. This is where we are taking the country to. But today I know that we don't have political leaders that can come together because of the ethnic issue and the rest. But on this social media issue, I believe we have to have a body that is going to control it so that we'll be able to keep our culture of who we are. In these days, those days, I will tell you, you don't need to insult your elder. But today, through social media, you can just insult the president and you just be free. And if you make any attempt, if the government make any attempt to hold them to accountable, you will see masses that will be coming out that he's saying the right thing. Is that the way we are taking our youth towards to? So I leave my case. If anybody needs to counterattack, but that's my view about.
Nobody's going to attack you.
No, it's not an attack. I just want to challenge your opinion.
I know. I'm not saying you're going to attack him. I'm just trying to let him understand.
No, I'm just telling our brother. Okay, so we really appreciate you. So the thing is this: when you talk of this social media thing, because we need to understand China. We can't just say, okay, because China censor internet, that is necessarily a bad policy. We don't even know whether they are using something to protect their own investment within their own country too. Just like, let me give an example. I could be wrong. UnionPay, for example. UnionPay may do everything to make sure that Visa, MasterCard will never get to their country. Now, the social media you are talking about, I guess we are talking of Twitter, or let me just say Western social media. The question we need to know is that what happens to the social media built locally in China? Is this the level of the censorship? And what's the purpose? Now, is the purpose of their own social media is for people not to be able to criticize government policy? What exactly is it they are censoring there? Because the way we talk about social media in Nigeria now, if you don't handle it perfectly, if the like of Baba Lai Mohammed is able to handle social media in Nigeria, probably people like Shaggy and all these artists that no longer make money through the Nollywood production, maybe they won't be making money through skit. You know how many people rely on social media in Nigeria? Advertisement. Now we are talking of ecosystem that feeds so many people and even help to sustain our economy. So if this type of leadership we have in the country today that use the same social media, for example, to come to power, but will not allow you to now speak to criticize their policy. If you now want them now to censor, what do you think is going to happen to, let's say, start from unemployment and some other thing we do on social media? Because when we talk of China, we should understand, is China killing the social media the way we want to kill it here? Or they are just using that one to be some anti-competitive thing, anti-competition? We should, can you say something about that? Can you please differentiate? Because differentiate between the censorship. Do you want to differentiate for us?
All right, let me speak on that. You know why I use China as an example? They woke up to understand that this is the direction we are going. And the way I'm seeing their social media, whenever I go down there to see, if we talk about investment or maybe lack of job and the rest, do you know a little girl will be in the village? She will put it on the same social media. She will have a farm and she will have more than 150 million views. Then in Nigeria, the same girl will go on social media, flaunting his yansh, flaunting the breast, and flaunting what is not called for to me. Then what is the future of that girl? Then what is the future of the other one? Who is bringing more money to the economy? The other girl from China will let you understand that you can make a simple farm. From that farm, the government is going to gain, the environment is going to gain, and it gives more girls more knowledge to go into it. Now, come to Nigeria. You flaunt his nyash from morning till night. Then at the end of the day, because of the little money is going to get from view, we feel it's okay, it's bringing economy. No, we are building a future that our children will now look at us one day to discover that this is the way we bring it to be. So I am not saying they should censor everything, but what I am saying, there was a time Buhari make a comment. He said Nigeria youth are lazy. Everybody go against Buhari. Correct. But I am telling you now, if you go to my state, Edo State, do you know that you cannot get a worker any longer? Because why? The Benin or the Benin speaking people or the Asian speaking people, they don't work again. We have to look for people from the north that are in Edo to use them to work in the farm, because I'm a farmer now. I live in Germany. So now, what are they doing every day? They are all going onto line to criticize either the government or to do something else, but not knowing very well that I left Nigeria. Know that maybe by then I was so naive and the rest. But today I discovered that we can really contribute. We outside, we can contribute. That is why I started, okay, let me start with a farm. I'm not there, but I'm putting my money there, not because I need the money alone, but because I want to give an employment to one or two people there. And what motivates me towards that area, I am telling you, it is because of the China things that I am seeing online. Not the flaunting of the breast, not the insult of the government. What is the future that we are building? We need to go into it. I believe government needs to go into it, check it out. In Germany here, a friend of mine sent a warranted video to somebody else. Today, he is paying about 2,500 euro for sending it. He is not the creator. Because
what happened?
I think it
We
dropped.
lost him, or is he muted?
I think
I think it dropped.
I think
we
what
would like to have him back. We would like
Who
to
want
have
to talk? Midwest. Are you?
Yeah, let you round up. I want to put something there.
Yeah, you can speak something
Okay,
before
go on.
because yeah, Midwest, go on, please. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, is this my brother still there? Hearing what I'm saying?
Well, we can hear you, but I think it dropped. I don't know, maybe the system dropped or something. Maybe.
So I wanted you to
maybe Nigeria don't show
because the aspect is talking about me personally. I'm also worried. I'm also concerned. Everything that have a positive side also have negative side, and we can agree to that then. We understand that because of the social media today, we meet here. We also discuss issues related to us and what is related to our country as well. It's very beneficial. Some of the government officials, they even listen to what we are saying here, and some of them are even willing sometimes to come here to also contribute because they discover that we are also giving them knowledge that they were not even, they don't even, throughout their levels of education or whatever, they have not been exposed to such a practice or simple or common senses of dealing with an issue. Sometimes when we discuss them. But at the same time, looking at our country, where there is no regulation, no rules, how to live, people no longer know their left and right, and they can just wake up, talk anyhow. They don't even believe there are consequences to actions. I think there is the need, if we were to be having a good government, there should have been a need for it to be controlled. When you do something wrong or some certain things that are not allowed, you will be fined. But it must be defined what is right, what is wrong. Like Germany said, he used as an example. They have a law that make it clear, so content, don't send it to people or wanted when they don't request for it. So if you do that, you violate their law, and everybody is bound to suffer with that law, whether you are a president daughter, you are the president himself, you are the prime minister, if the law grabs you, grabs you. But in our place, the law is for the common man. So it doesn't affect everybody. Like me also, I'm also worried about my own cultural heritage and my own land, because Nigeria is not helping anybody.
Midwest.
Yeah.
Just give me a few minutes. I just want to make this Matt, I can see you in the background. Your device is not connected, it says. So I would say maybe you unmute yourself first. Try to unmute your something, maybe to allow you to show now you're on. Let me go on, Midwest. Go on. It's going to be bad.
So
that is one.
Hold on.
Quickly, National Mind, why do you have this comment highlighted? Can you remove it? I mean, this comment is kept here too long.
Okay. All right, let me remove it. All right, go on.
Am I to talk on him?
Midwest, continue. Then Matt will come back later.
Yeah. So for me, I am a Benin person, and when I look at the way where Nigeria is going, I'm a little very worried. I don't know how the next generation is going to look like, because when I was growing up, if my father called me, "Don't do this," and my parents are not there, I want to do it, another person will tell me the same thing, no different from what my father told me. This time around, children are growing up, nobody cautions them. They don't even know their life, they don't know the value of anything, apart from how to drive formatic, expose their buttocks, and do so many things on it. That's all. So such a thing is also a weapon.
That's funny.
Such a thing is also a weapon against the future of people, because I think we are going to have a serious problem if we don't if we don't control what people should do. But the truth is that Nigerian government doesn't solve problem. If you tell them to come and control, they will come and abuse it more than the people you want them to control. It's a country, if you look at our history, there is no single problem that country have ever solved. All they do is to allow the citizen to adapt to that situation and take it as normal. That's all.
Let me add to what Midwest is just saying. Rational man, I know you live in America too. I don't know how many people here live in the United States. So, Rational man, you can agree with me that in America here, nobody wants to marry a girl from the Black American community. And before I came to America,
You want another Gobe now? You want another Gobe here now?
No, that's the general thing. I don't know how many people here live in America, but before we came to America, right, as young boys in Nigeria, maybe I'm sure you are too old to remember. In the 90s, even 2000s, we all aspire to become Black Americans. We want to do everything they do, and even today we see all our young people trying to emulate them. They want to take their culture because we think that's a superior thing, because it's what they show us on TV, it's what we consume, you know. But until we came to America and then we saw their community, we're like, wow, that place is so morally bankrupt that even they don't even marry each other in their own community anymore. You understand? So to the point where even our Nigerian boys and girls, they have to go to Nigeria to go and get a wife because they don't marry American girls. So what I'm saying is, in Nigeria, and I understand what Midway is saying, it's like we have culture that's grounded in morality. You understand all those things where culture, tradition, custom to keep family value, all those things going. But in the advent of, it came to a point where we began to look to Western world for civilization, thinking Western world is just they are the face of advancement to be civil. We mistake modernization to westernization. You understand? We see them as, okay, everything about them is better, rather than saying, okay, there's something about them that's modernized, which is we can copy from, but we more looking to be westernized. And as I'm getting older, as I'm seeing the younger and younger Nigerians, as I'm interacting with them, the younger they are, the more westernized they are, and the more morally bankrupt, morally degenerate. Even like recently when I went to Nigeria, I talked to like 10-year-olds. The way they talk, I'm like, really? I mean, when I was growing up, Nigerians now, I'm like, where are we in this society? I think more and more Nigerian boys now, I'm hearing things like baby mama, the terms that Black Americans use. So Nigeria is becoming more and more Black America in a sense. And I'm like, okay, and so many of our tradition, even culture, like the way we believe we have to respect elders, all those things is getting lost. Even like when recently of this Wale Soyinka situation, when I see the way the young Nigeria, the way they insult the man, I'm like, and most of those insults, when I look, the age range is like more, the younger they are, the more like they don't know the. So we are going. I don't know. We need to be aware of where we are going. I understand. Yeah, let's be exposed to Western world and modernization, but also there's so many beauty in our culture.
Can you allow me to quickly put this one in?
We also wait. Let me make the last statement. I think as we are consuming this Western and outside culture, we also have to include our own culture. That will make sure our children are also consuming our culture, because our culture is being thrown to the side. Where on social media they're really not consuming it. So I have that fear too, to be really honest. But anyway, shout out.
Mike, have you,
Midwest, can you?
yeah.
I think let's. This guy had the floor before you started saying something.
Okay.
Matt, you continue after Matt. Midwest. So Matt,
Okay.
the floor is yours for now. Go on.
Okay, thank you. Let me, because when I started, I said the issue of visa. Now, according to the way we all have understand everything now, for example, please don't mind my English. My English is not so perfect. There is something I'm saying. America said they are giving us ban. There was no name. All right, I agree. What are they trying to do? They they want you to understand that we are superior to you. And for now, we cannot be confrontational with America because we are not yet there. We don't have base. We don't have culture because our culture is eroded, right? They are getting it off the system through social media and the rest. So for we to confront them now, it is not yet time. For we to confront them, first of all, go back to the basis. Let us know the way we were created. We are not created like Americans. Theirs is not better than ours. If we can go back again, whereby I'll wake up in the morning for me to greet my father and greet my mother, even greet the next person. If we can try and bring all those things back, believe me, by then, if you want to be confrontational, your people will be with you. But if you want to be confrontational with America today because of what they said, bros, believe me, the country will go on flame. How? Very simple. It's just for them to create some things and send it to some people, and the people will start sending it. If you go to investigate, you can't get the beginning, and they've given you, before you know it, because of social media popularity, people will come out and start rioting. Just because of social media popularity, they will not look into the content.
Can I interject you for a minute? Can I interject you? Now, what you said now brought me to one thing. The social media we are talking about today. Remember, before the popularity of Nollywood, whenever we would like to listen to music those days, we will listen to Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, Teddy Pendergrass, and all those things. Did you know that through this social media we are talking about now, do you know Nigerian music, for example, is gaining popularity in North America, in the Western world? Now, look at that one, for example. Now, look at this guy, Odewu, that guy that's see the way people are dancing, even those people that will not even understand Yoruba Nigerian music. See how people are now using our languages.
I think you're missing their argument. They are not saying
it's not Nigerian music that is gaining ground.
They are telling you about this bad side of it. We know there's a good side of it. They are also telling you aware of the negative
even that
side.
music is not even Nigerian music.
Ola, please let me put this one before you.
Okay.
Now we are Nigerians. Just look at our country carefully. Look at the Southeast, what is going on. The social media and the preaching of a single few people for
one man in London.
Years.
1 man in London.
Wait. Only 10 years of preaching hatred, trying to criticize left, right. If you look at our country today, the South is so divided, and I don't know when they're going to patch it. All these ethnic tensions and hatred came as a result of those hatred that people were preaching. My dear brother, social media is good, but if we don't control what we say, if we don't control what we allow people to consume, they will consume propaganda and they will become useless. So there is need for people to say, look, for example, if I want to talk something about Oni of Ife, His Royal Majesty, and that thing is maybe indeed it is negative statement or something that happened, but I need to figure out how I will respect his throne and try to point to that thing. People should be constructive, not for me to come and say a words about him, and that thing is 100% propaganda. How will you feel as a Yoruba person? The day there will be crisis, will you not go into anger and get that control?
Midwest. Bad news looms larger than the good one. I agree with you. But I'm saying, if you look at the social media space now, we can get a lot of positivity more than the negativity. Even apart from the social life, that our guys now, they are making us proud the way they import our culture to the Western world. Before, MC Hammer will be what you want to buy.
They're not importing our culture. They're not exporting our culture. They're exporting American culture.
No. Well, okay, when you sing in Yoruba, for example, when you sing in Yoruba, that America is even trying to sing Yoruba, what will you say?
Like which one? Like which one?
Yoruba music, or even if
like
Yoruba,
which
but they
song?
don't use Yoruba language, but doesn't mean they are doing Yoruba
No,
music.
like which song now?
Even if I don't remember immediately, I won't. But there are a lot of Yoruba music that
I think what you are saying, they are exposing Nigeria to the world, like they are making Nigeria popular. That's what you are saying. But you can't say they are exposing.
They are not promoting our culture
It's
at
not our
all.
culture that they are promoting. It's more of a Western Nigerian culture where they take Western culture, they turn it into Nigeria, and then they sell it to the world. So it's not really that they are selling Nigeria culture to the world.
What we are taking to the Western world is not totally the Western culture. At least let's say it's diluted now. Let's say
The whiskey, Burna Boy, and Western and Black American. Even the Black American are accusing them of copying them.
Okay, all those Pakruma, all those songs. See, let me tell you something. Whether we like it or not, at least there are some things from our culture that are getting to the Western culture.
Like what now?
Like what?
Like what?
Oh my goodness. All those land media and co we talk about, all of them don't speak this thing. Even this guy,
what? Tell me your culture that is going there.
Okay.
Ola, when you talk of culture,
if I don't remember,
sorry,
if I can't remember
before you say it, let me explain to you. Before you say
remember an example now, it should not be a deal breaker.
So sorry, I'll give you one. Culture is the way of life of people, norm and way of life of people. So tell me the norm and the way of life of Africa or typical Nigerian culture that these people are exporting to the world. The way of life
let
of the
me
people.
finish my statement. Okay, now the social culture the social media we are talking about now, even in as much as our people will not want to accept that the last election still had the best process since 1999. It is through the social media that as people are voting, that they were publishing the result, that people were seeing some kind of result, right? So we were able to use the same social media as far back as 2011 during Jonathan period to checkmate our political leaders.
But no one is agreeing those positives like that. We all agree.
So the thing now is this: there are framework of the law to undo even the negative aspect of it. The problem is this: we are not even using those laws to even do this thing. Okay, look at this woman that we invited here now. Look at what he did against against Mountain of Fire, and they took her to court, and they heavily fined that woman. You understand? So when you look at those things, if people start using the framework of the legal framework we have already to even deal with some things on social media, that one is good. That you now want politicians to now censor Nigeria, African politician. Museveni, people like Museveni, people like Babalayi Mohammed, as all those people now to start stopping you, to start censoring the media, the social media. It's danger. They will kill your voice. You won't be able to say anything. So as it is now, we have legal framework to handle those people, because social media is just a tool.
Can I say something?
Can I say something? There has to be some legal framework. There has to be some level, some degree.
Not bad to ban. So when you social media,
there has to be some degree of control that we all should agree that okay, to that level we should.
Can I say something?
Please go ahead.
You see, rat poison is 99% food. It's just 1% poison. That's all. If they sell you rat poison, it's going to be 99% food and maybe 90% food, 10% poison. That's why the rat will eat it. If you look at what this social media is doing to our system, you will almost say they should stop it. I gave an example here the other day. I don't know if you remember. There was a woman that came from abroad. He went to Osu, started running a restaurant in Agoiwoye. And then there's this girl in Osu that wants to get popular. So one day, this girl just put something on her handle that, this woman used to wash her body and put in the food. You know the way they say some restaurants do. The woman just went to the restaurant one day and nobody was coming. That was a very popular restaurant in that school. Nobody was coming. And then later the story started trending. They now found the girl. They now took her to the palace of the man, of the king. They now say I saw the video, she was just crying. Sorry, she wanted to trend. So it was fake news. Now that woman's business will never remain the same. All the people that are working for that woman, their source of income is threatened because of that nonsense. So it is like poison. It is like poison. We need to stand.
Even what you just said, something like that happened. Things like that used to happen even before the social media era.
No, but look at the way.
Wait. If you make a sample of that woman you are talking about, the same way that it spoiled someone's business, they spoiled our business, the same way the implication, the repercussion will spread across social media.
Okay, I thank you.
Learn from it.
Look at that woman. Look at that woman that you gave the example.
I think we can all agree. I think
look at the woman you gave the example.
To be honest,
look at that woman. That woman
has to be taken care of. Has to be dealt with. The bad side of social media should be dealt with. The good side should be kept. It's simple as that.
But the question is that when you are trying to deal with bad side, when you are trying to deal with the bad side, people come after you. Now look at that woman. Last cited our example that we brought to this platform. People were sympathizing with her. People said just pay them 111 naira. They charged that. They said pay this money. They say just pay them $1 now. Tell them you pay them $1. And when the woman won a case against Justice Suleiman, they said so the man is not going to pay you. They should sell his house. She was not ready to sell her own house to sell 2 months of fire. You want Suleiman to sell house to settle her own case. You understand? People just sympathize. And when we spoke up that day on this platform, a lot of people came for us that day. You sure Jesus was rubbish that day, said, because of that nonsense.
Before social media, people were using the regular media newspapers to still carry out their evil act. What I'm saying
but people were accountable. People were
that's
accountable.
exactly what I'm saying.
If, for example, one individual that is anonymous.
Now, people are still.
Ola, let's be sincere. It is easy to be anonymous on social media than news.
I want to tell Ola something. Ola, look, we all agree to the positive side. And this, our brother who just spoke last, you see where it was going. There is the need. But my worry is that Nigerian government is not serious when it comes to.
They're not serious at all.
They've never been serious when it comes
to even Nigerian history.
Yeah, solving problem. So what they do is just to allow us to adapt to it. But the danger is this: if we continue like this with social media, Nigerians one day ethnic crisis will burst out because there's too much propaganda and insult. Insult is not good.
I'm sorry, Midwest. Let me even add to that. Like for example, the propaganda you mentioned, right? When some people are pushing some dangerous propaganda, and the Nigerian government is just quiet rather than addressing, like kind of debunking it or create some kind of team. Like the US, for example, if you start pushing some kind of propaganda against the US states or anything, they have a government have their own propaganda team. They'll counter your propaganda and kill it so it doesn't destroy the nation or the image of the country or the mind. You understand? Nigerian government will just keep quiet, like just allow all these things.
It's not going to be good, particularly the certain people.
No, Midwest propaganda used to even be there before social media. Like,
but we are talking about some of them are so dangerous.
Social media even give room for you to even counter propaganda, and that is one of those things we are doing presently. Before now, they will tell you that, what is Soyinka? This is just an example. What is Soyinka came out with Talk Class? Did you know how many years that thing flew around? But today, if you say, Wale Soyinka graduated with Talk Class, for example, now, tomorrow morning, someone will come on social media and debunk that it's a lie. But before, the thing may fly like about 10 years. And nobody will even debunk it. At least I was not born in the 80s. I was born in the 70s. And the truth now is this. There was some story that we grew up to know that all those things were lies. For example, someone will tell you that Tafawa Balewa attended the United Nations meeting and drank 27 cups of tea. Where did you get that? They will even tell you that man could not even speak English.
Dude, they've been doing that.
That story went on for decades.
Midwest, I also
make the same lie today. If you make the same lie today, tomorrow someone will come and
someone will
Ola, we agree with you, but you should understand that if we fail, just analyze everything carefully. If you look at the division, tribal bigotry in the southern part of Nigeria today, or I don't want to talk about North at all, the kind of houses we used to look at ourselves, if you go back to 80s, it was far better than the way we have today. We are just pretending.
I'll be honest with you, Midwest, I don't think. Okay, let me ask you this question. If you say the tribal bigotry, okay, between which group and which group? We all know.
I don't want to.
We all know, particularly. Wait. We all know. If you talk about in southern Nigeria, we all know that there is no Shabbat bigotry being spread between, let's say, Calabar, Yoruba, or Ijo, Benin. We know that. We all know where it's coming from. We know it's particularly Southeasterners. We all know it's particularly Southeasterners, and it has to do with the experience of their civil war. And it's always been there. I mean, any Yoruba person that grew up in Nigeria know that a lot of Southeasterners made their life a hell growing up. Like literally, as a child growing up in the 80s, 90s.
Let us not.
A Yoruba person walk in the middle of Igbo people, they will say, "Oh, the backstabber, because their fathers were the ones brainwashing them." So it's not. It may be new to you, but it's always been there. It just like they just bring it to social media now.
No, I can say it has been there for long, but the way our elders were able to manage it, we are losing that opportunity faster than as we can even imagine. And that is my real worry. And I think it is our time that the government should come out and say, look, for example, if I want to describe an issue that affects people generally, I should be very, very sure, or else I will stand against the court to defend what I'm saying. Because the way where we are going, my brother, the way when I look at social media today, this is not the way we had before a few years ago. And we can't continue like this, where people feel they can come out. I'm not a Yoruba person, I'm a Benin person. I will only just come out and say Yorubas are bad. I cannot even say anything good about them. You know, that kind of something. And everything is lie, 100%. It's okay, I will just wake up, Urobo is bad. This one. No, it shouldn't be so. We have to control some of these things. And again, these are our young kids growing up. They don't learn anything about our culture. Our culture is almost disappearing because of this social media. It's only just for them to show their buttocks, show their body. They are willing to even make complete removing of their cloth and snap the picture if people can follow them. You know? So we can't continue like this, my dear brother, because the Western people, they have this problem and they are able to put mechanism on ground to help their people. When you hear single mother, they don't leave them to continue to suffer, so that because if a woman is single and there is no support, the first thing she think of is how to sell herself. And when she starts selling herself around her children, definitely that thing will affect those children. And that's why the government is putting eyes on the ground and they are supporting them. So we don't have a mechanism, and marriage is disappearing in our place, and this social media is also contributing.
No, social media has been more beneficial to Africans than the negative effects that you guys are saying. A lot of Africans have gained employment on social media. A lot of Africans are getting paid, especially Nigerians, on social media than what if there was no social media. So a lot of people have been employed. This is a thing that happened in China.
Our saying is not that there should not be social media. Don't take us to that level. We are just trying to talk about if it is not controlled, the damages that is going to cause. That's what we are talking about.
Right. Okay. Let me make this point. Right. China created what they call TikTok, but if you go to Chinese TikTok space, they don't do the kind of things that Africans do on their TikTok. Now I have a friend in China. This friend had to call me for me to create him a Facebook for me to create him a Facebook page. I said, why he can't do it? He said, no, because China doesn't have Facebook. China doesn't let people go into Facebook. For you to access any social media space in China, they have to give you an access key in China. So that tells you that they monitor what their people do online. And if you have a 1.something billion Chinese monitor these people. Now, when it comes to Africa, blame Nigerians and blame government. Do not blame social media, because these social media are run by United States people. Twitter, TikTok, all these things, Instagram are run by these people in United States. So what they find normal in their community is not what you find normal. Now, what Nigerians could do is create their own social media and encourage their own people to get on it and sell what you want to sell and make people go on it, instead of, because people are getting employed. That's just my point.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah, what your explanation, the ending of your explanation is where I am going to. Nigerians have to have theirs so that they'll be able to control it and give you what to understand theirs. We cannot be buying other people's culture. Then by the time they now By the time they now start sanctioning, start telling you, we are giving you visa ban, then we should be like, some people will be happy, some people will not be happy. We are still being controlled. If we want to be safe, if we want to get our total freedom, first of all, social media space, create yours. One, when they say it's giving employment, believe me, if Nigeria have their own, the full money that is going to Mike Zuckerberg will be coming to Nigeria.
Exactly.
Sorry,
that
guys.
is what China is doing.
Sorry, guys.
Yep.
Can I just come in? I think we have Hasan. Hasan, are you there? Hasan, can you unmute?
Hello, everyone. Rational Mind.
Yeah, how are you there?
I define. Yeah. So, how's everyone doing?
Yeah, you had a topic we were talking about social media and all of that.
Yeah,
So
I think it's a net gain thing, isn't it? While it creates economic opportunities, at the same time it is creating social and moral problems. You see, the youths are impressionable. A lot of them are, and we have this problem, and it's coming from a place of this ensuring that your children do not lack anything, so you end up giving your children iPads, iPhones, and you expose them to the world at a time when they are very, very impressionable. You see the kind of hormones that the brain is pumping in 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 children who are undergoing puberty and things like that, and teenagers. It's not something to be taken for granted. So you may not really calculate the real damage in monetary terms, because some damages it will take time before you begin to see the effects of those things. One thing I think that social media is making people, even if it is inadvertently, is making a lot of our youths become lazy. There is this trend, and people are becoming automatons, while others, I think the ones who are actually getting economic benefits, because it is a two-way thing. You have a lot of options. You can buy stuff at home. You can do all these things. At the same time, it is making some people just be married to their phone. Their eyes are on screens, and their health implications for that. Some people are becoming withdrawn from the social cycles, especially wives, children, and that is a problem. Even now a lot of our universities, our professors are complaining that the children can no longer write good essays, that they are no longer proficient, and if you ask them to write articles or things like that, you begin to see
a minute, please, on that academics. A minute.
Yeah.
Now, the same social media you are talking about, I happen to be in the 19 industry. Now,
okay.
Do you know what happened today? Before, let's say, even up to 2010, for you to learn, let's say, Python, it will take you forever. Do you know that the same social media make it so easy for you that even you can get the skill for that Python with
I agree on that one. Social media
I agree. It's pumping knowledge.
It actually
There's a lot of
cure a lot of
access to knowledge.
ignorance, to be honest.
That's
one of the greatest blessings
Yes,
of social media. Cure a lot of ignorance. Yeah.
Mike, I think we just keep going around this topic, which
we can switch it, but let's.
Oh no, we're still on the topic. I'm just trying to say something. We all have a point with the social media, the advantage and disadvantage for us. Hasan, can you mute a little bit?
Okay.
Please. Yeah, thank you. So the point that I'm trying to make is that the very core, the very problem why it seems like social media is not being used in the right way. I get you, Ola, what you just said. What Hasan said to you, it's all, everybody has a point. But at the very core of this whole problem is the political situation in Nigeria. We've argued so much here about so many things, like our positioning in the global economy, in the global politics, geopolitics, and all of that. And we've been talking about all of these things, even internally in Nigeria, economically, educationally, everything still boils down to the politics in Nigeria. As long as we don't get our government right, our governmental system is not put in place, it's not put right. We don't have the right, Jude said, we don't have the right people leading each of these institutions in Nigeria, we will continue having this decline, this moral decline, this societal decline. We'll continue having it. Also cut into our educational system, because as long as we keep having this stalemate, this problem with our governance system, whereby you're not the right person to be there, you're the right person to be there. But when the person gets there and it's not putting the right people to work with him, we'll continue having this decline. So you see, sometimes when I look at this situation in Nigeria, it just perplexes me. It overwhelms me. Like, I don't think we can get out of this in our lifetime. So the thing is this: to those people listening to us, our politicians back home, they should realize that the reason why Nigeria is on the decline, educationally and otherwise, is because our political system, our governance system, is not it's not in the position it should be. So until we get it right, that's just what I think. So go on. I would like to say something before.
No, let's Hassan go on. I've made my statement.
We're not hearing you.
Hassan.
Okay, I'm back now. Okay, you see, I was hearing you guys also talking about how the social media has affected a lot of people here. I think two things: the people who are actually getting paid from social media, who are creating content of some sort, they are not that, plenty, but their influence is felt anyway. And this money is going in a one-way street. Our government is not able to tax anything out of it. So the energy and the subscriptions. So if you calculate it, everything, the money is going to another country, while just crumbs will return back to our own country. If you see how MTN are posting, gains and profits of hundreds of billions of naira quarterly, you'd be surprised. MTN is they're saying that people are not longer making calls. People are only using data, and data is damn expensive in Nigeria. So it has opened a space for exploitation. It is a necessary thing, don't get me wrong, but our government is not regulating the way it's supposed to, because we have laws in this country. Consumers need to be protected, and not even on numbers. Our morality is something that is sacred too. It needs to be, protected. But the government hardly does anything. People are on deep dark webs. People are scamming people. Everything is just anyhow in this country regarding the space. But it's a tool. You do with it what you want, but it's just that this argument that it is what you use it for. Yeah, it works for adults like us, but for kids and teenagers, I don't think even somebody who is 19, 20 years, I would say 21 to 23 at the most, before somebody is given full access to these technologies, because the brain is not fully formed until you are actually 24. So this reliance on eating, people who are eating are still children in my eyes anyway. Children having access to these things on non-educational purposes, on entertainment, it just takes people to extremes, and that is its flaw. But that flaw is not something that cannot be, it cannot be worked upon, and ensure that we have a more productive. Somebody was talking about the way Chinese do use their social media. Yeah, and it's true. In China, their TikTok is completely different from the ones you find anywhere else in the world. It's not even about comparing the Chinese and TikTok space with that of Africa. It is comparing it with that of the rest of the world. They use it more as a learning platform. You see tutorials on welding, or you see tutorials on sculpting. You see tutorials on things like that. Children, so they have a specific algorithm that they use for China only. There is some form of entertainment, but it is limited. such that, you know, their kids there are always well motivated. It's about getting them motivated and ensuring that they don't just fall into that trap of constant entertainment all the time, and ensuring that they learn the skills that they need, you know, to meet the challenges of this century. And while if you compare it with its only challenges of dancing, shaking yansh, nonsense, it's just a waste of time. And people who are consuming these things and the people who are producing it, they are just most of the time robbing themselves of their the real time you need to be in the real world. You know, do you guys know that there are consequences for long exposure and usage of it causes depression, it causes a lot of mental health issues, so the internet and things like that.
I think you are correct, Hassan. I think I agree with you.
Yes, so
From personal experience, though. From personal experience.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can tell you.
Okay, so that is the case actually. So we may not see the results right now, but in the next decade, when these kids begin to grow, you know, we've only had good internet in this country, I would say maybe from 2010, 11, probably, maybe even later, 2010, 11, something like that. That's the time we've had good internet. So kids that were, you know,
So when do you
teenagers
think we'll
then,
start seeing the effect?
in the next decade,
My
unfortunately,
brother and sister, in the next, my brother,
yeah,
in the next 4 years or 3 years, we'll start seeing it. All those girls are shaking their yansh. By the time they get old, and
yeah,
they can no longer, that their yansh cannot attract money again.
yeah, there'll be problem.
And they don't have any skill
Mm.
to put there. And nobody's.
Azan, I think I know where.
But why are they not having skills? That's a question we should be addressing.
Yeah, they are not having skills now because they are lazy.
No,
Because they are lazy.
No,
They rather spend their time to shake yansh on the
Patrick,
street.
is not because they are lazy.
no, more like addiction. They are
No,
addicted
they
to
are addicted and they are carried
yes,
away with
carried
popularity.
away with popularity. Yeah, instead of meaningful skills.
I beg to differ.
Can I say something? Can I say
go on,
something? It's not only addiction. See, we've said it that the government has failed its responsibility. Look at it this way. Now, those people shaking. Okay, let's even take an example. Many people that you see on Ali Avenue, I think you know what I mean when I mention Ali Avenue, or I see John.
It's always been there now. Empire.
You understand? Do you think all of them willingly, in honesty, do you think they want to be there? No, it's survivor. Now, the human development in Nigeria is still not fully matured. Where people are supposed to learn skill and to use it to develop the country, we are not doing that. Just imagine you need bricklayer to come from Cotonou or maybe a neighboring Africa country. You need timeless artists to come from all those things. So look at all those things. Now, someone that will
now, why do you need to get them to come from those?
Oga Patrick, I'm explaining to you. Because, okay, I will give you an example of our technical school. How functional is our technical school today? You understand? How are you funding the technical school? Because the technical school is supposed to be where you learn some skill and you transfer that skill.
So the bricklayers that are coming from Cotonou, they went to technical school.
See,
yes, majority of them, even from Niger, from Chad.
They went to technical schools. Only technical school bricklayer can do proper bricklaying.
No, I will go to mechanic. You see the northerners, they are now in charge of logistics in Nigeria.
I'll give you some examples.
Let me quickly put this one, please. Am I permitted?
Oga Patrick, let me tell you something.
Patrick, let me quickly put this one, please, if I'm permitted.
When I go to Canada, I change my Honda Odyssey engine myself. You understand? How did I get to that? You are laughing. You see, because when I bought a car from auction, I bought one Ford from auction. It had a problem. If you see the bid they were putting on me, I eventually sold that Ford at loss. Because just imagine you took something to a mechanical workshop, they were telling you 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000. At the end of the day, maybe what you even needed to do the job was even like around 1,000, less than 1,000. So when my Odyssey, that Odyssey actually belonged to my wife. When developed problem, I went to buy the engine myself and replace it. What did I do? I bought the technical manual and I followed the technical manual. You know, I study electrical engineering, so engineering is still engineering. I could still, my sense of engineering is still there, right? I repaired that to myself. Okay, what is it that I'm telling you now? I was able to access material somewhere just to do what I should not do normally, that even my mechanic in Nigeria then may not even be able to do. You understand? So now you need to find a knowledge base somewhere that you can transfer to the society. It is not everyone that could interpret that drawing the same way I will interpret. What I was able to do, not everyone will do. So you need someone that will do this thing and be able to send it. Just imagine if I happen to be a teacher in a technical school. That in a lane, if I could transfer to about 100 students. 100 students become experts and they go into the society and transfer the skill. That's the way you transfer skill in engineering. Now, but we now have a situation now where those schools are no longer functional. But now an apprenticeship system too, someone that will even give you that you want to become the apprentice that you want to learn job from, it's not even an expert on it, so could not even do that thing very well. It will teach whosoever is learning from him the quack thing that he can even transfer. So that's how they kill the technical school. So when you look at this now, people now cannot compete favorably. And the next thing, whatever comes their way, they will just add on to it. So our problem, we have so many things that is giving a problem. But now back to the social media we are talking about. Instead of saying you want to regulate the social media, let me give you an example. Let me say a social influencer today. Let's say the name is Pato A, and is bringing people to open ears, open press on social media. You know this is Pato A. Instead of regulating social media, go after Pato A, and you'll be able to stop so many things. It's so simple. Because these people that are bringing this content, they are known. Why don't you go and find a way to regulate those people instead of saying, okay, I want to stop social media? You know, two different things. People
but how can you, Ola,
are the ones for you to regulate
Ola,
to influence.
Ola, let me ask you a question, please.
Social media.
Ola,
yes,
how
sir.
can you go against somebody when the law is not there?
That's what I'm saying.
Is that how to rule a country?
Find the law to deal with them. That's what I said. You need legal framework.
No, you need to make you don't have to find a law. You need to make a law for everybody.
That's
and
what
everybody
I'm saying.
will understand that this
That's
is
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay, now you know we have board that used to censor this thing now. You know, when you produce your movie, it goes to censor board, they censor it. You can find something for that okay, before you produce your digital content, it needs to go through censorship. And you don't make that censorship difficult for people that okay, you submit your work today and we now stay forever. You can do some kind of online censorship board that your content will pass through, and within 2 hours or within 24 hours, they will give you results. Those are the solutions we should be looking at.
You are doing well.
Can we hear Remy Koka? Remy Koka was something.
Yeah. I was just listening to Ola, and I'm thinking about an idea, just an idea. When you see all these developed countries, all vocational courses are informal standard. I'm thinking that Nigeria should enforce everybody that wants to learn trade or any vocational to go to technical school in Nigeria. So we have to put a stop to informal education. And this going to all these technical vocations should be free of charge. They should not pay tuition fee, and they should provide accommodation for the student to live inside the campus. What do you think about that? Just an idea, because
can I put something there? I wanted to ask you a question, sir.
No, I'm responding to Remy, please. Let me just quickly respond.
Okay.
So what you said, you are valid. Even with my electrical engineering background, you know I cannot practice engineering in Canada. I still have to go through that to even be, because if I do anything now, insurance, whosoever I do that thing for, we have problem with insurance. If anything happens, even if anything happens, if I can be prosecuted. So you have to go through the system. The apprenticeship you go through here is as good as if you are attending a serious school. It's not as if you go to one apprentice because for apprentice will take you the same year that you spend in the university.
Because Nigeria already have a lot of technical schools, so it's more easier.
And we are not enhancing that.
But I want to ask a question.
My uncle went through federal technical school at Rekiti, and he was proud to be an industrial welder with Ajaokuta when Ajaokuta was still functional in the 80s. You know, for someone to be proud, and later the man later went to get bachelor degree from the university in finance.
And apart from
that, can I say something?
He was proud of it.
Can I say
Please,
something, please?
I wanted to ask a question. Please. We are all in a different country. Let us not go to university level. How do they regulate your upper secondary school in Canada? Because what we do here in Sweden is of two-faced. I want to know something. Because that of Nigeria is a foundational problem. It has nothing to do with because it's the entire educational system that I feel that is failing. So, but I want somebody to tell us how they regulate their secondary school levels in Canada, because I think the one we have here is a little bit different. It's similar to that of Germany, and I don't know of Canada and other places.
Okay,
can I
say something on that?
Canada and America, they are similar.
Can I say something on that, Remy Coca?
Go ahead.
I think for the Scandinavian and Nordic, it's almost the same thing. When you finish your high school, you have an option to go to. There are three options. The first one, you can go to vocational college, which is about 2 or 3 years. It's free. If you got vocational, is equivalent to like Nigerian technical schools, but this is our formal schools in which they have hosted and it's free. If your score does not meet that, then you can go to higher level to go to like they call it applied universities, which is equivalent to like Polytechnic of Nigeria, but their standard is much more higher than Nigeria. And then you can go to the normal university. So, but the point I'm talking about Finland. But the advantage that is there now is this: you going to vocational college or you going to university, the parity of pay is the difference just minute. Even if you go to technical college, or vocational college, you might even make more money than those people that went to university.
That's what I wanted to say here.
Can
I say something, please?
Up to what a master mechanic we here. With your MBA, you may not even earn more than 100K.
Can I say something? Can I say something,
please? For those that go to vocational college, although this is a handy job, you'll be a mechanic. If you want to be an hairstylist, you want to be a carpenter, you want to be anything that has to do with hand, you go to, and they earn their money per hour, which is a lot of money. So
okay, let me also explain.
Can I say something, please?
Hold on, Midwest. I think Matt has wanted to come in. Matt, come
in.
Yeah,
I want to say something concerning that aspect of educating our people. For long, I've been understanding something about this issue. Do you know that the Western world, they are all looking for graduates and masters in their study from Nigeria? But the same Western world will tell you that our education is not good, but they will tell you they need teachers from there, they need engineers from there, they need lawyers from there, they need all sorts of everything from there. Now, if I want to advise, let me finish, please. If I want to advise the government, I will say anybody that graduates from Nigeria, anybody that is about any country that is taking that person from Nigeria, in their visa should be make recommendation, sign it with them, pay some tax to Nigeria, because if Nigeria is not good, you will not be able to take all our scholars. And these our scholars, if they remain in Nigeria will get better one day. But they are taking normal mechanic that is walking the street. As I tell you, I know of a friend there. It was a normal mechanic that just learned on normal street. Today, he just add their so-called hospital, they call it here, add it to it. It's not a professional, but he knows it before even going for the school year.
Matt, you must
for me,
understand that there is.
I would like the federal government to put something like law under it. That it is listening. What I'm trying to say here, it is done. If you are in Italy, if you come, for example, if you're in Italy, if you come to Germany, if you are working in Germany, Germany pays some tax to Italy because they educated you. You cannot just be coming to Nigeria, pick our doctor, pick our lawyer, pick everything for free. And we are looking at it as it's normal. It is not normal. These are the people that will be able to change the country.
Shakara say we'll ban you, we'll ban this person, ban that person.
And you keep telling us you are banning us from visa.
Matt, there is a lot of agreement between countries, bilateral agreement and so many agreements they sign.
Thank you very much.
I quite agree that those of them that are picked, and not those master degree or whatever engineering you are talking about in Nigeria, when they go to the system in the developed world, they also have to write qualifying examination, or they have to retrain them. The engineers in Nigeria are totally different from engineers in developed countries. Engineers in developed countries go to the field. Most Nigerians engineers, sometimes they just stay in the offices. But here, anything you learn, you must go to the field and prove it. So that is the difference. They have to retrain them.
Can I say something? Yeah.
Okay.
Remy Kuka, sorry. I just want to bring another perspective to what you're saying, Remy. You see how it's done here, especially in the states where I live here, California, Oregon to Washington State is the same. Pacific Northwest, up to Alaska is the same process. So there was what you call apprenticeship. I can't even talk. Apprenticeship. Apprenticeship.
Apprenticeship. Yeah.
Yeah, apprenticeship. What's wrong with my tongue tonight? I was
Just call it
anyway,
so
so
our Batify
yeah, you Batify and loving in our okay. Anyway,
blue.
Blah blah. Anyway, so I mean, apprenticeship program they call it here. After high school, this is how they do it here. Like in construction, I just got into a new field recently. It's construction. So there are different areas of construction. You want to be a carpenter, there's a school for carpentry. If you want to install HVAC, sheet metal, sheet metal, like all these HVAC units and all this condensing unit whereby you can call it, not power engineering. It's a form of like a cooling system. You want to cool your house, like commercial buildings.
That's what you do that power engineering for. Power engineering, different these things.
Maybe people call it a different name in Canada. I'm yet to find out that. But anyway, so there are different areas of construction. So there's a specialized school for construction. It's only specialized on construction. There's one they call the Pacific Northwest School of Construction here. So it's more like it's a trade school. So this is how they do it. You'll be going to the school. There's they do 70, 50, 50, 50% hands-on, 50% class. So they will attach you to for example, those days when Elizade, I don't know if people know Elizade Motors.
Yeah.
And Square Motors. So you'll be attending classes, in Federal Technical College in Yaba there, close to Unilag there. You'll be attending class there. And then you'll be working for Elizade Motor or for Square Motors. You'll say you do 50% in class, and then you go there and do 50% hands-on. So it's not everything just theory in class. That's how they do it here.
That's how it's done here too. That's how it's done in Canada.
Okay. And yeah, you'll be paid though. Hold on. You'll be paid while you're attending, but listen. They have different. Let me make you understand, because I'm in trade. This is what they do. There's what they call journeyman. That is when you start getting full payment as a full. You've graduated. You are a journeyman. But if you are still an apprentice, there's a stipulated amount of money that each state has their own stipulated amount. Like for carpentry now, at least the minimum they pay carpentry is $25 per hour. That's the minimum, $25 per hour. So that is if you're an apprentice. Now like sheet metal trade, it's almost I think 20 something, $22 or $23 too per hour. So they have different. So yeah, so you'll be going to school so that way you won't just feel like you're just going to school wasting your time. You'll be going to school, and whatever company is, if it's Elizade Motor now or Square Motor that's employing you, they'll tell the school, we need apprentice to come and work with our journeyman or with our trained technicians. So they will now send you there, and then 50% you'll be doing hands-on training there, and then you'll be coming to school at any class, and then you'll be paid. So Nigerian government needs to put in place some kind of policies.
I want to quickly put something here based on history, please.
Please, sorry.
You put it. Let's just trash it. Okay, go on, Kuka.
Rational mind. What they are doing here is they are already poaching Africa already. So
already poaching us already. Yeah, you're right. Totally.
Nigeria must come up with it. Let me give you an example. In most of these vocational college, they are already poaching Africa. It's a 2 years program or maybe 3 years program. And what you have to do in Nigeria or Ghana or Gambia or South Africa, just write a motivational letter. And if your motivational is okay with them, the college will invite you here. They will give you a resident permit to come. I'm talking about resident permit. That means they're already giving you a social security number because they need these people. And when you come into their system, the first year they will train you in their local language, and the rest 1 or 2 years they have all the machines. Because I often go there because I use them to repair my car. So if I have a problem, I'll go there because repairing my car in their workshop is quite cheaper than taking it to a mechanic, which is quite expensive here. Because here they will charge me about 90 euro per hour. That is the service fee.
Wow, that's a lot.
Finland is one of the most expensive countries in the world. So, but if you go there, it's quite low, it's cheaper. So I'm trying to say they're already poaching already. A lot of Nigerians are coming here to learn hairdressing, mechanic, painter, everything. And there is a ready-made job waiting for them, even before they graduate. So this is not about, they just want them to put them through the formal education, use the necessary machine, learn the necessary skills, and they also send them to good company for internship. So immediately they finish like this, there are so many places they can work. It's so easy. So they're ready.
Same thing here. Many companies here are looking for people to work here.
So when you look at
my daughter doesn't want to work. She wants to sit down
and to crown it all, believe you me, is no tuition at all, no money. You are not even paying money to apply to the colleges, and you are not paying any tuition fee. It's zero. Tell me,
is that Finland, right?
What did you say?
Finland, yeah.
Finland, right?
Yeah. Yes. So no tuition fee at all.
I say I could chat you. I have boys who are mechanic in Nigeria now. They have all those skills.
See, I wanted to put something here. You see, we were talking about Nigeria. If you look at, I want to talk about our secondary school level. Those days, it was just 5 years. Then they changed it to 6 years. And when they changed it to 6 years, they split it into 2, junior and upper secondary school. The problem is that Nigeria government, they fail woefully to invest practically. And that is why we're having this.
It be like saying that where things spoil, you just mentioned. So that's
that series 633 system is the best.
I think
it's the same policy now. 366 now. I mean 6333.
6334.
Yes,
6334.
I want
6334. Okay.
But it was better when it was 6.
Okay, this time around it's 633. No, I just talk about secondary school. I don't want to go to university level. I want to talk about secondary school level.
It was SS2. SS2, take your WAEC and then you go.
Let me tell you how it works here in Sweden. Why I asked that question. I want to talk to you from experience.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you from experience. When my son completed his equivalent of that junior secondary school, they call it grown schooler here. And that school is just from your primary 6, let me just say from that your 6 years old, and your primary school 6 years, and the first 3, so you spend 9 years. So they call it grown schooler here. Now, upon completing the grown schooler, they invited me. And they explained everything to me that the next 3 years course, it goes like this. It's 2 parts. There are those that want to read theory. If you read that theory in Sweden, you are not qualified to work in any place. You can't even present. If you stop, you don't go straight to university. You get what I'm saying now? Or you don't go to their higher university, or maybe they have all school and university here. That is the 2 institutions that give people higher degree. Now, the other part, they call it gymnasium. This part, if you take that, if you say you want to read nursing, you see the benefit of this one. If you complete it, you're automatically a nurse, just from your secondary school level. If you want to read mechanical engineering, you complete your secondary school year, you can work for Volvo. Now, what happened in my own child case, my son, when he was coming back after the first admission to that higher school, they gave him a welding machine. I was shocked because I was confused, because he chose engineering. And most people that choose all these engineering course, all these skills, area you choose, they must put it to you. You must do that primary skills and you must pass them. They combine the theory, they combine inside the secondary school for their young ones. And once you complete this school, 18 years, you want to work, you get a nice job. And you can work for 2 years there, you can even be a manager. And if you pass the certificate exam, it's straight to university. Like my son now is almost rounding up in the higher place of learning. So, but if I compare with that of Nigerian system, my brother, we have a long way to go.
Midwest.
You saw this thing
Midwest. The problem about Nigeria is too theoretical. We are just learning theory. Europe and America have moved to skill-based knowledge. You have to learn the skill. So that is what the world is.
Remy, do you know why we learn theory? Because we are not part of it.
No, the government is not serious. It is Babangida administration. Look,
look something funny in
Nigeria now. Ola, if you recall back, when they introduced this 633 system for the secondary school, all schools were having what is called lab, introduction to technology lab. We have it in some schools in Benin those days. The government were not able to serious. And if you look at our country, the greatest problem is this. I want to say
they should devolve education to state alone. You state, go and handle it by yourself.
Yes. If you look at the problem we are having in Nigeria, this corruption.
Have a regulatory body to regulate them. Why the state continue? So I don't see why federal government should do everything. There's no need for even to be saying these are federal government colleges.
No, but secondary schools.
But the federal schools are doing better than the ones that are with the state too. The federal schools are doing far better than the states. The ones that are with the states. The states are just corrupt reading. All of them.
See another challenge, please. I want to put in here. The working condition in Nigeria is inhuman, and the government is not ready to develop it. That is the greatest challenge, and all is because of this corruption.
The greatest challenge, the greatest challenge in Nigeria is electricity. Once we can find solution to that one,
Nigeria get problem.
Almost everybody talk. The greatest challenge.
Can I put a position, please?
I'm telling you the truth. It's electricity.
I agree. Electricity and good roads, security, those three things. A lot of diaspora will return.
Even security is hinged on electricity. If we can get electricity right,
the problem in Nigeria is not electricity.
No, the problem is electricity. No, there's no way you can move forward without electricity.
There is no one thing. There is no one thing that you can point to. Yeah, it's a multiple. There are multiple. Yeah.
So that's what I can see.
It's a compoundment.
For me, I think the greatest challenge we have in Nigeria, look, corruption. The first thing corruption does is this. Wait. It keeps professionalism.
HIV, national.
I wanted to quickly put this one. It keeps professionalism. What does that mean? In Nigeria.
Okay, we're Midwest.
I think it's a system, not corruption.
The problem.
Wait now, I want to put this one before you. What the corruption?
Please moderate.
Mike, please, can we hear Midwest? Can you make it so snappy so that other people can?
Okay, it is that corruption that keeps professionalism, and we in Nigeria, as we speak today, people are not willing to learn. They don't believe anything is wrong. They feel they have the knowledge. Whereas the practical knowledge is not there, and that is why we're in a total mess. For example, where I live today, retail is an industry, tourism is an industry. Before they name it as an industry, there are structures on ground that make it to look at industrial something. But in our place, nothing like that. The big layer, don't you have name for them? You call them leguke in my place. They work under inhuman conditions. Look at your mechanic. Are we advancing? So these are problems. Money made for them are being hijacked. And one thing is this: I will respect the Northerners for one thing they have done for their people. You don't need too much degree to have common sense. When Nigeria government made budget for agriculture, these people allow the money to go straight to their rural people, and they make sure they support them. Today, their desert is feeding Nigeria. As I speak in my state, my governor, in my state, my governor is not a farmer. And if you go to your state, you will notice it. But before, they were not farmers before they become governors. They will hijack this money, and they will never allow their people to say, go to our rural area. They don't have support.
So the
So that
largest
is my own take.
always come from the southern part of Nigeria. And I look at Nigeria. When you go to Ibadan in Bodije, you see most of our agricultural products are all from the north. Beans, tomatoes, red pepper, onions, name it. Just bringing it from the north. What are we in the south? What are we doing? Nothing. It's just
The governor have hijacked the money. The governor hijacked the money.
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why?
Wait, Patrick, everybody, take permission from Rational Man. I expect Rational Man.
Ola, let's hear for Patrick. Patrick has not been speaking. Please.
You see, from what I've seen from this discussion on this platform now, everybody said the greatest problem is this great. And sincerely, if you listen to everybody, that problem they have mentioned is actually a very great problem. So obviously, Nigeria's problem is multifaceted. And there's no single problem that if you solve, it will take Nigeria to where we want to be. If you solve power today, it will still not make any difference if you don't address all these other problems that you people identified. But I will just use this platform to show appreciation to the only northerner that is on our platform today. Are you with me, brother?
Is it Azan?
Is Azan there?
Azan is there.
Yes, I'm here.
I will use this opportunity to say a big thank you to the northern brethren, because those are the ones really actively sustaining this country. That's just the truth today. Some people might not like to hear it, but it is obvious.
It's not the truth, though.
They are feeding. Currently, they are the ones feeding.
Every part of the country is sustaining the country.
And when it comes to your time now, I'm not saying sustainable. I say currently, that region is the one feeding this country. We have instances where if they say food is not coming, maybe they had a problem in the north, you will see the way everybody will go into pandemonium and everything. Just because their youth are easily malleable. They are not, they respect their elders. So if they say, okay, we are facing agriculture today, their youth will follow them and face the agriculture.
Can I talk now?
You can't talk now until I finish now.
No, you are
the way you have interjected, you have even eaten to the short time that you
I know you are itching to just
it's diverging too.
I know.
I've only mentioned two points now. So what is diverging?
Hold on. You continue. I mean, you continue.
So these people have been the ones helping us. So what I just round off, Nigerian problem is not one. Just like you have all mentioned, all the problems that we have itemized are key. And there's no way that if you solve one and neglect the other, that Nigeria will be okay. Power is not the only problem we have. So Ola, you can fire.
Start from somewhere.
We have to start from somewhere.
We cannot solve the problem at one time. Now, today I'm happy that Buhari assigned to law that state can generate electricity. Let's start from there, and then we must force our youth.
Rational mind, let me talk when it's my turn. Let me know it's my
turn. Let Ola speak, please.
You see, one thing is this: when people say power, this and that, so the truth is this: it's not power; it's actually policy. Policy is the father of all. If you get policy and you implement that policy, you solve the problem. But the problem we have in that country is this: the policy we have, instead for government to allow the private people to activate and actualize the policy, government themselves, people they want to put hand there. That's where the problem is. That's why I like two typical examples. The simple policies that IBB brought with decree for telecommunication and the regulation of broadcasting, we can all see the impact today. How, because the impact of that broadcast and telecom, that's what escalated to all this, our Nollywood and all this.
Ola, a quick question for you before you round up. What about the deregulation of the disco, where they sell the disco, the NEPA balkanization, and
no, that one is a fraud.
What happened?
To me, that one is a fraud. That's not what they did in disco. Just Jenko, to me, that's not what we needed. See, look at the way it is. If you have the right policy in place, telecom is an example. the regulation of broadcasting is another example. Even people may want to say, oh, Dangote is monopolizing today. The fact still remains that it's a good example because we can see how that guy has developed today. Even our banking system is an example of policy because you can't say, even though we see how some patches, but when you talk of the growth in that environment. So now, where you see government hands, that's where we are having problem today. If you have the right policy in place and you allow public, okay, even in our education, look at all those institutions that are managed by private people compared to the one managed by the government. You understand? So it is if you bring the right policy that instead of government, federal government holding on to the transmission, if you allow private people, like you gave Globalcom the second national carrier, you understand? If we were to be united today, we won't be where we are today.
But Ola, that private school you just said, sorry, let me put it before you. What is the difference between them and is it not the same theory and the same problem that we're talking about that they are still producing for our society?
Because the private school is the aspect they are tackling.
See, my dear brother, let us not argue this thing too much.
No,
the Northerners, they don't have plenty degree. When they raise budget for agriculture, they share this money.
When I told you the other time that it's not Northerner that is fallacy, Northerner, they have their own speciality. The Southerner, they have their own speciality. Everyone within the region, they have their own speciality. So it is technically wrong to say it is one region. No,
but we need to also give they also give credit to us in some area. They also give us credit in some area. We should also give them credit. Imagine a federal government release.
I give everybody. See, without the South, the North, we have nowhere to sell their products. Right? Without the North, the South will probably be hungry. Without the South, probably the Nigeria will not have enough income. That's just the way you see it. So
I think
Ola love to switch something to different.
No, he has a point. Ola has a point. That's a point.
We just have to appreciate that these people were able to go to farm and they produce in
but
agriculture is happening in the South too.
Hold on, guys.
It's happening. Is it as expansive as the
rational mind? May I respond, please?
Okay. Can we get Hassan? Yeah.
Okay, I think as with every nation, all the constituent parts contribute something. There are more professionals in the south than there are in the north. However, we must also agree that the population of the people in the north are mostly rural. And if you look at the way people go to work, their dedication towards work, the more traditional, the better. People are more dedicated to their kind of work. This repetitive, boring work. People who are in the rural area, they have no problem with doing repetitive, boring work. And you need that. So while a lot of our youths are becoming urban, the ones in northern Nigeria are not growing as urban as the ones in southern Nigeria. So they are absolutely willing to continue to do this hard labor, boring work, but it's that kind of work that makes a country moves around, and we need everybody. That's just it. It's not about the north only. Everybody has something to contribute. That is what I would say. But then the north is also growing too, in terms of professionals and all those things. It will take some time to catch up, but it is growing too. So the cultures of the two, because the north is mostly conservative, people who are not really exploring the new trends and things like that, unlike in the south. But everybody is important. Everybody has a role to play. That's just what I would say.
Thank you very much. Look at the area I'm going, where I brought this something. I was the one that even brought it. I'm talking about governance here. Every year there's an amount of money federal government release solely for agriculture.
Midwest. This is the second time you are saying that. If you don't understand how things work, you ask question first before you start making comment. Because you are going to repeat the same thing you said just now, which is not true. The money are not released to governors. The money are anchor borrowers program for farmers. It has nothing to do with governors. Southerners, a lot of them, they got access to that money and they stole it. They did not repay the money. Those of them who have poultry, those of them who have fisheries, those of them who have different sort of farm, who had access to that fund, a lot of them did not repay the money. While Northerners, those of them that got those money, all of them, they repaid. Now, let me don't say all of them. Then they always repay the money back to the government. Why?
Okay.
If you have, when the same policy is running in the South,
thank you for correcting
people
me.
are looking for ways to defraud the system.
Wait.
It has nothing to do with government. The money are not released to any state.
Wait, now you listen, please. When Obasanjo was in power, he moved into Nigeria with a view to boost our agriculture all over the country. Now, during that period, we have Lucky Benedion as our governor. The wife she ran a program called Better Rural Women Program. Do you know how many millions of Edo money that went into that program? And no single rural person benefited from it. While Northerners were receiving tractors, they were being educated on how to operate them. Up to today, no farmer, you are from Edo State. When I was growing up, the highest yam producing people in Nigeria is Edo. The red gari they eat, 90% is from Benin. Where are they today? Now look at the current governor now. He's already a farmer. He went into corn production. You only see those things on television, but you don't see them in market. You don't see their products. Whose money are they using? Why are you here to defend a fraudulent set of people who rule the life of their people? Today, your people cannot longer farm. They cannot go to farm. They can't do anything. There's no government. There's no support. The Northerners continue to support their people. They give them rural. They give them extension training.
Look, if you don't understand how the policy works, say you don't understand.
Yeah, the progressive.
I gave you an example now. What is your policy? Mention one person that loaned the money. If Benejo is the one that loaned the money, if Benejo is the one that loaned the money, big men that you cannot question. Then what are you saying? How many people in your village that have access to that money? Mention one.
I don't know.
I am from Orion, a whole local government. Nobody has access to that money.
Progressive. Can you guys just hold on for me, please? I beg you, please. It's very late here where I am. My people are sleeping. I don't want to be too loud, disturbed by my people. So please, I beg you guys. So let's speak once in a while. So, but I think the progressive. I think Midwest has his own view on what he sees as the problem with the Southerners, and I understand what you're saying. The progressive. I understand your own point too. I think. To some extent, the state government too, they have what they can do to help out their own local farmers. I agree that the Federal Ministry of Agriculture still controls the bulk of the funding that goes into farming in Nigeria, which I think in every federal system, they should even here in America, there's a way the federal government kind of subsidize, give tax breaks to farmers when it comes to that. So I think that's what Nigeria needs to look into. But when it comes to farming in each local state or locality, the state takes care of it, and by extension to the local governments, they see to that farmers are well taken care of in their own locality. But you see, the point I think Midwest is giving is that the problem with the Southerners is that yes, some of our Southerners, some of us don't want to go to farm. We believe to sit down at home, press a computer, sit down in front of desk. And we have the farmland. Like my mom has a huge cocoa plantation in Biniore Expressway there, even going to the creeks. We have huge cocoa farm plantation. I wonder who is taking care of those farms. I know my uncle does that, but I don't know if the guy has the time to farm all those big lands. But those lands, they are very thick forest. I don't know if you've ever been to the north. You can understand the Northerners why they have what it takes to feed the nation is that they have more like. Hold on. You said what?
Just a minute. See, the Southerner, they are now into farming. But surprisingly, those people into farming now and those people even in the corporate world, you see bankers, you see people in the telecom, they are investing heavily in farming.
I'm not saying they are not. But not like the Northerners have. The Northerners have the vast expanse land for farming. They don't have the thick forest that we have. Like where they have more like shrubs, like low trees and all of that. They can farm those lands. But where, like you're talking about, starting from, say, from southern part of Kogi State, Kwara State down to the Atlantic is heavily forested. Heavily forested. So you can understand. And since we said these lands are cleared to allow for some kind of farming that they do in the north. In the north, they get. Let me make this point clear, which I support Midwest on that. The Northerners, they have the bulk of the funding from the federal Minister of Agriculture goes to the north. They get tractors.
That is not true. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Why do you guys say things that you don't know?
Okay, no. If I don't know, I will be telling you because I live in the north. That's why I'm saying that to you.
Yeah, but no, it's the bulk of anything does not go anywhere. It's just interest.
The uncle borrows.
It is interest.
Let me make it.
What is rational mind? You are talking of something a very long time. Maybe Azan can tell us if what he's saying is true. That was then, not now. You are talking of 80s.
No. Up to about Obasanjo time when I was in the north. I went back sometimes, but not like when I stayed. I stayed in the north was during Obasanjo's time, but I do went even back and forth. But when I stayed there fully, I saw that they get some kind of through their state government, they get some funding from the federal government. Tractors are given to farmers, which is not done in South. I don't know, maybe Southerners, their governors, they eat the money like.
The governors are the farmer. Their family are the one that have access to the loan.
The tractors are not.
And I don't know why this my brother is arguing here. Wait, I want to ask you a simple question. Mention one person in your local government that poor farmers, because the illiterate produce our food. We can't argue that have ever accessed anything loan in your local government. My village,
are you into farming?
My father was a farmer. No, and I know everything.
Are you into farming?
No Edo son that doesn't know what is called farming. It's of recent, because of the way the governors have destroyed that skill. They are the farmer. My governor is a farmer.
What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about.
Rational mind. Can I interject?
Rational mind. That loan. Wait, let me just put it in a simple term, please. That loan that a local farmer in the north can access, or a group of community in the northern part of Nigeria, the certain people, that local community, that common man can never access that money.
That is not true. That is not true.
Wait now. I'm giving you an example. Please mention 2 or 3 people in your village or one village that has ever accessed that money.
Okay, good.
Tell me one village that have received one tractor.
Rational mind, can I make a quick submission, please?
Okay, yeah, it's up to you. Yeah,
okay, thank you. This Midwest Republic, you and I we've been on a different platform before, where you brought this issue up and you also analyze it the same way you're analyzing it today. We were so grateful that day. We had 2 guys who were into farming in Edo, and they confirmed on that platform that day that they had access to that loan. Even one of the guys came up and said, look, a lady came to me and wanted to use my farm to claim that loan just for the purpose of laundering the money. And I refused. You were there. You was on that platform that day. And you come back again and say people don't have access to those loans. And you know that is not true.
You see the problem. Please don't put words in my mouth. Just say what you want to say. I don't want to argue with you. My question is,
and it hasn't stopped you from saying it, even though you had clarification.
I did not say. Listen, don't put words in my mouth. I did not say people don't loan that money. The people that always have access to that money are not the local farmer. The local farmers. Wait now. They are the one that actually produce the food, even in the northern part. And the government measure, most of them are illiterate, but the few educated one among them always stand, create a channel, and they assist their people to access this money. In our own state, the governor will be in charge, create people, encourage people who are not farmers to access this money. Can you mention one village, one community that has received part of the whole of Edo State?
Midwest, one of our former colleagues, Patrick, will know the person if I mention, but I won't mention the name. He's into cassava farming in Ekiti. You know, there are some kind of allocation you used to get from the government. And this guy put millions of naira into cassava farming. Not only that, we do that cassava
farming. His own money or money he accessed from the bank or what?
he borrowed money because there was a time when they said, okay, they should come and take over the possession of the land and start doing something that the guy said he was still looking how to borrow money. They borrow money.
From
So,
who? From federal ministry of
forget
agriculture.
about where they borrow money from. I don't know, but they
No.
borrow money.
No. That's what we're saying.
No. See, waiting now. I tell you like waiting. I don't know. If you
No.
say
I just want to
him,
probe and understand what you're talking about.
I'm not asking where he assessed that money. It could be one of this money
fine.
they are talking about, but I've not asked him, so I won't tell you that he borrowed from the scheme. But the fact remains that he borrowed money to do his project. And when you say local people, what's the definition of local people?
I want to
hold on, please.
Okay.
Please. As I will come in after you, immediately after you.
So local people does not necessarily mean poor farmer. And the type of this former colleague I'm talking about now, they are the people that can do what about maybe 50, let me just say about 20 to 30 local people will do. They can just put everything together and do that in a commercialized manner. So to me, people are doing this farming. The thing is that subsistence farmer you are talking about, maybe they be paid out because they are being replaced gradually by maybe people that are doctors like a Simba, people like the person that that was formerly an assistant manager or full manager in a bank, that big guy in the telecom, and they can buy like several acres of land and they will use it for their farming. Farming is happening. Even if a person that we were just in the same unit, in the same IT, while I was in the same bank, even there was a time he went for a farming that he cleared a huge expanse of land just to plant corn. So people are doing it. It's not as if they are not doing it. People are borrowing money to do farming.
You said you're borrowing.
Please.
Okay. Midwest. Can you? Are you?
Yes,
Midwest.
please,
Just
let me quickly.
You were saying you want to quickly. Hold on. We've heard you, but let's hear from Azan, please. Let's just let this thing go around, please. You come back here, I beg. Azan.
Yes, rational mind. You said something that I agree with about the topography of the north and the south. These things play a role, obviously. It costs less, to prepare a land for farming up here in the north than it does, in the south. And most grains, they really adapt to the kind of weather we have in the Sahel region than in a rainforest kind of environment, because they have a limit to the rain that they want to take in. That said, generally, I would say the attitude of northerners towards farming is kind of different from what is obtained in the south. Generally, everybody here, does one form of farming or the other. Northerners are by culture, they rear animals, and they tend to the land as farmers or they are fishermen. So they live off of the land. I would say that is true too for the South, but in a more different level. That said, just look at the way state governments here. I would say in Borno, for example, in the past 6 years, we have the state government has bought over 7,000 tractors. 7,000. That is a deliberate investment, because they are looking at the
Borno State. Please,
State.
let me quickly ask you a question. Please, I want you to, if I'm permitted. When the governor buy this tractor, does he did he purchase this tractor for governor farmer? Farming, I mean to say that is, if the governor is not the farmer, he has his own farm that can show on television. Does he channel it to the local people? That is indigenous people in the village and rural settlement.
Yes, there are business people.
Thank you very much.
There are business people, who have tractors and they give it for hire. So if you want to work with it, you fuel it and then you pay maybe 15,000-20,000 naira per hour. What the state government is now doing is they also are competing with the business people. But the state government is giving out these tractors as 5,000 naira per hour, because those who drive the tractors are, government officials. They are drivers that are working under the state government. So this is a form of subsidy. You see, if you are paying 20,000 and now you have the option of paying 5,000, then you are more likely to, plant more, and generate more, and you save more. So different ways that, and For example, here in Borno, we still don't have access to fertilizer because there is NPK, ammonia, and all those things that are ingredients that they use for making IEDs, bombs, and things like that. So the federal government has not allowed us in Borno to buy these traditional fertilizers. So what we do here in Borno is people are using organic waste to as compost for farms. So the state government created a hub where they will go and generate all this compost waste, and then they channel it to different places, where people are farming and they need it. That is the way. That is the approach. But in Borno's case, there has been destruction for long, so the government is now putting a lot of money, but it is the same, almost the similar story all over. At least the government tries to ensure that these things get to the ground, and if it does not, there is a channel where the information can go back to the governor. And besides, they all know that this is the mainstay of the people. People are doing farming more than they are doing any other thing. So that's just what I would like to add.
Yeah. I mean, thank you so much for bringing that perspective, because we need to understand that.
Okay, I wanted to quickly put this one to you.
Hold on, Midwest. Okay. You continue. You have the floor. I think progressive. You have a point. There's an anchor borrower fund money from the CBN, but not everybody can access that money. Even though they give you that impression that everybody can access it. Some people come in form of. You understand how? I'm just going by my knowledge of many years ago with my mom when she was running a cocoa farm. That's what they go by this cooperative society to access those kind of money. In the South, and the bottleneck around it is so they make it so difficult. If you understand how Northerners, they have easy access, maybe by virtue of they are people in governance, they understand their people well, and they felt maybe that's the only way they can really appeal to their people to always vote for them in the next election. But then in the South, we have a long way to go when it comes to that. Yes, there's a funding for it. There's a funding for it.
It's a cultural thing, rational mind. It's more of a cultural thing. The Northerner actually owns farm. Northerner,
Hakeem,
the Northerner actually owns. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Look, do you know how this program works? Rational mind. If it's the federal government who won the Anchor Borrower program, right? They will come. They have representatives that will come to your farm and look at what you have at your farm, and then look at what you need, and then they will use that method to assist you. And that is what they do. So if you go to an average Northerner, this guy actually owns farm, whereby you come to the South, 50-60% of the applicants don't own no farm. They just want to defraud the system. I've had stories. I've had this story.
I totally
collect the money to come and buying spare part and other parts and I want to trade.
Wait, I want to put something.
Midwest, hold on, please.
Please, Patoski, please hold on. I said Midwest will have the floor after. Okay, Midwest, let's just hear you real brief, please.
My brother, you see what this our brother from North have just explained. We had it in the whole of Bende in the past. What actually happened is that during Ali and Ogbemo, their government, they go straight to every villages to teach people. They call it agricultural extension. They teach them how to use fertilizers because they were trying to move from that traditional way gradually for more production. And again, people who farm, like where the local government I grew from is Orion. You see that right cassava people we are eating in Nigeria as a whole, as big as our country, 80% is from that local government. They farm a lot. But today, if you go there, nothing. Now, the thing is that there's nothing to argue. It's a mindset of leaders. The Northerners leaders want that tradition. All Nigeria territory has been familiar, whether north, south, east, or west. But the Northerners, because of their mind, their leaders, they were able to support their local people. When I mean local, I mean settlers in the rural area. So they know the terrain. They are the farmer. They are the actual one that do the job. They make sure they support them, they help them to grow and improve their production. Our people were totally neglected. Any money released, the influential people in the state, under the watchful eyes of the government, they will set
They
up a
don't
program.
release money. This is what I keep telling you. They don't release money. There's nothing like money release. The way you
Please
say it
let
as
me
if they
land.
take money and give
Okay,
it to
I don't know how
government.
to
They
put
don't
that
do
one.
it
Maybe
that
you
way.
want to wait. I'm not saying they dash people money. When the government set aside a fund and said it's for agriculture and people can access it in the name of loan. Remember, Nigeria is big. You can't go to Abuja to go and take it. There is a channel in your state. And while there is a channel in your state, the governor is already involved. So this is what I'm trying to say, that they give out money. So don't put it to another. It's not like they throw it away. So there is a fund that the government try to, provide. The problem we have in the South, why we have this very big problem today, is that our rural areas, nobody ever, as large as local government that produce such amount of food as I just mentioned, no single person from that area has been able to access this money. So as a result of that, they become poorer, and most of them started leaving this occupation. Today, the skill is almost disappearing because of bad governance. And
You
they
mind
are
if I jump
falling.
in? I haven't said anything all day. You mind if I just say one quick thing? I'll be honest with you.
So I think I will rest there. So we need to appreciate governors who will direct to their people, support this local skill that was a gift to entire Nigerians. And today they are now more beneficiary to it. In Benin, 80s, we only hit northern, go and ask anybody, northern yam during the month of maybe July and August. Once it is September, the Benin have what is called a moro. Once that yam is out, that's where you have the red yam, you have many white yam. Nobody will go and buy yam from north and come and sell in Benin. In Delta, the whole plantain we were eating was from there. So we need to repent. Our governor is not a farmer, they are criminals. Our people don't see this money.
All right. I think it's very point.
Let me say something real quick, man. See, bros, let me tell you reality, Midwest. See, the educational system in the South is the root of the problem. Why reason people don't go to do farming anymore. Once you go through the school, what you are being taught is, hey, what you need to become in life to be somebody, to become a doctor, lawyer, or something. They shame you to say you want to become a farmer. So once you enter the Nigerian education system, becoming a farmer is something disgraceful. Like, it's not even what anyone is looking to grow up to become. So by the time you go through the education system, by the time you become adults, farming is not part of your ambition. That's just a reality. In the North, the fact that many people haven't been exposed to that education system is why they're still stuck to the whole fashion system of life, which is agriculture. You understand? So that's what it is. It's that so-called education system that we all focus on in the South that's messed us up from being who we used to be, this agricultural-based mentality that we had. In the South, anyone that didn't go to school, what you understand is either a farmer, being a farmer, or maybe just a trader. That's it. But once you go through the school system, forget it, man. The last thing in your mind is to become a farmer. You want to become a hustler, you want to become someone that wants to become doctor, lawyer, and most people go to school, they graduate, they don't get job, they're just useless, they sit on in their mother's side, they don't know how to farm.
My brother, do you know how many institutions that we have that are for agriculture in my land?
In addition, sorry, I think Patoski was wanting to come in. You come in, Remy, after Patoski. Patoski,
I think I want to refer to what Akim said, and I'll share my experience. You see, the South, they take the loans and they don't pay. When I started my career in UBA, part of the portfolio I met were agric loans that were taken by farmers in the South. Some of them just went to marry wives, went to all this. There was this Bank of Agriculture. There are not those NARCP, all those banks then. The Southerners were just taking the loan. They would go and marry more wives. And when Babangida or which of them again started giving loan, they needed to show their farms to prove that they had farm before they could give them the loan. Some of them were conniving with the NARCB bankers to get these loans even without showing farms. Whereas in the North, the typical Northerner has a farm already. He's like somebody who's already doing his business and he needs more help, more funds to expand. So it's like just meeting their needs. And when we're growing up too, me, for example, my father used to farm too, was in the military. So, but the orientation we had was farming was a poor man thing. They say farming are suffering. You know, when you just go home, they will be saying, my son, when you finish school now, you will take me out of this farm work that I'm doing. You know, that's the aspiration that they had. Whereas in the north, the farming is a good one. When I went to serve in the north, I don't know whether they are still there, as I will be able to confirm. We had schools, specialized school for farming, school of animal husbandry, school of this, school of that. They were just not higher institution. They were not university, but they are like post-secondary. We had them then in the north. I don't know whether we still have them now. So it's not as if they don't have education. They have also some education that will help their children to focus on their profession. So they saw farming as a profession. They are not seeing it as a form of suffering. Whereas those of us in the south then, our parents were like, this farming is suffering. By the time you leave, you go to university now, you will not be like me, who is a farmer. You come and take me away from this useless farm that I'm doing. So all those kind of things will not make us to produce well as Southerner. Whereas in the north, they are proud of that job. And they are making millions. Grain farmers who are millionaires from their profession. We think they are poor. They are not. We think they are not educated. They are educated in their own way.
Brother,
What is
my
education?
brother, you see that thing you said now. That is the reason. That is the hold on one second. That is the reason why if you go, especially Midwest Republic, go to that area now, go and take 10 acres of land, farmland. It is the Fulani that will clear that bush for you. You will not see any young man in your village.
Because your God, listen now, Lucky Benedict Tenor, I've destroyed my people.
He's
His
not.
wife
He's
was
not lucky.
wait. We lost this. We lost this kid, and a lot of people died on IC.
My brother,
we can't farm again.
Midwest.
We almost eradicated because of bad governance.
You know I'm from Edo. Do you know? You'll be surprised. I'm from Edo. I'm from Onwa. I'm from Uzeba. I stay for Bini. So all these things, Akim, all of I know say now be Edo guy, but me say I be Edo.
So the problem is this.
Our people know the farm again.
No.
Okay, wait. I agree with you. What is the grassroots when they are
the problem? The society orientation. For Benin,
the cultural reason why this thing has happened.
I'll give you Midwest. Hold on. When girls for Benin, if you just go Italy, make money, come back, come build house for Benin. You think say get away there for Uruekpen, no go know waiting there for Benin. You no go prefer to go Italy.
Wait. I know. Can I answer your question?
They change.
No. Can I answer your question? You are kicking my own side away. Look, my grandfather was a proud farmer, and people love him. And when Ali and Obemo, they are enhanced farming, farmers in Benin were proud to be farmers.
Yeah, there are
because
people like that.
Some of them can buy cars, some of them can send their children to schools. We do understand. Let me tell you where our problem started from. You just point to problem. It was Obasanjo administration. When Obasanjo was trying to help.
Hold on, Remy. You hold on. Just land that point real quick.
When Obasanjo was trying to revive this farming, when he was trying to revive it, the governors then, no single person. Look at what this guy is saying. Remember, the Northerners cannot read, they cannot write. Yet, their leaders made sure that this morning, there are structures to help people if you want to help them. And they still have access.
Bro, leaders are no leaders. They still remain in the farm.
Majority of their farmers,
they still remain in their farm. But we Southerners, we left the farm. Whether leader give you, it wasn't because leader didn't give you money that you left the farm.
Wait, let this our brother testify to that. Please let this our brother from North testify to that. We cannot be arguing.
Okay, can we hear from Remy?
Let him talk about that space.
Hold on.
The problem starts from this federal allocation. That is one. Because majority of the governors depend on the money that comes from the center. Two, most of our governors did not prepare for governors. They did not prepare for governor because they think, okay, why should I prepare? Because I can get money monthly from the federal government. Let's assume that there is devolution of power and each state have to generate resources or money by itself. Don't you think they will go back to this farm that they are neglecting? They will go back to the rural people and they will find a way to make them work because everybody just sit down there and they, okay, every month I just get money from the federal government and then I can do whatever I like with it. So it's high time that people should vote in the right person. I remember that this Obaseki you are even talking about. I remember when you guys are saying, I don't know be Lagos, I don't know be Lagos. And for the last 2 or 3 years, Edo have not had peace. Everything has been turning upside down. So you voted for him. So you should also accept his failures.
Let me. Do you live in Edo State?
Let me conclude. I just want to give an example. The southern part of Nigeria, there are some people that are going to farming. The major reason is because first, there's no cooler job anywhere anymore. If you are thinking you are doing banking job, before they used to pay them huge thousands of money, but now it has reduced. Now people go to farming. I want to give an example of a young man I know that resides not very far from my house in Ibadan. He started with just one plot of land, planting tomato. He was a university graduate. And what he did was very simple. He went to ShopRite in Ibadan that, okay, I can be supplying you tomato. And when the first harvest, he supplied them, and they told him, this is not enough for the whole of one local government in Nigeria. What can you do? He contacted his brothers and everybody in diaspora. They chip in a lot of money, more than 25 million. What I'm saying today, this is reality. This guy is now supplying, he can meet demand of ShopRite in Ibadan, all the Ibadan ShopRite. He can meet demand of ShopRite in Ilorin, in Akure. He's expanding. He's becoming a millionaire now. That is what we are talking about. He started from afresh. But this is a young man that knows the value of farming. To be frank with you, a lot of our people in the South, we believe in getting all this certificate, bachelor degree, master degree, 2 master degree, 3 master. I've met somebody here that have 2 doctorate degree. For God's sake, man.
Remy, that is not the truth. That's not the point. That
no,
it's not,
there are a lot
of people who gain qualification who are into farming.
What I'm trying to say is that the world has moved from all this to skill-based knowledge. So if you, for example, farming alone in Nigeria can push up our GDP. Any nation that can feed itself, its problem is half solved. But when you cannot feed yourself, the majority of the food are also imported. Then you have a problem.
Remy, let me just add something.
Let me just conclude it finally. We talk about Nigeria's multifaceted problem, but first we need to find solution to one by one. If we can solve the problem of electricity and then solve the problem of insecurity, then we are going there. We have a lot of young people who can push to work. Unfortunately, we are practicing a democracy where everybody should respect human rights. But in some countries, they have to force some people to work. But in Nigeria, you can't force people to work because of right. This is my right. You can't force me to do that, especially in the South. Everybody is.
You can by policy. You can.
No, it's not, no, you can't force
Mr.
them.
Remy,
You can.
Mr. Remy,
well, not really
policy.
Force,
our people will go back to farming if there is good policies. The problem is
rational mind. Rational mind. 1 second. I want to quickly say something, right? I want to quickly say something. You see, this is sometimes where we want to analyze the issue. We have to holistically look at the issues and then take sentiment and whatever emotion out of it. We're talking about farming, right? Differences between the north
comparing north to the south and a general skill we all were having.
Differences between the northern Nigeria and the southern Nigeria. And the good thing about it today is that we have a northern among us, right? That is which makes me happy. So rational mind, Midwest Republic, myself, Remy, we are all southerners. I'm going to ask you a question now. All of us, we are no longer in Nigeria. Look among your peer, your group friends that you grew up together, myself, yourself, and every one of us. Those friends that all of you grew up together, how many of them are still in Nigeria? And I'm going to pose the same question to Hassan. If he is still in Nigeria or if he's outside Nigeria, and ask him how many of the friends that he grew up together are still in Nigeria today. I can tell you, or I can categorically tell you that the people that I grew up with, 80 to 90% of them are outside Nigeria today. They've left the country.
This is a soul-searching question. You want to finish up? We
Japa.
We already Japa now. So
ask the same.
The rest of them are expecting to farm. They are looking for. They are behind you trying to Japa too, and you're expecting to be.
Ask the same question to Hassan, and then you will hear the truth. You will hear the truth that you are looking for. I've told you they are no more there. The ones that are in the village have migrated to the cities. The ones that are in the city have migrated outside the country.
See, I want to ask you,
a question
again. In my case, the reverse is the case. I only know of 3 friends. One attempted to stay in Scandinavia. He was in Norway. Yeah, and he's back now. He couldn't. He lived there for a year and a half, and then he surrendered, and he's back here with us. 2 others, one in Canada, one in the UK. That's only 3, and I have practically hundreds of friends. So generally, Northerners, we don't like living outside Nigeria. Really, we are more
I have the same
comfortable
hundred
here.
of friends. Nearly all of them are out of Nigeria. They're gone.
Most of us would we would like to come back. I just want to say something, especially about what Remy said. You see, in the north, and especially in this last administration, this policy of Buhari saying that we should not import food from anywhere, it has benefited a lot of people in the north. I know people who started going to Saudi Arabia in 2016, like going to do the Hajj and things like that. You pay upwards of 3 million naira to just go and come back. Now they invested in farming, and they've been consistently doing that since 2016. Even this year, I know of a friend who is planning to go next month. So they've become instant millionaires. Now, there's only one problem that I see from this policy. You see, now we have food security. Really, we have excess food. Nigeria has grains. We have grains in Nigeria that we can use for the next two years at least. Even though our facilities for storing them are not good enough, maybe in the next government will create silos and things like that. But the problem is there is still poverty. If you don't have money, you may still not get what to eat. That is the problem. But it's not as if the food is not there. The food is there. It's just that you don't have the money to buy. So there's a problem too with poverty in the north, and we should not, neglect that in our talking points too. That's just all I want to say.
Thank you, Azan. Guys, I think we have less than 30 minutes more, less than 23 minutes. Because when it's 9 hours, I'm going to shut it down because I need to I need to go to bed too. And I need to finish up my reading here. So anyway, yeah. So I think we have about 9 of us, 8 of us, 10 of us here. So maybe we just have to start having our closing remarks, maybe 5 minutes each of us. Yeah. So
I'll just spend 1 minute. Thank you, everybody.
1 minute. Okay, you can take the floor first. Yeah. What do you want to say? I mean, as your closing remark.
Yeah, my closing remark is thank you, everybody. I think it's obvious that we all love Nigeria. That's why we are passionate about it. And I know that one day, one of us will have the opportunity, to get in there and be able to make some changes. Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow.
But Tinubu will do it now, have you?
He will make his own, he will contribute his own quota.
He contributes his own quota. So he's not coming to fix it all.
Then, Rational Man, I wanted to ask you something.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that what Seun did today? Can you imagine if it was Feyi Tinubu or Peter Obi's son that did that?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we go again.
Heaven for don't fall now. If not Feyi do that kind of thing.
Yeah, heaven for don't fall now.
Or if not,
if I say now Femi she yourself, they don't do it another man.
Do that kind of thing. Heaven for don't follow.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Okay, good night, my guy.
All right, thank you so much.
And greet my brothers from the north, Jerry.
I appreciate you today. Thanks. Yeah. So, who wants to say something too?
Let me go next, man, so I can bounce. I never even talk, sir. I only talk since now. Talk. See,
you're talking now. You're not be talking.
Me?
Mikey.
Me, care.
Okay, go on. Just go.
I just listen to talk on our farm stuff. Anyway, let me tell you, the real. I'll just sum the real problem in Nigeria and the straight solution. The problem is this: if you want to achieve something, you have to plan it. If you want to build something, you have to design it. And if you want to get somewhere, you build a road to it. Now, Nigeria was not planned or created by Nigeria. So we don't have a plan of where we are going. what happened is we had a system handed to us by the British. Like, okay, there's this administrative, this thing, this and that. Take it, just take it over. We are giving you independence, take it over and just use it. And everybody just trying to be part of that system so they can chop. Nobody understand it. There's never been a plan. So there's no plan. There's no direction. So we just jump around, dance around, trying to force something, say it doesn't work, it doesn't, because we don't understand it. That's why it's so corrupt, it's so everything just not working. So to me, the way forward is a group of people, just like every other great society, have to come together and have a vision of a country that they want to build and design a plan towards building that country. Once you design something yourself, you will understand it better than anybody else. And anything that may go wrong with it, you understand how to deal with it. It's kind of like the person that designed a car and built the car is different from the person that bought the car and driving the car. If something is wrong with the car, the person that designed that car and built that car, the moment something is wrong with that car, he already knew in his head because he's the one that designed it. He can easily just fix it. But a person that you hand the car over to be driving it, to own it, he didn't build the car, so he doesn't understand. If something's wrong with the car, start calling the mechanic or calling. That's why every time something's wrong with Nigeria, we'll go to Imbu to come and help us fix it. Because now Imbu ain't designed the country for us. So we have to run to them for everything. Because we don't even understand it. It's like something's wrong with the car. You don't want to abuse it. You have to run the person that built it. So we need to redesign Africa. Africa is not Europe. I don't know why we're practicing everything European. We have to follow Europe and everything. We have to look at Africa, understand Africa, and design a system based on Africa from our own, organically. So we understand it fully. We can know when something is wrong, how to fix it. We can understand use our own reasoning. Rather than just having this system given to us, we don't even understand it. So to me, I just think that's the problem in Africa. Until we get to that point, we understand that Nigeria is not England. England is a monolith country. I don't know if I use English correctly. They don't understand it. Said Nigeria is a country of different nations, and we are trying to be England. It's not. We are different. The dynamic is different. We have to understand that Nigeria is a country of different ethnic groups that have existed for thousands of years. They have ways of thinking. They have different languages. They have different way of doing things. They've been doing for thousands of years. All of a sudden, in the past 60 years, we're trying to turn everybody to Englishman. It doesn't make sense. You have to come and say, who are we? Where are we coming from? What is this land scale? What does he possess? What is it about? Study ourselves, study the land, the terrain, study the cultures, the society, and use that knowledge to try to picture something we can build. It doesn't have to be looking like Germany or America. It's just something uniquely our own that can work for us, that we can enjoy. And once we come to that point, have that vision and that mission, and we all come on board and agree on that, that's where we can begin to head to a direction that will make sense. But as long as we are on this rubbish we have, forget it, man. The next 20 years we'll still be sitting here like our papa was doing 20 years ago, talking this stuff we are talking here. See, you know they work, my life, not ever work. Hey, now for that, and this thing, we need to create Biafra. All that dumb shit, man. We will continue with it, trust me. That's what I have to say, Sha.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mike. I think.
So I also want to contribute my own.
Hold on. You'll get to you. I'll come to you. Yeah, Mike. Thank you so much. I think your point is made, and I think you've said it. We need to have a rethink and look inwardly and not look externally for a solution to our problems. Thank you so much, Mike. Hopefully, we'll see you in the next session. All right, you can still remain there if you want to remain, but then so that's your closing remark. So Midwest.
All right, I'm out, man. I'll see you guys later.
Thanks. All right, thanks, man.
What I want to say is this. For my own opinion, I still want to commend the Northerners for their ability to assist their local people and put this local skill of farming on track. So I will still accredit them for that. And again, I also want to say this. This current administration that is about to end, to my own opinion, I think Buhari, I can say in terms of security, he has failed. But when it comes to economic policy, he has exposed something very unique. And that makes him one of the best, or even the best president that we have ever had since this 99 so-called democracy that we stepped in. One is a man that was so free assisting the governors of the land to make sure they develop their people. Example is this South money that he released, oil producing states. If not for Wike, we wouldn't have even known anything. I think Nigeria government, as this my brother just said, need to just, break everything down. The governors are emperor. They are parasite to the progress and development of that country. You cannot have governors that you cannot question and you keep on pumping money to them. And the constitution gave them immune. The president can't even ask them. But all you have to do as a president is to keep on paying them money. You cannot question them. They cannot even, give an account. They are not accountable to anybody. And again, they are the emperor. They can decide that you cannot even have local government. If you have no local government, it means government cannot even reach the local people. So there's no government in existence. Now, at the same time, they can destroy your king. So it is our time we call spade a spade. Nigerians will live to remember Buhari. Go and mark my word. We are moving forward. Because I strongly believe that if they don't address this governor, we go nowhere. Particularly the certain ones. Because they are just after the money. They are not even about the welfare of their people. I recommend the Northerners again. For that governor, buying tractor, make sure the rural people cannot drive it. Have someone that can drive it for them. That means if you have 1 acre, you can take off 10 acres. If a farmer can access up to 10 or 15 acres, you will have enough, at least for yourself, that will assist you. So for me, I think the governors are the parasite of the progress of that country. If they don't address it, they are wasting their time. Buhari have exposed that. Any incoming government that refuses to do it is going to fail woefully, and it will fail more than Buhari. Thank you.
Thank you, Midwest. Thank you for that submission. I think the message is clear. It's up to our governors and our people in Nigeria to see that they need to hold the governors and not every time we shout the president, Buhari, Buhari. All right. Who wants to grab a go too? I don't know. Let me just do real quick. Is Jude? Is Jude there?
Yes. Can I just say, yeah?
Yeah. Go on, please. Just make your closing remark.
Yes, I'm just gonna make a little point. When it boils down to all this agricultural stuff between the North and the South, what I'm thinking is mostly the point is insecurity. I remember back in Cross River State, a lot of farmers used to go to the farm to cultivate, but because of the influx of all these Fulani herdsmen and all these things, and coming down towards Obodo, down to the south, farmers were they started getting scared going to their farm to cultivate crops. Even young guys that had little farms there and there, there was a whole lot of issues going on. I remember the former the governor Alade even decided to create an agricultural setting where they could have big farmlands to plant palm trees and all these things. Right, it didn't work, because people were still scared going there to clear the bushes. That's why somebody was saying that the people that started clearing these bushes are Fulani people, because the people in the south were getting scared. Now, when it comes to other things like education, if the north is speaking on agriculture, right, but you see the educational disparity, like somebody was saying, the south tends to go more in school. So the people that, like the north, they go towards farming that much, because access to education is really hard, probably in some certain places, probably in Borno and other places. Now, can things work? Can the government, like somebody was saying, you have to make all these things work. So you cannot just say, okay, you're going to fix electricity and leave insecurity. You have to fix everything in Nigeria. If not, then there's going to be a lapse in one part and it's not going to work on the other side. So for things to work, everything has to be going smoothly. If not, then we're still going to be saying the same thing often and expect a different result, which is not going to be the case. So that's just my point. But thank you for letting me come in and say what I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jude. It's a pleasure having you here today. I hope you will join us next time.
No problem.
Welcome anytime. We appreciate your presence. Yeah.
No problem.
I think you make a good point. I think that's another dimension to it. We are chastising our people from the south that they don't go to farm anymore. But we need to realize that this herdsman thing too is another problem, another dimension to it, because people are scared to go to farm. Who wants to die? Nobody wants to die. So thank you so much for that. And I hope our people are listening, our government are listening to that. All right. So who wants to? I think Midwest. You want to go?
Somebody can you hear me?
Yeah. Can I go, please?
Okay. All right. So the progressive. I'm sorry. I think you came very. I mean, you came very early, but I was asking you. I was calling on you to make your. But I think you were not available at that time. So
No,
maybe.
I was deep asleep.
So,
I
because
was just in
I
the
was
show.
asking you to make your own point as to what we were discussing earlier. But so anyway, just your closing remark. But I'll give you a little bit of time. You can go on,
Yeah,
please.
it's all right. Listen, you know, we have to acknowledge what is fact. And what is fact is this. To an average Southerner, I'm going to use myself as an example, right? Growing up, I grew up seeing people who went abroad, came home with vehicles they picked up from the scrapyard, and come and use it to oppress people like myself back home. They came back, make us believe that there's super life outside of Nigeria. There's this wonderful life outside of abroad. Some of them will come with 10, 20 vehicles. Bro, if not because I came to abroad, I wouldn't know that most of those vehicles, they were picking them up from scrapyards, you know, because looking back at the condition of those cars now, and looking at how the shape of some of those cars they were bringing in, it make me realize now that
You're very funny. Scrap.
yeah, it make me realize that these guys just went into the scrapyard and just coupled these cars back together and bring it back home, right? So you have people like myself who were growing up, who were seeing these guys. You have the women who went to Italy, who came back with all the jewelries, all the ring, and then bought land and built house. The young guys were looking at these people. I was in school. Even while I was in uni, I had one mind in the uni. One mind was already outside of the country. So the people that influence you growing up, the people that you know, brother Ifosa, brother Matthew, that one just come from Italy. Oh, that one just come. These things unsettled you. I had friends that grew up from a well off background where their elder brothers, all of them were doing medicines, they are in the army, they're generals, they're this, they're that. We were all growing up together in the same area. And they will tell you, guy, I'm not with my finish school, man. I just travel. It became a trend among the younger ones. And what happened? I'm telling you, rational mind. If I go home, it's bored for me because I don't have any friends back home. Everybody's gone. That is why I posed that question earlier. We need to understand that there was a cultural realignment among a lot of southern Nigerians, whereby the order of the day becomes that you have to leave the country for you to be successful. It was not the same in the north. The day I will meet, there was a day I went to a different place to work, and I met a lady. She said, where are you from? Well, I'm from Kaduna. I was shocked. I said, why are you surprised? I said, because I've never met anybody from that part of the country, right? Here in Ireland. And that was the truth. When the lady told me she was from Kaduna, I was surprised because I hardly meet Northerners over here. Everybody I know, 100, not even 90%, 100% of the people that I know, they are all Southerners, all the Yoruba, Ibini, Igbo. Those are the people that I know here. I hardly meet any Fulani or Hausa person here. So we have to understand the situation on ground. Rational mind. If you go to Benin, anywhere in those communities now to go and buy land, say you want to farm, you will not see local people to clear that farm for you. You won't. If you go and buy land, you want to start building house now, you will not see local people that will come and mix cement for you. It's the Fulanis, those guys that hang that you go and call. When I was growing up, I did that job. They call it Lebuke. I did that job when I was growing up. But today, you will not find the younger ones doing it. People that not tell you today that school na scam, school na scam. Young children, their parents would rather to go and register them in a Yahoo office. A parent will take his own old child. The parents will go and take Lapo money to buy them laptop, and then go and put them in a Yahoo office. Come on now, we have to question decisions that we make in the South, and stop saying, "Oh, the government They break. Our state governor steal the money. The governor go the way Hassan said, Borno governor bought 7,000 tractors. The reason why the governor bought 7,000 tractors was already because there was already a private sector's influence in that sector who were making money from it, but the government tried to make that price down, try to bring the price down by investing in those areas. If a governor in Edo State go and buy only 100 tractors, those tractors they will all rot there. Nobody will come and hire them from the governors. Nobody. Governor, if a government pilot a scheme to say, okay, I want to plant 10 acres so that to attract the locals into that area. After that 10 acres, all that farm will be closed because nobody will take interest. So it is high time we start to address the issue. Rational mind, who are the people talking about agriculture? It is also us now who have not seen that, okay, you know what? The things that we run away from is actually what we should have done. These are the things that we should have gone into back home. We ran away from it. We came abroad. We've worked and worked and worked and worked, labor the best part of our years. Now we are not thinking, hang on, maybe we should go and invest into farming, you know. Whereas the average northerner will be there, the father will do the farm, the child will inherit the farm, the child will expand the farm, the grandchildren will inherit the farm. Midwest Republic and everybody who their parents owns farm, how many of them have inherited their family's farm? By now, those land are probably rot away.
Akim, let me tell you something, my brother. Look at it from this angle. You see what we have just analyzed. I agree with you. The traveling also have a huge negative impact upon us, particularly the Benins. And we are seeing it. Now, the same traveling is also part of education. It has also exposed us that, look, there are huge opportunities in our land. Okay, take for example, at least if the government, from my own point of view, there is no way people will succeed if the government does not create an enabling environment for them to triumph. No, you must formulate a policy. Go to rural area. Who were these farmers? They are still the rural people. And some of them are still struggling with this farming. Now, if you go direct to them, set up school for these local people. Teach them how to use at least like in Spain, when I was in Spain, they do communal farming. They call it cooperativa. Like what this my brother just said, the guy from the north. Teach these people or train people, train people, professionals, because there are professionals. There's a professional way how to drive this tractor. It's not just driving it like that. There is a pathway you have to drive because it will pass through that road. Now, if you train the local people, somebody that have one farm, 1 acre. Yeah.
You know, we're taking a closing remark and I have to shut down here about.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Next time.
So let me finish my closing remark, please. So
Hold
what
on,
I was trying to
you continue, but let the progressive finish his thought. Yeah.
So what I was trying to say in essence is that after we've come now, we've seen the light. A lot of us, what we now need to do now, rational mind, just the way we ran away, we now have to go back and start to tell the people that okay, guys, it is not the way you think it is. What we have here on our land is actually the gospel. What we have here on our land is what will help us grow as a people, because the people who were ahead of us gave us the wrong ideas that we have to run away from our land to come and become somebody. So we now have to go back and tell the people, take the gospel back to the people and say, no. The gold, the diamond, everything is in your land. You don't need to go anywhere else to become somebody. That is now our own job. Because like I said to you before, you're saying a government should go and set up a scheme. The people are not interested in that scheme anymore because they are looking at you. They are looking at me. They are looking at what we are doing back home. They are saying, no, I want to be like those people. So it is those people they want to be like that. We now have to go back to them and say, guy. These things you see me doing now, this is the effort it took me. And it is not easy, but you can make it in your house without having to travel abroad. We now have to go back and take those gospels to those people. If not, I'm telling you, nothing will change. Even it doesn't matter how much. I'm telling you, parents are taking their children to Yahoo to go and register to become a Yahoo boy.
Yeah, Akim, I agree.
How
I
difficult?
agree
How
with you.
difficult do you think that would
Sorry,
be?
because of
Is
the
it that
short
same
time.
child? Is it that same child now you want to go and you want to take to the farm to go and work?
Akim, we are still almost saying the same thing. For our people to return back, we still need the government. You see what you have said. Everything is right. You can't do it alone. The government must be willing. Edo can never be governed the way other states govern because the level of human resources that we have because of this diaspora is so high. It depends on the government. Like that guy said, he must plan for it. Or else, there's no way. One, before you leave here and go to that place, you have family here. You need security. You need some support. Because only your own comment can help a whole community. Why can't they type into it? My pain is this. Suddenly you see them on TV. They are now farming cassava in a village. They will be showing it. It is governor. Governor has never been a farmer. The local people were the one they are still the one. If any product you see in Benin there, the large portion is still from the local people. We can't just neglect them. No road for them to bring out their product. Nothing. So these are facts. The government must be willing. Without government, there's no way. Although we lost so much, we have been losing. But these resources, if governors should tap into it, the people will benefit. Is it no we that can pay for him? Did our people listen? If we want to also go to that agriculture, it should get our voice involved. This is what I'm saying. Because
okay.
not like I have the medicine. Yeah.
All right, please. Yeah. So, the progressive, you want to round up real quick because it's already.
I round up. I finished my submission already.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, the progressive.
Thank you.
Always, as usual, insightful. Yeah, I think you have a point. That's a point too. It's not, we just don't have to blame the government. We ourselves, we share the blame and all of that. Yeah. So hopefully we'll see you in the next session. Thank you so much. So the Midwest, I think you don't even say anything where you want to say, so you have to spend me some time too. So you want to say something about Midwest?
No. Thank you. I've rounded up.
Oh, you rounded up. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Midwest.
So can I just chip in for the last one?
Yeah. It's your.
I think in totality, it has done on us in the diaspora. After putting a lot of hard work, most of our productive age, we have used it to serve the other countries. Although we might have good life, but at the end of the day, everybody crave and look at where they come from. It's high time that we say the truth and help those one at home. It's high time we also influence government policy so that policy are well crafted and well implemented. It's high time we look at all facets of Nigeria life, from health to education to industry to whatever. I was totally ashamed when I went to Ikeja. Ikeja, and there now, before there was a lot of industries, but now what do you see there? You see churches, and during the roadside you see a lot of trading. These places before belonged to a lot of private companies. Who does that in the country? Everything just turned down to churches and just trading, buying and selling. And what are they selling? Used products.
It's a total messed up, my brother.
Products, clothing from Europe or America.
Second hand.
I don't. Who caused that country, sir? What is really going on?
It's heartbroken.
These places are industries, and when they move out from Nigeria, who took over? The churches. What are the churches providing for this? Are they providing job? Oh my God! And apart from social media is good, it has a lot of benefit, but it also has a lot of drawback. I subscribe that there should be a form of control, because people cannot just spew lies and then shape people's opinion negatively. Every normal country, even at the so-called abroad that we have, I do not see a lot of their citizens writing rubbish about their leaders every time in social media. If you go to like country like China, they have WeChat, which is normally like a WhatsApp. Their WeChat is more developed. You can use the WeChat to pay money. You can use it for virtually everything. And nobody is spewing negative news or propaganda about country, about their leaders or something like that. What do we have? What do we use our WhatsApp for? when you talk about Nigerian youth, what do they use their data for? It's just on Instagram. There was a time I was telling some people, don't you use Google to find the educational material to help you in your thesis? Or don't you use Google to help you about your academic work? No. What did they use it for? Instagram, Facebook, and the rest. What do you expect? The South, especially the Southwest, I pity my people. You see a 17-year-old boy want to drive a Ferrari or a Camry or whatever. What are they doing? Yahoo, yahoo. And when they arrest them, you cannot believe, even in some Yoruba traditional community, they're like, oh, that boy is a Yahoo boy, but they welcome him because he's giving them money. They don't even care whether he cheat a lot of people to get the money. They don't care anymore. So we need a total reorientation, total reorientation. Thank you. That's my submission.
Thank you as always, Remy Koka. Yeah, I will come to you. Yeah, so thank you so much. I think we all need to just learn and understand that there are certain things that needs to put in place before we can say we are moving forward. I think electricity is one of those things you mentioned. Without us getting that electricity right, we're not moving forward. I don't see that moving forward. So I mean, like somebody said in the comment section, Nigeria has its multifaceted problem facing that country. So until we start resolving certain things, certain ones like the electricity, then we can progress to other ones. But without that electricity, forget it. Not even security, we won't get it right if we don't fix electricity. Because you need electricity to power your security apparatus or whatever it is that you have. So thank you so much, Remy. Prince Daddy, are you there? I don't know if Prince Daddy is still there. I think he's just been taking space.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
You're here. Oh wow, you've been so silent. What happened?
No, it was great session. I was just listening to everything you guys have to say.
Okay, all right. Yeah, it's nice having you. So you want to have your closing remark?
Yeah, 2 seconds. I was just gonna. I think Greg, by
You
your
sound like muffled. Are you far away from your phone or what? Or your device?
Let me see.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, so I think Greg Bayero beat me to it. I was gonna give you a kudos for your moderation or this evening or today. It's been great. Can you hear me?
Yeah, of course I can hear you. We can hear
We
you.
are hearing you.
Oh yeah, good. So you done a great job. Actually, I thought from the onset you're going to be more tyrannical in your approach to the moderation, but
Your worst thing me to be a monster then.
but I think you're a fair moderator. I really enjoyed it. So I don't know if this was your first time, but it turned out very well. So thanks.
You're welcome. Thanks a lot, my friend. So do you have anything you want to say just as a conclusion?
No. I mean,
That's all.
the last part was about farming and agriculture, and I didn't have much to add to it. But again, great session from everybody, from Remy to Asan to Tony. I think it was been great. So I learned a lot. So thanks, guys.
Thanks so much. Hopefully we'll see you in the next session. I think a few hours. I think one man will be bringing the prince himself too. So hopefully we hope that he will come on. He will turn up. It was supposed to be yesterday, but one man said he called him and he said he won't be able. That he was airborne already. He was going somewhere. He had an important meeting to attend to. So hopefully maybe later today, if he comes up, we'll all be here to question him and ask him questions that we might have.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, cool. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, thank you so much, the Prince Daddy.
All right, you too. Thanks, man.
All right, thanks. Have a good one. All right, so Ola, I don't know if Ola is there. Ola, are you there? I wanted Ala Azan to take the last. Sorry, I wanted Ala Azan to take the last comment, but I don't know. Are you there, Ola? Ola, Ola is gone. All right, Remy Koka has spoken. The Progressive has spoken. Midwest, you say you're done. All right, so guys, I think I need to bow out. I need to buy. So it's been a wonderful session. I know. I thank you guys that were thanking me for being a fair moderator. I hope I did a very good job. But then I don't think I did. But then, anyways, I thank you all.
as one man would say, please, yeah, let me. I think he has be asking me to thank Ayo, the one who has always been the sponsor of the program of a one man show. He has been doing the coffee. I don't have access to that coffee. I think one man does, so would have been a better person to highlight that. Buy me a coffee. Ayo, he wants me to thank you very much for being a sponsor, and as always, that pocket where you take out that money from will never get dry, as they will say. That's the prayer we always like to say in Nigeria. So yeah, thank you so much, and thank you everybody. Ola, Prince Daddy, Azan, Midwest, the Progressive, and a whole host of every other people that turn up. Not that because I don't want to mention your name, it's because of time. I don't have all the time to be mentioning them. We thank you all. Hopefully, we'll all see you in the next session. So I will have to end up here and see you guys in a few hours' time. Have a good night.